into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Today's matchup. CJ Entis. Africa Freaks. SK Telecom T1. KT Rolster. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to Champion Spring. I'm Doa, that's Papa Smithy, and today we've got two great best of threes for you. It's going to be CJ versus Africa in our first match, and then the Telecom war continues, SK Telecom versus KT Rolster. Can't wait for that one, but to be fair, our first match is really interesting too, isn't it?
It is an interesting match. Evenly matched teams at the bottom side of the table, as we still have Valentine's Day celebrations today. Of course, Valentine's Day tomorrow, Sunday.
Yep. That dude doesn't want to share his chocolate with our buff girl.
Awkward.
See, she's buff girl. It says so on the signs.
Awkward
She's the one.
interaction.
She
Yeah.
gets the crowd hyped before every match. If the matches weren't hype enough, buff girl takes care of the rest, man.
And maybe we need a little bit of help with our first set, but no help needed for a rematch of the Champions Summer 2015 Grand Final.
Yeah, it was a pretty one-sided grand final. Of course, SKT got the 3-0, but going into this one, I mean, KT versus SKT is much more of an unknown. I mean, we really can't predict who's going to win that one. SK Telecom has the ability to be that team that won Worlds, even with Duke up in the top lane, but KT has been playing really well right now. I mean, Score is fantastic in this new jungle meta. Fly's been looking really good, too. So I think that one's actually going to be really close.
It's one of those things where you look at a lot of factors, and I think most analysts will tip KT to come away ahead, but SKT, so often they've come up against adversity and come out the stronger for it. They've had weaker opposition. Look, they haven't been impressive against that opposition, but there's no telling what they're preparing in the break, how the scrims are going, and you just feel like with the talent that they have on the field, when they all get it together at the same time, they're going to reach a new level that we haven't seen from them so far in 2016.
Well, that's usually what happens. I mean, just when you think SK Telecom is too weak to beat somebody, they prove you wrong. It's just not smart to bet against SKT in pretty much any circumstance. But we have to talk about our first match. I feel like we're not doing enough justice because it really is cool. CJ versus Africa. Now, both of these teams obviously don't have the greatest results, but they're both teams that have a lot of kind of interesting factors to them that might make this a little bit better match than what we've seen lately.
Even though it's a bottom-of-the-table clash, both these teams are coming off probably their most impressive performances of the season. CJ Entis in their last best-of-3 beat Longzhu. That no one would expect that result, especially before BDD and Ghost are even eligible to play with their current roster.
Right.
And on the other side, okay, the Africa Freaks didn't beat SK Telecom, but they took a game, the Rocksiders, sorry, but they took a game off them in their last series. So both of them are coming off impressive victories and looking competitive.
I mean, and you know that the Africa Freaks have the ability to be a good team. You know, they looked good at the end of last season. We just haven't seen it yet. in spring 2016. Well, there's our rankings so far. Of course, Rocks Tigers after their win yesterday, all the way up to 7-0, still unbeaten. Spenu, though, completely beaten at 0-7. Today, KT Rolster and SK Telecom in that second match right next to each other. Each have a chance to take that third place spot. See if they can. But first, CJ Entus versus the Afrika Freaks. And of course with CJ, I don't know if a lot of people were expecting much out of this organization, being that they had such massive roster changes. Shy isn't playing right now. He's taking a break. The only familiar face is Mad Life, really. And then you've got players like Bubbling and Jungle who don't really look that good. But it's been interesting to watch CJ because you've got Mad Life, carrying like no support has really carried in a while. And you've got other players on the team like Sky, Kramer especially, that maybe are worth watching. Then, of course, we talked about a lot already. SKT versus KT in our second best of 3 should be awesome.
No hype necessary.
Yep, that's right. The hype comes built in. I mean, this is an esports matchup in Korea that's been going on for over a decade. So, yeah, the hype comes with the names. Definitely.
We'll get to that massive second match later on. As you mentioned, we've got a mouth-watering one. This one could definitely go 3 games. It could definitely be close. I expect it to be competitive. And first, we're going to introduce CJ Entus.
Yeah, CJ Entus, a team that has been struggling. An embattled team this season, of course. As we mentioned, Mad Life, the only surviving member from that former roster. Everybody kind of retiring or going out to different teams.
Shy is still in the squad, nominally at least, but not expected to play if you talk to the players.
Wow, look at Mad Life's hair, man.
Wow.
Swapped it up. It's a younger, more hip Mad Life for a new generation of CJ.
And an interesting fact is that in this offseason, Mad Life has actually been really focusing on solo queue. He's top 10 in Challenger right now. He's obviously working on his hair as well. So this is a guy who has the highest kill participation in the league. His team plays around the lane with Kramer, and we don't expect any change on that. It's all going to be bot lane focused for CJ Entus.
Well, that's been kind of the crazy thing, is that this team has such high kill participation across the board. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later too, but now let's take a look at their opponents. It's the Afrika Freaks, of course, a team that was known as Anarchy. Back in 2015, they were picked up by Afrika, a big streaming service here in Korea.
No roster changes, but of course lost their coach Hachani, who's now playing for KT Rolster. Will be playing in the match tonight, and this is just a team that's just hasn't got it all together yet. I feel like when they pick up that morale-boosting first series win over one of these competitive teams, maybe then they'll push on. But for now, just around those bottom points in the league.
Yeah, Mickey and Songyun really the players you want to keep an eye on this team. But, even players like their jungler Lyra have been pretty good from time to time. So I just want to see Mickey play Zed. I want to see the Zed come back. You were telling me earlier today you think it's still pretty good right now. We never see it.
We never see it. It is banned quite often against Mickey. He blind picked it once, I believe. I don't know if it was the last series or the series before. Didn't get a win with it, but I think it's competitive in the right scenario. When you have multiple squishy AD carries out there, you think of Zed as here's the zoom in, all right? Get your freeze frames ready.
We'll rename him Mad Hair.
Well, he's certainly going for something different.
It is. Mad Life, he was always a quiet, kind of sit in the background.
Very reserved.
Yeah, but now it's the Mad Life show. That's really what CJ is right now. It's the Mad Life show, isn't it?
And CJ Entus, honestly, 2 match wins, given their current roster, given their really morale, just destroying first loss against SKT in the first series of the year. You thought, okay, long year for CJ, but they beat Spenu. That was a bit of an upset. Longzhu, a big upset.
Well, apparently all CJ needs to do is win one game, because whenever they've won a game, they've won the series. All their losses have been 0-2. Both of their wins have been 2-1. So that's the key for CJ, apparently. Win one game, and then you're in good shape. Meanwhile, Afrika Freaks, maybe a little bit more needs to be done across the board.
I mean, both teams, they've got that win over Spenu, but the difference is that Longzhu series. Exactly. Spenu's a whole different kettle of fish, not found a win at all, but Afrika lost to Longzhu. CJ pulled off that miraculous win over them last time out, so I guess CJ come in the favorites.
Kettle of fish?
That's right.
Throwing your Australianisms around. Are there a lot of kettles of fish over there?
That is an expression. I'm not actually.
Is it?
I didn't make that up.
You didn't?
No.
Okay.
Google that one.
I'll Google kettle of fish later. I'll probably just get a picture of a bunch of fish in a pot, but
I mean, one of the big discrepancies is it's Bubbling versus Lyra. Okay, Lyra hasn't been a star performer, but Bubbling has really been poor on the side of CJ Entus. Although it feels like everybody on CJ Entis is an extension of Kramer on your screen and Madlife. Everyone's basically a guest star and the starring role, the starring vehicle for Kramer and Madlife.
Well, CJ kind of just tends to not do a whole lot until it's time to team fight. It's kind of like the epitome of the traditional CJ Frost style, where it's like, yeah, well, the early game doesn't really matter, but when we get team fighting, we're going to wreck them.
And look, these are the key champions for these two players. What's not represented there shows you 4-2 Kalista. That's a good win rate for Sang-yoon.
Sure.
His win rate on every champion except for Kalista is 0. He has not won a game on any champion other than Kalista this season.
That's not good. That's not a good stat for him, is it?
No, it's not a good look.
You ban Kalista against Sang-yoon, you ban Ezreal against Kramer, and then we see what these guys have.
Then we get a 50-minute epic, Doa.
No. Actually, CJ has one of the lower game times in the league. It's not so bad. It's in the 30s at least.
Okay.
Africa's up a little bit above 40, but
I'm going to put a worrying stat out there. They've got one of the lower lower game times.
Sure.
They also have the highest gold difference negative at 15 minutes.
Wow.
They're 1,700 gold behind. So all that tells you really is that when they lose fast.
yeah, well, I mean, when we saw those match stats, it's always either 0-2s or it's 2-1s.
But they're not close 0-2s, though. They're very one-sided 0-2s.
When they lose hard, and when they win a little bit. That's how CJ does it. Well, let's move into picks and bans for game number 1, CJ versus Africa. The Africa Freaks.
No roster changes to talk about. It's very much the starting lineups, at least for now. We're waiting on March 1st when we will see BDD available for CJ Entis. That's the big highlight for their team.
I feel like they needed to shave Madlife's hair a little bit farther up than they did.
They just need to do whatever Madlife wants. If they need a guy to massage him during the game, if they just need to really just set him up, because this team is all about Madlife. It is crazy how much you can play around to support. Support, everyone talks about how important a role is. Madlife's ability to carry this season has been unparalleled.
Yeah, like we said earlier, it's a Madlife show, man. It is really just Madlife and the boys right now. I mean, Kramer, his stats may look okay from time to time, but it really is because Madlife is there bailing him out.
So Madlife gets the Bard banned against him. Played the Bard in both victories against Longzhou. I really like this ban from Afrika.
Yeah,
because I feel like CJ Entis has been the most impressive team with the Bard pick. They've been very smart at picking a super tank top, the likes of a Nautilus, and then just going for a standard team comp. The issue I have with Longzhou, who pick Bard at every opportunity, is they don't really pick a tank often. They struggle with it.
Now, this is weird banning from Afrika, I feel like, because they banned out Sang-yoon's only champion that he really wins on, and they didn't keep CJ from taking Alistar. They're going to grab the Graves. They're going to grab the Graves first, but don't you think that last ban kind of hurts Afrika more than it hurts CJ?
It's an interesting one. I mean, they're obviously respecting Kramer's Kalista, even though it isn't perhaps the most obvious champion we associate with them.
They left GP up. I mean,
this is obviously a play to get 2 strong picks on the red side. They must not have respected any first pick other than the Graves. They will steal away the Alistar and Alistar Gangplank. You don't really complain if you're Afrika with those 2 drafts on the red side.
No, and I mean, that's the idea, because you can't really ban out Madlife. All of his games have either been Bard, Alistar, or Thresh this season, so he's going to get one of those.
The Bard's the smart ban. Like I said, really like the way CJ Entis play with the picks, so smart to ban it away.
I just don't know about the Kalista.
I don't know about bubbling on Graves.
I mean, bubbling has certainly struggled. He's been, the thing is last year we saw ambition on CJ basically go into the enemy jungle and have to get saved by Madlife constantly. Bubbling is so intent on dying that even Madlife can't keep him from doing it. So
well, he's going to try. The Thresh would definitely be a please save me pick.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But honestly, the way I encapsulate a CJ draft is how will these champions interact with Kramer and Madlife? It's like, do we have a Twisted Fate to show up with a gold card and help them win lane? Do we have a ganking jungler to counter gank in the bottom lane? There's just no plays around top lane or mid lane. It's all, how do these champions interact with an AD carry and a support? And obviously Lulu is the start of something to support up. You'd have to think at this point another blue Ezreal comp from CJ Entis.
I would imagine, yeah. I mean, Kramer's been playing a lot of the blue Ezreal. It's been working really well.
I'd love to see the Cogmore. I don't think we're going to see it, but I'd love to see it.
No? What about the Caitlyn?
See, it's been a really big popular pick in EU.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Caitlyn in Korea, because I think it is a strong pick right now.
I mean, Caitlyn can be played and protect the Caitlyn comps, a bit like Juggermore last year. With Cogmore changing an identity, it feels like Caitlyn kind of fills the same sort of role. We saw, I believe it was Fnatic playing a protect the Caitlyn comp to good effect Not so much in the early game, but winning the game eventually with that comp. This is a smart... I would like the Ezreal takeaway just because CJ is literally screaming 50-minute blue Ezreal fight team comp.
Yeah, totally. So they will grab that Ezreal, and Nidalee for Lyra makes sense.
And you have to think it's going to be Lucian answer on the side of CJ. It's the champion that plug and plays the most. It'd be Bang-esque. Oh, we're not going to see Jhin. It'd be a dream, though.
Yeah, I mean, people have been talking about Jhin, but nobody really seems to be 100% sure on the strength of the pick right now.
He's an interesting champion. You know, he has his weird scaling with attack speed and crit, and then he just gets AD instead of those abilities. But let's look at what they need to round out this draft with the AD carry for Kramer and a top laner. I guess it could be top lane Graves, but definitely doesn't sound like a Nutara champion. I wouldn't be surprised to see...
It might just be a mid Lulu and then a top Fiora.
Could be, I guess, a top Lulu if they really wanted to be, but I'm expecting the Lulu to stick on Sky. Sky's been unconvincing on any champion that's outside of just wave clear and utility, so Lulu makes a lot of sense there. Kramer returning to the Jinx, which is a big pick for him.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of Jinx right now.
She's just not where she was once upon a time last year. It feels like all the other AD carries with the reworks outshone her. She can still be massive in the late game. She's just really hard to baby through the early game, which is why you see the lock over to Lucian, who's got the early game damage that we all know and love, and then scales into a comparable late game carry as well.
And Nutara on Fiora. Now, like you mentioned earlier, we've seen Nutara on mostly tanks over the course of the year, so it'll be interesting to see him try the Fiora.
It's not that he hasn't paid, it's just he hasn't convinced on anything except for tanks.
Yeah.
The Nautilus top games against Longzhu were very impressive. He's played a lot of Maokai, which again is an edge meta pick.
He's played more Maokai than anything, really.
Are they really, Afrika, confident enough to send Gangplank into Fiora? Of course, we saw Flame do it to great success, but I feel that was more a product of his team play than the matchup.
And this is not Flame. This is Ixu, man. a little bit of a difference there.
I mean, it's true. Even with Flame's kind of descent from greatness over the last couple of years, Ixu certainly has shown very little on carry champions himself. So.
Yeah. The Afrika Freaks, too, is if you want to look at individual skill, I feel like Ixu is on the lower end of the roster overall. Maybe the lowest. Would you rate Ixu the lowest, I would say? An individual power on Afrika? I think I would too, yeah. They're going to grab the victors, so it will be GP up and top.
Difficult matchup to play around, but if Bubbling's paying a lot of attention, if there's counter ganks, if they get the Fiora, if they get Gangplank behind, I just can't see how Ixu's going to get back in the game, but maybe we'll just see Lyra set up a camp up top, Peanut style.
Could be. Could be.
And otherwise, very standard draft from Afrika. Certainly no poke comp on either side. It's team fighting comps all the way. There is good pushing, of course, with the double AD, Graves and Lucian on blue side. But if the stats are any indication, I think we're in for a long one here. And no real indications that it's going to be anything different.
Yeah, well, welcome to League of Legends in 2016, man.
But I just had a Rocks Tigers series.
I know. Well, not everybody can be the Rocks Tigers, apparently.
Apparently not.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that.
Top lane's the biggest surprise. I think we have to track it. 2 tank players playing carries. Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, hopefully we'll get a lot of crazy one-on-ones. That's what I want. There's our roster going into game number 1. Again, both of these teams with the capability to end up as sort of a middling team, maybe a playoff team if they start to perform a little bit better. So I think this is actually a pretty pivotal match for both of these teams in their season going forward. We're getting near the halfway point in the regular season. And if these guys want to make the playoffs, I think they need to start winning now.
Yeah, this is the time. They've got to get the win on the board. This is an easy, winnable one for both of them.
That's right. CJ versus Afrika Freaks. Game number 1. Let's do it.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, game number 1 between CJ Antis and the Afrika Freaks. And Afrika, despite, not the greatest results, is still a team with a lot of popular streamers here in Korea. That's kind of how they ended up forming initially. And so they do have quite the fan base. And there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, the backbone of CJ Antis right now, the one and only Mad Life. On the Thresh, ready to bail out Bubbling every couple minutes, guaranteed.
Well, given how they're playing, though, is he going to play around his jungle or is he going to play around his lane? Because maybe it's just going to be everyone setting up the assist for that death sentence to start the snowball and get Kramer ahead. Because Operation Get Kramer Ahead is basically all CJ Antis has really showed any success with.
Yep, it's true. It looks like we're going to have a lane swap coming out of Africa.
미니언들이
Sending Ixu down to the bot lane, and there goes Snowflower and Songyun up to top. CJ's going to match it, though.
No real deep vision to get information. This is the reality of the 2016 meta that you kind of have to make informed guesses and work it out.
So why is that? Why is it so hard to get that vision at level 1 now?
It's all about the time is changing. It's all about the fact that you have less time in the early game to put down wards, but a Freak is going to sniff it out.
Oh yeah, they're going to see Mad Life and Kramer right there and just go ahead and push them off the Gromp, so that means neither team is going to be going to lane with any extra XP. And we've seen a lot of this lately. One team invades, they deny either the Krugs or the Gromp, and then it starts things off on a little bit more of an even playing field.
You recall that there was a little interesting adaptation we saw yesterday where I believe it was Rox Tigers went and contested the Gromp, but also stole a blue Sentinel on the way to lane and got that faster level 2.
Yeah.
We didn't see that from Afrika, but that's the cool little adaptation I've seen to actually both deny experience and get that little level 2 advantage.
Seems like a good idea, too, just because you can kill that little minion.
Almost instantly.
Yeah, pretty much instantly. Get that XP. But,
So as we get standard lanes, and again, it's Ezreal in a laning phase. He's going to build a tier. He's not really in the position to get any lane control. You definitely give the lane control advantage now with the level 2 pop, just to the nth degree to CJ. So Afrika just wanted to get the gangplank in a solo lane, I guess.
Yep. I mean, with as long as it's going to take Songyun to power up, I don't think they're too worried about spending some time under turret early on.
And this matchup in bot lane, the Gangplank versus Fiora, is actually fine in the early levels before Fiora gets items and levels, gets the cooldown really low on the Q. It's fine. I mean, it's Gangplank versus a melee champion, so we might even be able to get some harass advantage. Just scales so poorly for Gangplank in the 1v1 sense. But of course, Gangplank, that team fight terror in the late game with items.
Right. He's got that ship parked off the coast of Summoner's Rift, apparently.
I mean, every time we see the top lane, you can see there is water out there.
I suppose. You know, it is kind of neat, actually, the sound-wise for the Gangplank ult. If you're wearing headphones, like we are during the broadcast, you can, like, hear off in the distance on one of the
Look,
sides
over there.
a ship firing.
Is that the water? I can almost see it.
That's
in
a
the corner.
really thin river for a battleship to be parked in.
They
I don't
really
know.
should just add some pixels for a ship there when Gangplank's in the game.
Yeah. Or just make him a space pirate, or like an air pirate. He has a floating pirate ship.
The one thing you can say, though, is that just a quick call, the accuracy from that ship is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's too bad it takes them so long to reload, because if I was Gangplank, I would invest in some extra cannons so I could just be shooting all the time.
As I told Monty, it's really far away, so they've got to get the coordinates right.
How does he let them know, though?
It's not clear. He might have a walkie-talkie. I can't really tell.
He's got a cell phone. He's like, hey, guys, can you use some
Maybe the
cannonballs
reception's
over
not
here?
so good, you know?
Well, then he wouldn't be able to call so instantly. The reception has to be great.
Situation.
I mean, clearly it's just a matter of the ship not being able to reload very quickly. That's the only thing that could delay it.
The ship is Graves. Just has to reload, active reload. It's 90-second cooldown on that reload.
Well, I think the ship is just the ship.
It's fair. Well, we're going to see a pretty quiet laning phase. As we said, CJ enters right at the bottom of the gold difference at 15 charts. They're usually either behind significantly because of ganks, because of lane mechanics. It's one of those things where, especially their solo laners, are definitely on the weaker end of, you'd say, player power rankings in Champions. So they just put themselves in a hole, and it's often on Kramer and these utility protect the AD carry comps to bail themselves out of that hole in the late game. So if Afrika is decisive, they could get a big lead in this early game.
Yep, a little bit of an invade from Lyra here. Seeing if he can find one of the Krugs, but he'll find Bubbling instead. Wow, nice spear. Doing a little bit of damage, but it's not going to matter too much.
Ixu picking up farm under the turret. No fireworks out. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's go time. Songyun just arcane shifting away though. Mad Life with the flay. And Songyun gets a bit low, has to pop the flash and the summoner heal. So that was a big win for CJ, getting both of Songyun's summoner spells out that engage without giving anything in return.
You can see how much Mad Life specs into the early game by the fact that he actually takes Thunderlords on Thresh, because the most offensive laning summoner, to try and get those early kills, get Kramer rolling, get himself rolling if he's feeling particularly bloodthirsty, and they get both summoners, so lane pressure now going to be a big problem for Afrika in the top lane.
Well, Mad Life needs to be the carry. We've seen it many times, and so anything he can do to get Kramer ahead in lane early on, he'll do.
You have to feel, this player who's been around since that first invitation. That's why you see him and Score right in the middle of the intro this year. how much is it going to age him having the whole team basically look to him to make every engage, every decision, play around his lane for a whole season before we get any seasoning into the other members?
Well, I think he's got a new haircut that shows us that he's still one of the young hip kids.
Hip and young for now, but it's a long season, Doa.
It's a mad life crisis.
Life crisis.
I'm still hip. Yep.
Well,
his red convertible's parked outside.
They probably won't give him the Rift Herald. That would be hilarious if they did. But
They'll give it to Bubbling, yeah. You know, it's a jungle buff.
Yes.
As Riot intended.
Just as intended. Just like how we've got nice shorter games in 2016 as well. Just like Riot intended.
Thank you. Well, don't worry. Patch 6.3 is on the way.
Will it be the Band-Aid? Probably not, but it'll help. It'll help.
I haven't looked at any of the data coming out of 6.3 yet. I actually kind of try to avoid the new patches until we start casting on them. Otherwise, it gets confusing. I'm like, did that change happening or not?
No. Whoa, that was a wide job on.
Yeah, Lyra may be a little bit of trouble. Sky gets a slow with the Glitter Lance. Lyra with the flash. Mickey comes in, drops the Yelp. Lyra's still alive. Nice spear comes in. Bubbling takes a ride out on the Lantern. And Mad Life there to save certain blood from going over, or certain first blood rather, going over to the Afrika Freaks.
And no one dies, but that was actually a big mechanical misplay from Lyra. Had the ward down, should have hit an almost point-blank spear. That would have been the first blood onto Bubbling, but Bubbling survives, and this helps CJ get through the early game. We're getting closer and closer to 15 minutes, and we might actually see CJ keep it competitive.
That may be Mad Life with the flash flame. Mickey doesn't have his flash right now, so Sky able to get that first blood, and Mad Life already making plays. Here comes Lyra, but he's way too low to get any sort of return kill.
Mad Life was so smart in that gank. He held onto his cooldowns. He knew that Mickey didn't have flash, led with the play, didn't worry about trying to miss a death sentence, tanked up the turret as well, so Lulu could get an auto attack. She didn't have a lot of mana there, Sky. It's all Mad Life again, even though the kill credit goes over to Sky.
Well, you notice what happened, too, is that after Mad Life was able to cause Songyun to burn both of his summoners, he's suddenly like, all right, it's time for me to roam. Kramer's pretty safe here now that there's no summoners on the opposing AD carry, and starts to immediately make plays.
Mad Life's kill percentage, kill participation, 83.2% before the start of this game, and if that's any indication, only going to go up.
It's pretty good. Looks like the Afrika Freaks are going to be the first to claim a turret here.
Bubbling actually going for a walk after they take down mid lane. They got a lot of pressure back on this map, and yeah, maybe we'll have one of those rare games where we'll come into 15 minutes and CJ Entus actually have some semblance of a gold lead.
Yeah, I believe Africa generally has a gold lead at 15-2, although I haven't looked at the stats.
Stats right now is that Afrika come into this with the 4th highest gold difference at 15, which is kind of crazy given their struggles, but at positive 282, as I mentioned before, CJ Entus negative 1750, so very, very poor in the early game. Of course, we have to wait and see if the turret game changes that. There's still the outside chance that CJ Entus come in behind at 15. So far, so good.
CJ just doesn't really, they just don't get ahead in the early game.
Nope.
When they win, you know, it's from good team fighting. A lot of time on the back of Mad Life. It's from picks being made, again, by Mad Life. It's from winning team fights by Mad Life saving people. It's really just Mad Life. If Mad Life has a good game, CJ has a much, much better chance to win it.
Well, if the CJ Entus League of Legends team was a sitcom, it would say starring Mad Life and Kramer, and then it would be like also and the other members of the team. They would not get star billing because they are not stars, Doa. There's 2 stars, mostly Mad Life, and Kramer doing his damnedest to help out.
I would totally watch Everybody Loves Mad Life. I think it's true.
Who are the annoying parents, though, in that?
Probably On Air and Space, I think. Yeah, or maybe Woong. Probably On Air and Woong. We'll bring it back.
Bring him back.
Yeah. Cloud Templar would be like the maybe the kind of the older brother that left a little bit too early, but still kind of lives with the parents.
Regular in the first season, and then just left at some point to be his own starring vehicle.
Yeah, that's right. Afrika trying to push down the tier 1 up and top here. Sky coming up to help deny that for the moment. GP calling in the big guns.
Calling in the big guns. Well, only 2 turrets out. We have a delay on the second outer turrets going down. And of course, an isolated mid lane with 2 of the best wave clearers in the game. Not much action to speak of.
Oh, yeah.
CJ only have the single member down in bot pushing, so these outer turrets are definitely falling slower than you'd expect. Afrika backed away the 3-4-man stack they had in top, so
It's working.
waiting to see if there's any global lead through that. Ixu all alone.
Aha. Well, Mad Life finds Ixu, and he's going to be able to zone. Lear's actually running away. Should come back down now. There's Bubbling. Mad Life and Bubbling on their own in lane, but having no trouble at all handling Ixu.
Bubbling in general definitely has a lot more map pressure than Ixu this game. Ixu, again, could have got that big lead if he got the first blood onto Bubbling, but since then, CJ picked up the first blood and definitely have the map pressure advantage so far.
Yeah. With his kind of like lackluster as Bubbling has been, it does seem like CJ kind of comes into this one looking a little bit stronger than the Afrika Freaks, I think. That win over Longju certainly does make a difference.
It does. I mean, that's a really big confidence booster to beat a team that categorically should be beating CJN, just given just their relative stages. One of them has all the players they want, but just haven't been able to field them in a manner that makes sense, and the other team is literally waiting for those stars, or those future stars, to become available. So that was a really big surprise result, and just a big credit to, again, mostly that duo, Kramer and Mad Life.
Right. Well, we've seen what a big difference small roster changes can make. I mean, we've seen what Peanut's done on the Rocks Tigers. We saw what Pickaboo did for KT Rolster last year. So it'll be interesting to see what the changes coming in for CJ a little bit later this year will happen.
Come back, Pickaboo. We miss you.
It's taking a break. Need some time.
Second round robin starting soon, Doa.
Yeah, maybe we'll see him again.
Who knows?
Hopefully. It's a great support. Certainly a support able to carry.
Rift Heralds respawn, Bubbling standing very conspicuously in a ward.
A little Rift Herald and chill. He's just waiting.
I don't think you can talk about chill anymore, though. It's been just taken away from.
I refuse to allow one of my most used words to be hijacked like that. Action time. GP drops the ult. Mad Life in a bit of trouble. Gets the wild growth. Stays alive for now. Ooh, true shot barrage from Songyun. Barely missing.
This fight's crazy. It's actually happening on multiple different fronts. And Tara's all alone. He's in big trouble.
Bit of brawling, yeah. And Tara over the wall into the Baron pit. Bubbling on the run there, too. They could chase. They're not going to. I think they may just be content with taking the Rift Herald themselves.
Chasing's definitely not something Afrika's comp does well when Gangplank ult's down. They're trying to rush down the Rift Herald. We might actually see a Rift Herald contest. We never see that.
We never see a fight over the Rift Herald, but CJ may want to do it here. Whoa, Bubbling in trouble. Gets knocked back in there again. Grand challenge pop. Bubbling makes it over the wall. I don't know if he's going to live through everything, but he does. Meanwhile, Mickey's zoning out Mad Life at the bottom. There's a double kill already for Untara, making that Fiora work, and CJ taking Afrika apart. A double kill for Sky at the end. And that really could not have gone better for CJ. Going right for that mid lane turret now.
Yeah, Bubbling actually played that really well. He lived. He was fighting the whole time, literally within flash or quick draw range, right at the very narrow crevice where you can actually quick draw over. As Graves lived, it was a 4-for-0 exchange when they contested the Rift Herald. We won't say that again this season.
No, I don't think so.
But a big success, you have to say.
And it wasn't even so much about the Rift Herald. It was just CJ realized that they could fight this, and they did a great job. I got to say, Bubbling's playing a great game.
And the big thing here is that Gangplank ult is down. Afrika have no real CC to talk about when Alistair's combo is down, and it's just literally the full health Fiora with ultimate rushing down people, and people die.
Yeah, once that Victor uses his combo too, there's just not a lot of consistent damage coming out of him at this point in the game.
I mean, Afrika trying to force down an objective when Blue Ezreal doesn't have Iceborne Gauntlet yet, only really had the Mana Moon and I guess maybe the Sheen during that fight. They just hadn't hit their item timings to be relevant. It's both Gangplank with no Trinity Force and Blue Ezreal with no Iceborne Gauntlet, which is basically a useless team for teamfighting.
Well, this CJ has been quite a bit more assertive in the early game than we've seen recently, and if you look at this matchup from a numbers perspective, Afrika certainly hasn't been the greatest team in the early game. So, if you can get something rolling with Mad Life, which is exactly what CJ's been doing, you've got a good chance to pull ahead. Even though CJ, like we talked about, is one of those teams that's generally really far behind. But look at this game. They were probably around, 3K gold ahead at 15 minutes a little while ago, 4K ahead right now.
This is definitely the very rare game. If you're a bird watcher, this is the one you've been looking for. The CJ enters ahead at 15 minutes game.
I know, strange. That's an interesting name for a bird, too.
A long one. It's a scientific
bird.
name, don't worry about it.
All right.
And Tara. doing fine on this Fiora. The laning phase was never going to cause any headaches. It was against the Gangplank, like we mentioned, but really cleaned up in that team fight. And just not something that he's had an identity to do previously. He's been on the Maokai, he's been on the Nautilus. He hasn't been on a clean-up champion. And okay, small sample size, 16 minutes into the game, but so far, big success.
I'm just kind of surprised to see CJ skirmishing so well early in the game like this. This is not something we've seen CJ do a lot this season.
I think it was more just a clear call to go in by, I guess, Mad Life or whoever recognized the items just aren't there for Afrika. They have no business trying to force an objective with where they're scaling and specifically where the item completions are at, and literally with their only team fight changing ability, Gangplank's Cannon Barrage, on cooldown.
Right. Very true. Well, Ixu's got the ability to farm, which is what he wants. Going to be a little bit later game. Mad Life just waiting. Support Kramer if they decide to dive him.
Still a lot of worries here from an Afrika perspective. They did take that mid lane turret, so now Victor can't just safely wave clear and delay the game to Hearts of Plenty, because at this point you just want to delay if you're Afrika.
Yeah, and I mean, Afrika still has gotten the first 2 dragons too, so if they can keep that up, that's going to serve them well later in the game.
I think that's going to be difficult. That's going to have to be a lapse in the warding around Dragon, because
now
CJ already showed they're willing to contest a Rift Herald. They're definitely going to contest a game-changing Dragon buff.
Well, especially with the turrets done too. I mean, should be able to do it pretty easily.
Still no Iceborne Gauntlet. I'm really not a big fan of Mana Moon Rush on Ezreal. It feels like Gauntlet just has so many intangibles, whether it's the cooldown reduction or the wave pushing, that really justifies it as a rush. I'm talking to Deficio. He was a fan of the Mana Moon Rush and doesn't feel there's a lot between the two, but it's just situations like this in that earlier brawl where you really feel the lack of Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, very true. Mad Life want to make a play.
It's a very
for Lyra.
It's a very narrow map from an Afrika perspective. You can't really go into your jungle whenever Mad Life's missing. There's so much pick power from him chiefly and just the rest of the team. They're getting pushed in every lane. There is getting access to farm. That's about it. And Gangplank just cannot walk anywhere near this 2-0-2 Fiora.
Yeah. He's got the zoning with the barrels, but he's not going to want to fight that 1v1. At least he can kind of stay safe, though. CJ just... Oh, there we go. Never mind. Maybe he can't stay safe. Drops a Cannon Barrage.
Tara could have just gone for that. He doesn't have the vision. I guess that's why he stopped. But there was literally easy solo kill potential there. Bubbling might not be done.
Yeah. Bubbling. Has that ult, too. I feel like he could have maybe sprinted in there with the buckshot and gone for it.
CJ may be playing too safe, but all in all, been a very, very successful. But just look at how much freedom they have. They're pushing into the inner turret in bot and top, and there's just nothing Afrika can do. They have no pressure on this map.
Well, CJ is just not used to being ahead by this much at this point in the game, so it's kind of interesting to see, you know, how they handle it. They're not used to having a lead like this, and they're pushing the objectives. But does it feel like they're being a little bit too shy, though?
I think they're being surprisingly assertive. Sure, they could be more assertive. They're not the Rocks
right
Tigers.
Now,
right?
though, you know,
they're not quite the Rocks Tigers, but like there's better teams than CJ who've played worse from ahead in these similar situations. So I think, all in all, pretty big credit to CJ. They've played this 19, 20 minutes like no other series they've played this season.
Yep. Hopefully it continues. They still have to close out, but they have a nice lead to do that with.
It's nice to see Bubbling look convincing on a champion, too.
Yeah. Surprising.
I mean, it hasn't really been game-changing 0-0-1, but after being given that reprieve from Lyra's mechanical misplay, he's played the fights surprisingly well.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been dying. That's kind of the biggest change, is that Bubbling is, you know, had a habit of going into the jungle and just finding ways to get killed. Here comes Snowflower. Speaking of getting killed, Mad Life thrown into the 1v2. Gonna run away. There's a kill, though, for Lyra. So the pick does come in. Meanwhile, Tara, time to dive onto Ixu. Ixu flashing over the wall. Tara's going to try to chase. Doesn't use his own flash. That was a wide flash that Ixu used.
This is the sort of Gangplank versus Fiora matchup I expected yesterday when Longshu was playing. It's really, really tough lane for Gangplank once Fiora gets going, has a couple of items. Sky's going to come, increase the pressure up top, but literally every time the ult's off cooldown, all in, and Gangplank's either dead or chunked out of lane. Afrika have so little map pressure. They have no pinks on the map at all. Maybe one just towards the bottom. It's going to be cleared if Bubbling wants to clear it. It's the only pink ward they have.
He doesn't, though.
On the map. They've just put another one towards their red buff, but it's one of those situations where the gold lead hasn't quite ballooned yet. Mickey, is he caught?
Teleport coming in. Utara trying to make a play onto Mickey. Mickey in a lot of trouble. GPL comes down, though. There's a wild growth. Utara doesn't have his own ultimate, though. Snowflower getting low, and actually they got the kill on Namiki in the back line. Sky was able to grab that one. Burned the Ignite to do it, but it worked out. 2 more kills coming in for CJ. And again, when's the last time you saw CJ make an aggressive teleport play like that?
2015.
Yeah, seriously. With a completely different roster. It's a really different game that we're seeing from CJ in a good way.
Isn't it great that we can feel excited about CJ? And if this was last season, we'd still be tempered. It's Mad Life. Looks for the hope. We'd still be tempered by the fact that a lot of those players were on the out one way or the other. Now with this new team having this exciting early game, you have so much confidence for when they start to get some and integrate some of these new players into the roster in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, definitely. Should be about time for Dragon now.
Yes. So viewers, just so you know, we still don't have Dragon or Baron timers.
There it is.
It's back to the 2013 meta.
My Dragon sense was tingling. I knew it was going to be soon.
Old man Doa. Seen many dragons go down, so I have 6th sense for these things.
I do. CJ, though, recalling. I'm a little bit surprised they're not going to contest this Dragon more. That's a bit odd.
It's a mistake. It's the only way you can put it. Given how far they're ahead they are in the game.
They're trying to get there, but it's not going to be an even fight. GP coming down. No ult for Ixu. That is something that could make a big difference, but Victor still has his. Madlife grabs Snowflower, brings him into the box. Dragon taken by Afrika Freaks. They're going to have to give up their support to do it, though. But being up 3 dragons to 0, I think, is something they're going to be satisfied with, giving away Snowflower for. Nice grab onto Lyra, getting him right before the pounce. Lyra's going to live, though, for a moment, long enough to kill Madlife anyway.
Just a 1-for-1 so far. This fight's going to stop, but the big thing to take away, though, they just get super low. Big thing to take away, mistake from CJ. Their recall timings were definitely off. They needed to communicate quicker, seeing if they can push this turret, but game plan should stop their push.
Wait, there's like the silhouette of a helicopter above that. Did you see that?
Nope.
There's like a double-bladed helicopter thing.
That's that Gangplank skin, because it's Special Forces Gangplank.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's a helicopter dropping the bomb with the skin. Oh, I never noticed that before. Interesting.
I'm sad that Bubbly didn't go with the theme and go for Robert Downey Jr. Graves, the skin that's reminiscent of... Well, I'm biting off more than I can chew, but...
I do not know what you're talking about.
From that movie with Tom Cruise's fat guy. Ben Stiller movie.
Tropic Thunder?
Yes. There's a Tropic Thunder Grave skin.
Is there really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Space always used to use it. He's wearing a blue jacket.
Oh. All right.
Gangplank got the memo, but sadly Graves did not.
I was not aware of that.
It's not called Tropic Thunder Graves, just to be clear.
Yeah, I would guess probably not. Well, CJ suffering maybe a little bit of a setback there.
It was just, that was their first mistake. That was the first thing to belie how well they played the first 20 minutes was when you're that far ahead, you don't give away free third dragons. You shop appropriately and you're in position. So a shot calling error there, not communicating the dragon timer, means that Afrika gets more than honestly they should. And it's one of those situations where, we get to this 5th dragon, if it does come up at a reliable time, it should be pre-40 minutes. CJ loses because of dragons, they can pinpoint that 3rd dragon that Afrika was in no position to pick up.
Yeah. Another big thing right now is Untara and Sky are so far ahead that CJ just needs to find fights, right?
Sky is
That's
huge.
what I want. 5-0-4 on that Lulu.
That means a whole lot of whimsy, a whole lot of shielding for Kramer to go big. He's only 1-0-2, but he's got his building block items down, only an Infinity Edge short of that really big trio of 80 items, and Sky's ready to speed him up.
Yeah, whatever, man. You're carry Lulu now. You speed yourself up. You use your E to do damage.
Nope. There's no Lich Bane, so it's not carry Lulu.
Doesn't matter. You've got the Death Cap. You've got the AP, man.
Yeah, the AP gives you more whimsy speed.
Yeah, for yourself.
Oh, no.
That's how you do it.
Never change.
If I did, I wouldn't win all those games. I win with my aggressive Lulu.
With your aggressive Lulu support, it must be.
Yeah, I build the same items, but from the bot lane.
About this time, 25 minutes, your usual build, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I've got the same kills, assists usually, Maybe a few more, but it's about the same.
CJ are applying pressure, but they're getting the blue for it. That's good to see. So they're doing the smart thing. What you can do in these situations, there's no dragon to take. There's no easy objectives. It feels like you're having a struggle to match the wave clear of the likes of Victor. Test these red buffs and blue buffs, which they've been doing really well. It's just, can they actually rotate around the map and take one of these inner turrets? Because all 3 are up, and if you look on the minimap, Gangplank's getting free farm, Blue Ezreal's getting free farm, Victor's clearing waves. CJ needs to find the next piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to break those inner turrets, isn't it? I mean, they don't exactly have the greatest siege ever, so they may just have to kind of wait and try to contest that 4th dragon.
See, I think that's a defeatist mindset. That's something that teams tell themselves, but actually, no, it's not true. What you need to do is push what you do have. If you have strong pick, get pink wards into one side of the jungle and rotate quickly between top and mid and use the death sentence from Mad Life to get a pick and force a turret. They're definitely not in a situation where they have to wait for dragon. So I think they need to be making those proactive moves. Mad Life pushes up one pink ward, but it's never a situation where you're hamstrung and just have to watch the enemy wave clear. If you're pushing waves freely into Gangplank, Victor, and Ezreal, you're making a mistake if your CJ enters.
They will probably wait for the next dragon anyway.
Well, that's a reality if a disappointing one.
Yep. Whoa, fight down in bot lane. Ixu going toe-to-toe with Tara. And Tara gets the kill, gets out. The heal just barely keeps him alive.
But he hasn't got the defensive vision to stick around and take that turret. And there's another small mistake from CJ that's stopping them push an important objective that they have earned with their smart first 25 minutes.
He didn't have the minion wave either, I suppose.
Minion wave's there. Still he's going to push without wards. That's the only issue here. Good that he's confident enough. They have vision on at least 4 of the enemy members. So
yeah, he knows where enough of the other team is. That turret's so low.
But you can see where things are just not quite as clean as they could be. CJ now on the upper side of the map pushing to start this Baron. Ixu's up in 10 seconds. No cannon barrage. So CJ have free reign to do whatever they want.
Pretty much.
Look, it's fine that CJ aren't pushing the game as much as they should, but you can see they've got some of the building blocks. They're getting closer. They just need to get a bit cleaner. And this game plan will work against opponents of all skill levels, not just the Afrika Freaks.
CJ just taking control of the enemy jungle for the moment.
This is good. So now they have the inside track to both top and mid lane turret. This is what you do when your siege is not great, is that you monopolize the quickest way to get between mid and top, and then just keep rotating until there's just no safe way for Afrika to match wave clear in one of these lanes. They're backing away. They're leaving Furor on the split push duty. Has Grand Challenge up, level 16. Wow, 2-level advantage.
Yep.
Gangplank can't enter lane against Intara. It's only saved by the fact that he can farm safely as inhibitor turret, but this should finally be a dragon for CJ enters.
Yeah. Yeah, Afrika Freak's not going to do anything to stop this one, so CJ gets that nice first dragon buff. Song Yoon sees it with the True Shot Barrage. And now we'll see if CJ starts doing what you're talking about. Now we'll see how much pressure they can put on these waves. I suppose they can just start baiting Baron too.
Well, the big thing here is that you don't really want to park Untara in a lane against Gangplank now because he can't realistically dive the inhibitor. He could try, but it is very, very risky. This is honestly where you do the Rocks Tiger special. You force a team fight with Lulu and a Fed Fiora and just kill everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, Lulu and Fiora together are 8-0-12. They're ready to go.
I think it's time to pay the Baron a visit.
Sure.
Force Afrika Freaks to come and say hi.
It's either dive or force a fight around Baron. Those are your 2 options. Anything short of that is a strategic mistake from CJ. To see if they're willing to pull the trigger again. It's these lower ranked teams, these newer teams that do find it harder to close out games, to go for the decisive calls. But CJ have Mad Life, a guy who's definitely had his share of making important game-changing calls. So let's see when they do pull the trigger. Fiora's shot just coming in 3 items strong. This Fiora is insanely massive.
Yeah, Untara should be able to do some pretty serious damage. And Afrika Freaks in a lot of trouble.
Not sure why Fiora is returning to bottom, unless they do want to start this Baron. Who's going to tank it? That's the problem. It's the reason why I want Fiora to be either looking for a dive or the team to be 5-man around Baron, is no one is actually a tank on the CJ lineup. There's effective tanks with Wild Growth, but baiting Baron is difficult, so either group or really look for this big play.
Looks like he'll be the Swit push instead.
Ah, yes. Push waves into Victor.
Yep. Feed the Victor.
Feed the Victor more. Well, they're going to keep contesting buffs, so it's the absolute minimum they should be doing, which is how much map control they have. But CJ needs to pull the trigger on something, though. If this game goes another 10 minutes at 10-2 with this gold lead, you're just giving free farm for no reason to Afrika.
I think CJ's average game time right now is 36 minutes, if I remember right. So, we've got a little bit of time before they concede that.
Okay, Lucian spends his mountain of gold. He had 2,400 in the bank. Now he's even got a Hex Drinker to if he's caught out by one of Nidalee or Victor. So, okay, CJ, do something. That's what we need to see. We're waiting for CJ to do something. And the longer they take, the more rope there is to hang themselves with.
There you go. They don't want that, though.
No.
You want that rope to be as short as possible so that it doesn't actually work. Ooh. Mad Life going for the hook. Doesn't work out.
Just look at this map.
Just
Afrika has
do
access
something.
to nothing. Do something is the question. And just clearing well wards is not enough. They need to start something and be decisive. But will they do it?
Well, they were pretty decisive in the first part of the game, first 20 minutes.
But now it's hard.
Well, it's like we talked about. They've never really had. This is the biggest lead they've had all season. You know, without going back and looking at every single game, I'm pretty sure they haven't been this far ahead at this point against really anyone else.
There's no more free objectives, so now they actually have to make the decisive move, either dive or take Baron. It's looking more and more like the dive. Fiora's going to walk over. There should be no way Afrika could just safely clear waves with how far ahead CJ are.
Yeah, they did a decent amount of damage to that turret already.
There needs to be a call to move Untara to another lane or force a fight with a teleport, because level 18 Fiora just shouldn't be pushing waves into a gameplay. It doesn't achieve anything. All right, Baron time. Let's do it. Let's go.
Feel the anger in your voice, Papa Smith.
Okay, they're doing something. They're doing something. This is great.
All right, good.
All right.
You were almost hulking out there.
I'm excited.
All right, CJ, the Baron not going down too quickly. GPL used. CJ wants to finish it. Can they do it? True Shot Barrage comes through. Baron does go to CJ. Will they pay for it, though? Ixu on the outside getting caught by Untara. Untara with a good angle to come over the wall and get a lot of kills here. Kramer untouched so far, and this is all CJ. Kramer with the triple kill, the quadra. Did he get the penta? No, not quite. Mad Life denies it. I guess it was a triple in the end as Untara picked one up too, but that was a pretty good fight for CJ. I mean, yeah, they lost 3 people, but hey, they got the Baron. They can push a couple turrets. It's about as good as you can expect, I guess, from these two teams.
That was a horribly executed team fight, but it doesn't matter because they're so far ahead. And when you're this far ahead, you can do whatever you want and you will win. There was no team fight that Afrika could win where this level 18 4-item Fiora, even with a BF sword, could lose. Even though Lulu died with his ult available, it didn't matter.
Yep.
Fiora killed everyone.
Exactly. If you have Fiora and Lucian who are fed, survive, doesn't matter.
I mean, just watch this fight. CJ just tanked so much damage. They're so low.
It's beautiful.
But it doesn't matter because Fiora just kills Gangplank before he can join and then kills everyone else. Kramer, the 2 carries with damage, aren't even in this fight. Lulu dies in the backline. They're not coordinated in any way. But it doesn't matter when you're this far fed. And that's what CJ should have understood 5 minutes ago. It took them a while. They finally made the decisive call. And they get the victory that was on the platter.
Yeah.
And now it's 13,000 gold lead, or 12,000, doing the maths correctly. CJ, time to dive something, time to push mid, time to finish the game.
Yeah, they almost got that other inhibitor. I think they'd be able to get it pretty soon. Baron, or not Baron, Dragon should be coming up in the near future as well. So CJ really can get set up for that. But they've got all the pressure now. You'd think they'd be able to close it without too much trouble at this point.
There's not a fight that Afrika can win, barring a massive mistake. So, look, CJ will just dot the I's, cross the T's. They're taking a second dragon because it's there, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you keep it away from Afrika Freaks. That's really the big thing, right?
I mean, Afrika can't leave their base. They can't go anywhere. They're so far behind.
You'd feel pretty silly if you lost a dumb team fight and then they got the 4th dragon.
There's nothing wrong with a tutorial victory. You're right, Noah.
Yep. Close it out smooth.
Well, time to put Whimsy on Untara and have him kill everyone.
Oh, yes.
Not words that have been said this season, but the Fiora really suiting CJ so far.
I mean, he's been playing well. He's gotten some solo kills in lane. He's been cleaning up during team fights, and Kramer's had good positioning too, so the carries have been doing their job. 2 inhibitors down before the tier 2 and top even gets touched.
Being a bit facetious about tutorial victories, but CJ have decided, yep, I must kill every structure. Everything must die, is the call from CJ.
Well, if you don't need to take a risk, there's really no reason to.
And look, it's a valid argument that you brought up to some degree earlier. CJ haven't been in this position very much before, so don't build any bad habits.
Yeah.
Kill everything easily. It's the freest of inner turrets after struggling for 10 minutes to get any of the inner turrets. Push it down, go back and shop. Everyone's basically a god at this point. And Afrika just, honestly, all they can do is watch as things go down, and when the fight is eventually forced, they're just too many items behind to really pull something off. Xu has Infinity Edge Trinity Force, but he doesn't have deletion potential anymore, and Tara, he's got everything.
Yep. Yeah, 407 on the Fiora, 519 on the Lulu, 403 on the Lucian. It doesn't really get much scarier as far as who's got the kills for CJ.
And the reason why I get frustrated is that you have to also take into account these scores are there, and it's a Lulu. It's the champion that really empowers anyone to be an initiator, anyone to dive. Lulu has so much AP that with this damage, Huntara just shows up and they win a fight. So
now, to be fair, Sonyun's pretty strong right now too.
Yeah.
So if they can maybe make a pick on one of the carries, they've got a chance.
Well, Fiora's coming in. I think we might finally see the dive. The turret's falling low. Freaking doing everything they can to keep up this last inhibitor turret.
Yeah, well, and Tara able to clear all the minions coming out of the base just to let those super minion waves be that much more effective.
They need 3 to dissuade him. If they send 3, this turret will go down instantly, so Freaka have no good moves to make.
Yep. Is there a true shot barrage? And Mickey's had a pretty bad game, though.
Much playmaking on the Victor and just kind of being a victim of how this game's gone. It was a really nice roam from Thresh to put his lane ahead.
You went from victor to victim.
To some degree, you are correct.
In every degree.
Pushing up double super minion waves. Really going to run out of options here for Afrika. You look at their comp, not like they have any initiation. Maybe the flash combo from Alistar, maybe the Gangplank ult, but it's lose-lose time for Afrika.
Yep.
Here, Dongjun on the Korean cast account telling them, just get in there, tank it, finish the game.
Oh, really?
I know that's the gist of it.
I see. Probably right. I mean, it's hard for this team to break the base, though.
Well, someone has
Or
to make
break
the call.
that top lane anyway.
Whoever it is has to say dive, because that is what needs to happen. But diving is scary when you're 7th on the ladder.
Yeah, well, they're like, well, this game isn't long enough. We need to stretch it out another 10 minutes.
That's right, you got averages to keep up.
Oh, Inhibitor's back at mid.
That's all back
Oh,
away.
come on.
Maybe there's a Baron or a Dragon to kill soon.
Okay. Well, no, we're getting the Inhibitor.
No way for Afrika to fight in this open ground. Too much power on the other members.
So why not just forget that top Inhibitor and just push mid and bottom?
These are the questions I asked Jinna many times last year. And
Yeah.
I raised at CJ this game.
One wonders. I mean, Baron's coming up real soon now, so CJ just backing off, and they're going to get set up for that, I suppose.
Look, this is a rookie team trying to close out a game, though. This is the reality that we're living in. Diving is something they don't want to do. They've made it clear. They've had so many opportunities to dive with the crazy AP stack on the Lulu and the incredibly fed Fiora, but they want to go with 0% chance of losing rather than 5%, and the result is that we add another 10 minutes onto the game.
I mean, the items are there, though, for Afrika Freaks now. So CJ does need to be a little bit careful.
And now
Kramer has a GA.
And now you make an execution error, and you lose somehow.
Yep.
And then, well, you wonder how that happened. But actually, it's nothing to do with the mistake in the team fight. It's to do with the previous 20 minutes when you didn't end the game.
Right.
Hooray for 6.2.
Well, Afrika's been unleashed. They're out of their base. The Baron is back.
Seeing the mid lane for the first time in quite a while.
Yep. And we'll see if CJ is able to claim this other Baron. Huntara can still push as much as he wants.
He also doesn't quite have 6 items, so...
Yeah, it looks like he might be going for that GA. What do you think?
Yep, definitely.
I would say so.
With all the lifesteal, you come back and you just lifesteal up with the GA. If you somehow die through the Lulu, it's okay.
Well, we've got the one-on-one going on in top. Ixu's going to try to take on Huntara, but he just can't.
No, there's no taking on.
There's a Baron.
All right, here we go.
Yep, that's right. And now we'll see how much Afrika wants to commit to defending this. Bubbling a little bit low. There's the engage from Snowflower. Gets on the Sky and Kramer. TP coming in. Mad Life very, very low. Drops the box in a good place, so GP ult zoning a bit. And now Huntara getting into the back lines. Fiora has been unleashed. Double kill already. Kramer, though, on his own has to flash away. That was a little bit messy, but Songyun taking a lot of hits. Lucky he didn't die to Kramer right there. Now there's a Whimsy. Kramer coming up onto Mickey. Mickey with a bit of damage. Can Kramer get him? Gravity Field says no. And I think they're just going to turn back onto that Baron now.
CJ still have no tank the Baron. That's why they fell low. They were all chunked out. But you saw the moment Untara comes in, ults the Alistar just to kill him, easily cleans off a second person. CJ are doing this as sloppily as possible, again betraying their rookie status, but they're so far ahead that it doesn't matter.
Yep. Dragon is checked. Looks like CJ's going to go and do that. I've got a feeling one of these teams is going to get 5 dragons before we end the game.
No, please. Don't say things like that.
I wish I didn't have to.
No proclamations like that, please.
There will be at least 7 5th dragons in this game. At least
enters.
5 out of 7 dragons in this game.
So CJ get horribly chunked out because they have no one to tank the Baron. The teleport's super late, but look at all these low health bars. It doesn't matter when Fiora has 6 items, instantly kills everybody. Whimsy and Wild Growth is enough, and there's nobody on Afrika that can do anything. Eventually gets dissuaded to some degree, and Kramer reinitiates the fight by taking damage.
Yeah. By doing some, too.
Mostly taking. Well, let's push mid.
Let's push something. We're bubbling. Turn needs to be careful here.
Does he
Yeah,
though?
okay. Maybe. There's a catch on the Mickey, though. Nice play from Mad Life. There's a box going down. Untara pops his ult. Gets the heal off. Doesn't keep him alive, though. Not quite enough. Actually, he barely lives. GA, thank you very much. He got it done just in time.
But Mad Life did it his way. He initiated. He got the Wild Growth. He's like, all right, if no one else will do it, I'll finally do it. They're going to push in, and they're eventually going to win this game.
Yep. And there's the ult once more from Ixu. CJ should be able to close it out with no issues. Yeah, there goes the Nexus. Kramer's still looking for more kills. So why not? Gets a couple. GG. CJ takes game 1.
Look, maybe it was 20 minutes or 15 minutes late, but CJ Enters played a winning early game and translated it into a match victory.
Yeah, it was a different CJ than we've seen previously.
You could definitely see they were inexperienced in closing out games when they're ahead because they've just never been ahead before this late in the game. Usually it's that Titanic team fight they win when they push down everything and win with the long death timers. They showed a lot of execution shyness when it came to finishing the game, but eventually picked up the deserved victory.
Yeah, well, in the end, it was just Mad Life saying, all right, guys, it's time to win. I'm going over the wall. I'm going to flay, put down the box, and then we're going to clean up.
There were so many controlled risks that would have been so much lower, but eventually Mad Life said, whatever, screw the percentages, I'm going in.
Well, good games by the solo laners for CJ as well. Sky and Untara both looking really good on that Lulu and that Fiora. Bubbling, looking surprisingly good too.
Credit Untara. Went from tank top laner to carry and did it well.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is, can they repeat that kind of thing in game 2? That's what I'm really wondering about now.
Don't know how big the champion pools are. Maybe some pick ban changes might help Afrika get a foothold in this series.
Maybe. We'll see what Afrika has when they come back for game number 2.
Hopefully a carry for Mickey.
I think you do. I think you need to give Mickey a carry. Even if you have to put him on something like the LeBlanc, the Ahri, the Zed, just give him something that he can make plays with. Because Victor's got great wave clear, and he does have the ability to blow people up, but I think you need to unleash Mickey here and give him a chance.
Don't put the eggs in the Ixu basket. That's what we learned this game.
Well, that's something people should have learned a long time ago. We'll see what Afrika has in store for game number 2 against CJ. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Champion Spring in Mad Life. Support carrying his way to the MVP in game number 1, and you really can't argue with that, can you, Papa Smithy? Whenever a good play was to be made, Mad Life was the one making it.
I mean, you can just reduce it further. Whenever CJ Entus win a game, it was probably Mad Life. Let's be real. Now has joint 4th in the overall MVP standings. Mad Life made things happen. It's a consistent trend, blowing both summoners early in this laning phase. It was already a bad one for Afrika, but blowing both summoners made it just a really, really troubling one. And then when the game needed to be won, he was the one that did it right at the last.
Yeah, look at this. Bubbling.
This is Lyra missing the spear to get first blood and then getting owned from it. That should definitely have been.
Look at this. Somebody needs saving. Mad Life is there.
Oh, look at this. Look at
I love it.
Camera angle. Love it.
Sick. He's like, don't worry, I did this with ambition a lot. I love it how whenever characters dash in this game or get pulled, they like run into the air.
I just love how Mad Life played this engage. Walked up, tried the death sentence, flayed, tanked the turret so that Lulu could get free autos.
Well, he flashed the gravity field to get that play too, which is pretty sick stuff. Look at that.
Mid-pounce.
How do you do that? You beat Mad Life, that's how you do it.
That's right. Gave up his life, but it's worth it. How far there, but this is the end of the game where Mad Life's like, well, I'm chucked out. Whatever.
Time to win. Look at that. Sees the 3-man play over the wall.
There were so many other ways the game could have been won, but guess what? When it all came down to it, it had to be Mad Life.
Yeah. Mad Life decides who lives and who dies.
At least we learned that taking away some of his hair is not Samson-esque. He does actually still keep his power.
Mad Life and I both wear Ray-Bans. We are just that cool together. It's just another connection I have to one of the greatest sport players of all time.
Not an official sponsor of the broadcast?
No. It's just my connection to Mad Life.
Both support players, both bloodthirsty.
Both hardcore support carries. I mean, yeah, I may do my support carrying in silver, but, you know, it's about the same.
About the same.
NA Masters. Yeah, so, Afrika, and interestingly enough, CJ's old coaching staff receiving a beatdown at the hands of their old team and their new roster.
I mean, we live in a bizarre world where CJ Entus had a comfortable early game lead. Untara on his trademark carry champion, Fiora, won them the game. But Mad Life was the connecting tissue for what was a quintessential CJ Entus victory.
Yeah, definitely. It was good to see a more aggressive early game, though. Honor's like, I taught him all he knows.
Let's load into game 2. Expect to see some different bans. I think Afrika will not be letting the likes of the Lulu get through. I think that was just too comfortable for Sky. Put him on the Twisted Fate. Put him on something that needs to actually make plays. Because when he's been actually forced to make the proactive moves in the mid lane, it's been when he's looked the weakest.
Indeed. Well, picks and bans time for game number 2, Afrika versus CJ. Now, they banned out the Callista from themselves last game, which I don't think was the greatest idea. The Ezreal didn't work out.
Didn't want to give it away as a first pick, I guess. As you mentioned, took away the blue Ezreal as a pick and didn't do much with it. So we're expecting differences, but one thing stays the same. After that Longzhu series, it's going to be a while till Mad Life gets the bar.
CJ might be thinking about leaving Zed open here. They banned the Zed first last game and the Ryze second. This time going for the Ryze first. Same first ban from Afrika. Are they going to ban the TF as well?
I think it's a risk. I feel like if Sky loses Lulu, he defaults to TF, and I don't think you want to give Mickey Zed into that TF, so...
Yeah, you didn't seem to think Sky's TF was that great, though.
I mean, Sky's just not that great, though. Like, I don't like just pointing at people being like, you're not very good, but he's definitely bottom 2 in mid laners. I think probably bottom of the mid lane pool. Lulu obviously is a utility champion. He actually played very well last game, so he deserves some props. And Untara showed that he has a carry side to him, so smart from Afrika to ban the one champion with the potential to carry that Untara's shown something on.
True. I think CJ is smart to ban away that Callista from Songyun. We mentioned earlier that Songyun's only wins this season have been on Callista.
Game 1 did not change that.
Nope. Alistar ban. That's probably a good idea, too. Mad Life would almost certainly pick it.
So what does Afrika want to take with the first pick? When you're banning Alistar, it says you don't want to first pick Alistar, which has of course been one of the safest first picks.
They might first pick Thresh. It looks like they're targeting Mad Life, but if they don't first pick Thresh here, then what's the point of banning Bard Alistar, right?
Well, Lulu is up. And giving Sky Lulu would give a sense of comfort to the problem mid laner on the side of CJ Entus, but Afrika's in that awkward spot where they could give 2 very powerful champions over on the red side. No junglers banned, so...
And GP's still available too again. Now, but I mean,
I don't think you take GP if you're a Freaka. Ixu didn't show that it's really in his wheelhouse, and you don't want Mickey on a passive laning mid lane champion.
Why would you ban away both of Mad Life's other champions and not take away Thresh?
I mean, Snowflower was a good Alistar, so why are you banning Alistar on the blue side? You do get access to Corki, who Mickey has shown some prowess on, so I don't mind that.
I mean, CJ can just still take Thresh. I suppose, does it put a little bit of pressure on CJ to take Thresh in that first rotation, though?
It does to some degree, but I mean, if you can get Mad Life onto a non-engaged champion, you feel great, but...
Yeah, you gotta take that Thresh.
Thresh Greg's bubbling again. Look, he wasn't a superstar last game, but he wasn't a problem. Just like Sky, right? Both Bubbling and Sky have kind of been headaches in most of the CJ losses, so keep them on comfort. If you can get Lulu in the next round as well, CJ can recreate most of the comp they just won with.
Yeah.
Only Fiora is the adaptation ban. It means that Untara probably doesn't have a top lane carry, but after getting frisky on the Fiora, maybe there'll be a gangplank top from a CJ perspective.
I'm still a little bit surprised about the first pick focus on the Corki here.
I mean, Corki's so strong. He's a flex pick.
He's good, but you'd think they could have just banned out the Lulu or the Graves and then first pick the Alistar for Snowflower.
This is a point. I can't really dissect why we saw two blue side support bans.
Yeah.
It's a bit curious. We'll see where Afrika goes with the draft. There is, of course, the chance that Sungyun will take Corki into the bottom lane, but the Lucian lock-in definitely means no ambiguity about where the Corki's going.
Yep, and the Elise grabbed for Lyra. Lyra and Bubbling, I believe Elise is both their most played jungler going into today. Now we've seen Fly play some Zilean on KT, but we have not seen Sky play the Zilean yet.
Zilean Poppy would be a really big duo to be locked in. That's the one that's been going around the world. It started with Energy Pacemaker over in China, and then we saw GBM and friends do that.
I like that.
In North America, as you said, KT pulled it off well as well. Poppy's available. I believe it was banned last game, so...
Poppy was not banned last game, just kind of fell through, yeah.
Crazy on 6.2, where there hasn't been massive nerfs, but a couple of love taps in the way of Poppy.
Yep. Yeah, Zed, the pick going through for CJ that wasn't banned last time.
I mean, CJ either blind pick Victor or they choose top lane here, so it looks like they want to actually keep a top lane counter pick, potentially the gangplank for Untara. This draft is really shaping up for a last pick gangplank.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to grab the Ezreal along with this Victor, looks like. Yeah. All right, well, CJ looking like they're going to go for the late game here.
Yep, does look like they're opting to late game. They got very strong wave clear from the Victor. Will be a risk to some degree. Ezreal's not lane dominant, but Kramer obviously a wonderful blue Ezreal player. Yeah. 2-1, 13 KDA on that Ezreal. Where do Afrika go with the last pick? Reworked Shen?
It'd be cool to see the new Shen.
WTF new Shen?
WTF new Shens, yeah. That's perfect. It'd be neat.
I don't think he's very good though.
Well, we'll see what Snowflower thinks.
Well,
I guess he thinks the same thing.
There's no ambiguity here. They're picking for top.
Yeah, and Brom's a good pick against Ezreal, of course.
Ability to just cancel all that ultimate damage if you're on point. Makes it a very powerful pick, as you mentioned.
It's a lot of damage in general.
You already have a Lucian. That's a very strong laning partner. Of course, you really get those concussive blows stacks. Concussive bros. Well, I mean, Lucian and Braum are basically concussive bros because
they are. They're always the bot lane duo, man.
Well, the passive stacks stack up the concussive blows. So
that's true.
It's very, very powerful as a laning champion.
They're a duo made to make that passive work well. I think we can call that duo the concussive bros.
And look, Gangplank, Poppy, I think both of them are fine choices on the side of CJ Entus. Untara, it feels like Poppy maybe falls into the wheelhouse a little bit more. Although he just impressed us in Fiora, so anything's possible. The thing about Poppy is that Poppy has more lane presence than Gangplank, and you already have an Ezreal who could potentially really just be stacking up a tier, so it's lower risk to go for the Poppy.
I think if you've got a Poppy running amok in the enemy team, suddenly Sky and Kramer are much, much more free, Bubbling as well, to do all the damage. I love the Poppy here.
And we're still on patch 6.2, where if you instant channel the ultimate, it's a 1.5 second knockup. Yeah. For context, Alistar has a 1 second knockup. Only Malphite's ultimate is a 1.5 second knockup. So basically a Malphite ult in melee range with the charge, you basically charge in there. It's basically Alistar or Malphite all over again. And yeah, I like the Poppy. I think it's the safer choice from CJ Entus.
Sure.
They have damage coming out of the jungle. They have good damage across the run. And we know what Kramer and Mad Life can do on Ezreal Thresh. This is very much a staple of 2016 CJ Entus.
Yeah. Well, I've got a feeling the gold lead may not be as high at 15 minutes for CJ this time.
Well, it was a once-in-a-lifetime, apparently, last game. So
yeah.
Africa have the corky for lane pressure, and mid in general, they have good wave clear in every lane. Africa, is this the sort of game where Africa could maybe run away with it? Because they do have good laning matchups, especially early in every lane. But if you fall behind at all, if this Poppy gets some items uninterrupted, could be some headaches in the late game dealing with Poppy for Africa.
Yeah. Well, so far every match that CJ has won has been a 2-1 victory. So historically speaking this season, this game should be a win for Africa Freaks. So we'll see. CJ, I think, better positioned now in this matchup to get the 2-0 than they really ever have been before this season.
It was already Bizarro Day with CJ Entis really running away with the early game in Game 1, so who knows what happens when CJ dominate the early game.
Yep. CJ dominates the early game. So,
words said, unironically.
I know. That dominating CJ early game, that's something I didn't think I'd be saying today.
One day it'll come back.
Maybe. Was it ever really here?
No, that's fair.
Yeah. I think about Blaze and Frost back in the day. Was it ever really here?
Maybe in top lane.
Well, I mean, Flame just likes to sit around, man. Let's see if Africa can tie things up, guys. It's time to get in the game. The world is all CJ's right now as they come into this match with a dominating Game 1 performance. Africa, their stream viewers out in force tonight, Kappa.
Everyone's out in force, maybe with one eye towards our next series. Of course, guys, stick around after this. KT Rolster versus SK Telecom will be our final series of our short week here. Only 2 match days because of the Lunar New Year break.
Yep, that's right. Ushering in the year of the monkey with a bit of relaxation and a great match to finish things out in a new chapter in the Telecom War. I see Nagne sitting in the front row in the audience here, ready to watch his former team try to take out SKT. And, you know, again, we talked about this before. It's probably going to be one of the closer SKT-KT matches we've seen in years, potentially.
I'm hoping it's a 3-game nail-biter. It means a long night, but it means an exciting one, because both those teams, when they turn it on, and okay, we haven't seen SKT turn it on very much in 2016, but we know that their ceiling is world champions, so anything is possible in the next series, and honestly, anything's possible here, because the CJ playbook was thrown out the window last game, and maybe we'll see another active early game, specifically from Bubbling, who look pretty comfortable on the Graves.
Maybe. I love that Madlife just always takes Thunderlords. He's like, you know what? I can do more damage with this.
Bond of Stone doesn't actually kill the enemy, so...
That's right, so it's useless. I agree.
A lot of supports have been moving over to Strength of the Ages. That's been a very popular mastery for jungle and support. Everyone likes getting basically a free Giant's belt, but turns out the Thunderlords kills people better, so
it's true.
Go with that.
It's true. I still find myself defaulting to Nami a lot when I play in solo queue, just because so much of playing support is just keeping your AD carry alive, you know?
It's not very bloodthirsty, dog.
No. Well, the thing is, if you're playing low elo, what you do is you just play safe, keep your carry healthy, and then you wait for your opponents to make mistakes.
Well,
Mickey, speaking of mistakes, may have to burn a summoner. Here's Madlife coming in. There's the flash. Madlife with the flash flame. Mickey in a lot of trouble. Can they get the kill? They can. And Sky's going to claim first blood, but Madlife making the plays already here in Game 2.
Speaking of solo queue, what was Mickey doing so far overextended with no wards on the top side of the map after a lane swap was initiated?
I'll tell you, he was trying to be Faker.
By CJ Ent as well.
He pretty much was. He was overextended early on in lane, got killed, yeah.
I've seen many people try to be Faker both on the competitive scene and in solo queue, and sometimes you pay for it.
You do. You do.
That was just really desperately poor from Mickey, who in the previous game was on Victor, was wave clearing. I don't think we can level too much criticism on him, but you think of the time he died in lane last game, it was a really impressive outplay from Madlife to get the play and get the kill. This time it was just a pure mistake.
It was, Mickey. Yeah, it was pretty elementary for just Madlife to walk up and flash play, and that's about it. Yeah.
All she wrote. So now it's going to be the mirrored turret takings, but the big bonus in the pockets of CJ Entis.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sky getting that first blood gold is great. Able to come back with that second Doran's ring. question is, where does Victor put those rings? Do they go on his like robot hand, or does he actually put them on his regular hands? I'd put them on my robot hand, you know?
Yeah. How many rings can you bear on a robot hand? Probably about 6, I guess.
Well, I mean, 5 if you have one for each finger.
I was just thinking about how many rings you could buy. It's just 6.
You can buy more than, well, I guess you can't stack rings, yeah.
Oh, you can stack rings. You just only have 6 slots, though.
That's coming. You know, maybe someday you'll be able to stack Doran's
You
items.
were actually correct the first, because of course he's got a hex core, so he can only stack 5.
Oh, yeah, you're right. See, that's what I meant.
Law appropriate. Thanks, Rito.
That's what I meant. I knew it all along.
Why do I have a question, Eudor? You're always right.
I don't know. You shouldn't.
Note taken.
Yeah.
Well,
Nope.
CJ, take the Rift Herald, and
Yeah.
Afri can do the smart thing. Whenever you see the Rift Herald go down, you're like, okay, I guess it's a free dragon.
Yep, might as well. And Africa did get the first 3 dragons last game. CJ was able to still push back and win that one. But that was standard lane, so this is a lane swap, so we're going to see a very different, probably much longer game this time around.
It's one of those games where the lane swap's not called. Again, it's mostly pure luck as to where the lane swap goes in. Some teams can be really aggressive. If you have a Nidalee, for example, you can just pounce over the pit and put down a deep ward at 40 seconds. Maybe you get some information, but without a Nidalee who can just, jump over walls at level 1, very difficult to get enough deep vision in to actually get an informed lane swap, so you just kind of take what comes.
Pretty much.
Well, it's not ambition, but it's Graves on an invasion, and Thresh as well.
Oh, and we may have a
Sandra's
bit of a dive
really
here.
overextended.
Yeah, Ixu could be in trouble using that E. Mad Life ready.
Oh.
Oh, he misses the flay, though.
Oh.
A rare skill shot miss from Mad Life. They still get the flash, so mission accomplished. I'd still call that a win.
And it definitely wasn't going to be a turret dive. There's no turret to dive. It looked like
Yeah, I
it
suppose it's true.
was a gimme kill, but as you mentioned, very, very rare misplay from Mad Life, who had his boots of roaming super early after the successful gank.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll forgive him.
Will we, though?
Yeah, he got a summoner. It wasn't a loss. It was still a win. It just wasn't as big of a win as it could have been.
It's actually a really nice pink ward pushed up into the red side jungle as CJ enters, so Mad Life smart to take the longest route possible to bot lane.
I mean, pretty decent CS leads in top and ADC position for CJ already. So that part of the lane swap has worked out well.
Just remember, it's tier Ezreal. It's not in a lane swap situation, so it doesn't have the effective stats to deal with the hammer coming through from Lucian. I want to say it's Caulfield's hammer. That sounds right.
Yeah, Caulfield's hammer.
Serrated Dirk and Caulfield's hammer.
Yeah.
When will we see our first Raptor cloak into Zarok portal? That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean,
We should
probably
discuss this.
it'll probably be in some sort of Rocks Tigers game, I would think.
So we're on air, but we should discuss this anyway. Zarok portal or ZZ Rock portal?
Zerat Portal.
'Cause I heard ZZ Rock portal on the
Well,
LCS broadcast, and
that's
Zarok
just
sounds
too
much better.
that's just too awkward to say.
Okay.
It should be Zerat Portal.
So we're
yeah.
sticking with Zarok portal
Zerat's Portal, yeah.
and spray and pray, not rat-a-tat.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. You even have to ask.
Just making sure.
This is League of Legends champions, man.
Well, Africa have been set up around this blue buff for spawn for a long time. They're
I
going to
know.
start it.
Wow, they
Oh,
really.
they're going to get it.
I mean, yeah, they got the blue buff, but man, that was a lot of time spent waiting there.
To Africa's credit, they had a pink ward on both blue buffs. So blue buff steal at least is a little bit less lane control. You need that blue buff to be able to spam those waves down, especially since Sky hasn't had time to get the Hex Core upgrade yet, so still doesn't have instant wave clear at level 7.
Yeah, the extra Doran's ring probably helps out a bit, at least.
The Aftershock is how you clear this wave instantly at level 7, so has to actually auto-attack things. Really tough life for Victor without the Hex Core upgrade.
I know. I know what having to auto-attack things is like sometimes.
You know all about Victor. 5 rings maximum,
That's right.
auto-attacking, completely on the ball.
That's right. It's the Lord of the Rings right now. He's got all of them on CJ.
You know not to talk about Lord of the Rings with me, Dylan.
Yeah, I know. Guys, Papa Smithy still hasn't seen Lord of the Rings.
That's not true. I saw the first movie.
Yeah. What's it
And-
called?
Fellowship of the Ring.
Okay, at least you got that.
Is the second one the Two Towers? Or is that
Yeah.
the third one? I don't
That's the second one. Just stop. Just stop.
Third one, I don't know. I watched the first one, I got bored, I played Snake on my phone.
That is one of the saddest couple sentences I've ever heard in my life.
I know, I watched the first one, that was my mistake.
No. I don't know what to say, man. I mean,
Look, I like
It's really good.
I like my fantasy Game of Thrones style. You can decide what that means.
Okay. Are you sure you want that?
Whatever it is, man.
All right.
Accept all permutations.
Okay.
Speaking of permutations, CJ's still ahead pre-15 minutes, so that's still surprising.
Yeah, but they've got 6 minutes to fall behind. They
That's
can do
true.
it. I believe in them.
Bubbling's walking through wards. It's a possibility.
That's true. CJ has managed to clean up most of the wards anyway. Uh-oh, TP coming in for a Freak of Freaks. They're going to go ahead and send Ixu up there.
That is a really long walk.
Yeah, it is. Madlife gets the grab on the Snowflower. CJ backing away. They're going to try to go in onto Ixu. Slammed against the wall. There's Ixu ulting himself. Untara looking in trouble. There's a kill for Ixu. Snowflower comes in. They're going to try to grab Bubbling as well. Mickey piling on the damage. Songyin with that one. And hey, that's a teleport play that worked out pretty well.
Even though it looked like an optimistic teleport, the big thing was that Mickey rotated first and Victor was slow to rotate, had only just shopped, bought double Hexcore upgrades, but wasn't in position to relieve any pressure. So good teleport from Ixu, good play call from Anarchy, and they pick up the 2 kills.
Yeah. Not enough vision for Sky to push that lane at all either. He's going to have to back away. At least it did get him the blue buff.
Kills go on to Ixu, one of them at least. Helps with his Rod of Ages timing, and Lucian gets ahead. So Kramer, I mean, it's going to be the story, right? This is going to be a bit more of the old school CJ enters, because Kramer's not on lane dominant,
yeah.
So get in those 6 items and then get him fighting. That's been how they've played Blue Ezreal previously.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one, but CJ has proven time and time again that they are really good at playing this kind of comp in the late game.
But the fun thing is that CJ Entis was always a good team at late game team fighting, but you change all the cattle and still pretty impressive.
Yeah. Almost all the cattle. The cattle?
Yeah, the cattle on the field. They're plowing the Summoner's Rift for wins.
All right. There should be cooler animals, though, than just regular cows. They could be at least bison.
Well, there's no Alice in this game, so...
Yeah, but he's the actual cow. That would be when it's more appropriate to be a cow.
Yeah, Minotaur.
Yeah, but, well, Minotaurs are like cow people, though. They're not bison people.
Cowish.
Well, anthropomorphic cow people, yeah.
Okay.
Africa Freaks going for their second dragon.
Well, this is very reminiscent of the previous game. Dragon control was what Africa had. They rushed down 3 very, very early. In fact, they're even ahead of that clip. They should have their 3rd if they take it on spawn in 17 minutes.
Yeah. CJ might have to get a little bit worried here, as they might not be able to save this mid lane turret.
That Corky,
Maybe they can. There we go.
that Corky and Lucian have free time. They will power it down, even with a Lucian to clear waves. So CJ sends some backup.
And Untara's pretty far behind Ixu as well.
They're trying to punish Kramer free farming up his Iceborne Gauntlet and Tia. This is a good move from Africa. They have to use an ult. They're just trying to dissuade as many waves as possible so this turret doesn't go down pre-15 minutes.
Yeah, losing that mid lane turret would be pretty awful for CJ at this point.
But Kramer's not fight ready. I understand why they're doing what they're doing, but this is Afrika actually playing at extra level. They understand, okay, CJ need to have this freeze in bottom, just given the build path.
Oh, here they go over the wall. They're going to try to make a play here, but it's 3v3, and Madlife grabs Snowflower. There's the flay. Gravity Field not catching anyone. They had Lyra coming down, so CJ smart not to engage. Ixu could come over the wall for a dive here. But Madlife knows what's up.
Spot it out. Kramer has ult again. He shoots it out. Will this be the turret?
Wow, Flash W on the Bubbling. They're going to ult him too. Easy kill for Ixu. Grabs that one. I guess Songyin ended up getting the kill. They get the turret. Turret's traded for both of these guys. Both of these teams, rather.
Yeah, but the mid lane turret, that's the one you want to get down. Victor losing his mid lane turret at 12 minutes. You almost never see smart rotation from Afrika. Even though it's a traded kill, it is an objective win from an Afrika perspective.
Yep. He's like, I don't want the blue buff after all.
Yeah, leashing, trolled out Kramer there.
Yep.
Too defensive in his positioning, but didn't have wards, so probably not the worst idea to not get blown up by someone. And, well, I think CJ's looking for 35-minute team fights.
Lee Sin kind of sounds like if Sean Connery was trying to say Lee Sin.
Leashing.
Lee Sin is my favorite Jungle champion. Junior, leash the blue buff for me, please.
I don't think he's ever going to make another movie. Makes me sad.
Said he didn't want to. So.
I know, but what an icon of the film industry.
No kidding.
Going out on that movie as well. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, it was ambitious at least. Bad life. Oh, minion. Well, it's Flash Flay. Ixu makes it out on the E anyway.
Just a death sentence. No flash needed.
Oh yeah, I suppose he did use the Q to go in.
Yeah, it was the flying part of the death sentence and then Eid, rather than a flash. I can see how it looked like that to you.
Oh, thank you. Glad you can see that.
Actually, no, I can't see it, though. How could you do that, you professional caster?
Well, I was paying attention to the life and times of Sean Connery. And you just expect Mad Life to flash whenever he engages, too.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, the Rift Herald wasn't contested. Hilariously, the previous game, where CJ Entis ran the early game, was won because Rift Herald was contested and they got 4 kills.
Yeah,
that's just bizarro world in every way possible.
I don't think Africa Freaks wants to do that this time.
I don't think we'll ever see the world align in quite that way, even if there's a couple of meta changes. I don't think we're going to see CJ Entis run the early game and then contest a Rift Herald to win the game ever again.
Probably not.
Freaka really pushing and aggressive into the inner turret. They need to send someone here, CJ. They're going to lose it. These turrets are still pretty paper thin at 14 minutes.
Bam. Goodbye.
Only one,
Not enough, though, yeah.
It's super low. They're going to get it.
Yep.
There's a lot of people coming from CJ. They need to be careful, though.
Oh, yeah. Untara gets jumped on immediately, though. Nearly eats a full culling. There's a TP coming in. Mickey drops a package in a great place. Bubbling. Gone. Sky destroyed, too. Double kill for Mickey, and this game is all Africa so far.
CJ Entis showed so little awareness. They thought they could just slowly saunter one by one to the 3-man group from Africa. Africa already winning this game. A lot of the power spikes are much earlier. And look at Mickey. Finally found some room for aggression, and did he ever show it?
Nice block by Snowflower. That's why he picked the Braum. Might have been able to get the kill onto Ixu if Braum hadn't been there.
Concussive bros.
Concussive bros. Yeah, but it's just not looking good for CJ right now.
No, they are monstrously far behind, more so than the 4,000 gold really reflects that they have no lane pressure. It took CJ 25 to 30 minutes to achieve this onto Africa last game, and 15 minutes in, never count out Blue Ezreal, CJ Entis. They've been in this position many times this season, but definitely back to tight. 4,000 gold behind around 15 minutes. Yep, CJ Entis for sure.
Yeah.
The ringers are gone from last game, Doa. This is the real CJ Entis squad.
Yeah, but this is a pretty big deficit, even for what CJ's come back against.
All I can say is if they have their inhibitor turrets in 20 minutes and Ezreal has 4 items, anything is possible.
Yeah, we'll see. Kramer did go for the Iceborne Gauntlet early on, so he's got that kiting power that Sangyu didn't have last game. At this point, anyway.
Africa are being really aggressive and decisive. They're going for another kill.
Yep. Well, Mad Life gets Kramer out, no problem, though.
Remember, Victor wave clear in mid is good. Okay, Lissandra has a wave clear advantage over Poppy, but Poppy's tanky enough and has decent wave clear in melee range that she's doing just fine. And in the bot lane, it's just going to be Ezreal ulting down waves if there's enough attention. So there is a world where CJ can start to turtle out. I don't think they're going to be picking up too many dragons, and I guess that's the issue.
Bubbling, eating a lot of damage from that culling.
Everyone throws out a skill shot, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it was really close. If he would have been caught by that cocoon, obviously, he would have been pretty dead.
All CJ needs to make happen on the map is to keep up their inhibitor turret and somehow stop the 5-dragon stack from being online around 30 minutes. If they can pick up one dragon, whether it's an opportunistic steal from Kramer or a contest, they're in tip-top shape, or at least decent shape.
Oh, they're not going to get this one.
No. Being rushed down. There's a steal attempt, though. Wow, they actually delayed that quite a lot, but still does go down. 3 at 17 minutes means theoretically we're talking 29-minute 5th dragon stack.
Yeah. Could be quick.
And that's the big worry for CJ. They could turtle out everything else.
Sky, nice. Gets the lantern right out. Doesn't get hit by the Q. Gets slowed. Good vision by Africa, too. But they were, even when they were Team Anarchy, they were always one of the better bad teams at warding.
No, they was one of the better teams at warding, actually. But yes, they were a bad team.
Better of one of the worst teams at warding.
Sure. They were top of the bottom.
Yeah. Well, they were actually better at warding than some of the top teams. They just didn't really know what to do with the vision. It seemed like them an Incredible Miracle last season. Put down a lot of wards, but never really used the information they got to effectively.
I mean, if there was a binary command for Team Anarchy last season was, are we ahead? If so, put down pink wards and have Mickey kill people.
Right.
And if that didn't work, they had nothing.
It's working okay now.
Mickey definitely on a different school of champion. Sadly, the meta not quite in his wheelhouse. Maybe with the new item on 6.3, we'll see things change. But for now, showed some great aggression on that Corki when they fought in the enemy red side jungle, though, so that was cool to see.
Yep.
It's just, again, how many items can Kramer farm up before they're forced to group and fight? The answer is, well, they're probably going to be forced at 29 minutes, so he's got 10 minutes to pile on as much Ezreal farm as he can.
That's a lot of time.
It is, but are Africa going to be decisive enough to try a 20-minute Baron? Because honestly, there's a world where this team, CJ, is trying to freeze deep, and a free Baron might actually be on the offering around 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Expect some warding around there. Mad Life's going to have to be very careful because it's double AD and Elise, so there is actually a lot of Baron threat from Africa.
CJ's taken a lot of their vision back in their own jungle over the last minute or two. And yeah, the longer this game goes on, the more CJ's going to have a pretty strong team fight, it seems like, which is exactly what they want.
I mean, it's not like Africa's is objectively worse, it's just not quite up to the standard of Blue Ezreal in particular, and Poppy is the goalkeeper that Lissandra can be situationally in a burst sense, but not really over the course of a fight. She can't occupy the backline for as long as Poppy can. So you definitely favor CJ in the late game, but if they're 15,000 gold behind, if they're a Baron behind, that small advantage kind of goes out the window.
Yeah, CJ can blow people up on Africa pretty quick if they get the opportunity later. It once again just kind of depends on Mad Life, it seems like.
Well, CJ Way.
Oh, there we go. Speaking of Mad Life making plays, Lyra gets out. Oh, collateral damage blocked by Snowflower. Great E to make sure Lyra stayed alive. That certainly would have been a kill.
I've got to say, Snowflower's really vindicating the Braum pick. He's usually been thought of as mostly his Thresh mechanics. You know, Thresh is the champion he consistently picks up MVPs on, but the Braum's been right up there.
Yeah, he's blocked exactly what he needs to block.
To be fair, there's a lot to block if you think about it. Graves ultimate, Graves Q, Victor E, and of course Ezreal.
True.
His abilities.
It's really raining outside right now. A lot.
Not sure if it's coming through on the broadcast, but yeah, definitely coming down hard.
I'm hearing it.
So you're going to have to stay inside and watch video games. And man, we got some good ones, both now and coming up soon.
Yeah. Oh, Korean Lissandra.
She's always got something to complain about.
I think she's just always got something going on
Okay, I'll
with her
admit.
internal organs.
She's always got something to exclaim about.
Nobody who's feeling well makes that kind of sound.
That's true. If you sound like Korean Lissandra, please do consult a doctor.
That's right. Maybe Papa Tums or something. Something's wrong with your stomach, I'm pretty sure.
Well, there's 2 items on to Kramer. It doesn't quite have Muramana though, so still not looking to team fight.
Well, ult onto Bubbling. Nice cocoon. And Bubbling trying to flash away. I don't think he's going to make it, though. Yeah, Lyra tanking that turret well enough. Here comes Untara, though. CJ strikes. They pick up their own kill onto Snowflower.
Should be 4th dragon coming up soon in a couple minutes, but now Africa just going to take this mid lane turret. This important breaking another crucial turret now. It's going to be harder and harder.
Uh-oh, Sky could be in trouble here. Takes a lot of damage. Drops that gravity field. Takes a ride out on the Lantern. Meanwhile, CJ having to back off. Mickey over the wall, gets exhausted right away. Two-shot barrage does a bit. Sky comes in, or actually takes out. Mickey is coming in. Now Untara from the side, and this is such good timing. Untara comes in. There's a knock-up on Ixu. Slowed down. Mad Life misses a play, but it doesn't matter because Sky's there with the kill. And I think that dragon is going to be coming up very soon. And if CJ takes that, that's a big problem for Africa Freaks.
I'm shaking my head, though. Mickey went over the wall with no vision into 3 people, eventually died, didn't even get a trade kill from it, and then Untara comes in. Poppy excels, fighting in this choke points where there's walls aplenty, so much CC through the ult and the E. CJ going to get a lot, and Africa basically donate over map pressure to CJ Entis.
3 kills and a mid lane turret for CJ. We'll see what else they can maybe take off of this.
But it was all so easy for Africa to just back away. They had so much pressure. Look, all this is great from Africa. Everything's fine. They smell blood, and what is Mickey doing? Flashing in, exhaust is up. There's 3 members there. Takes free damage. Looks for the 1-for-1. Can't even get that. If he doesn't die there, the Untara flank doesn't count for anything because they're kiting back as a 4-man group, not as everyone running like headless chickens away. And man, gold, experience, and map pressure donated, you'd have to say, by Mickey to Africa.
Yeah, CJ wants to fight this dragon now, too. The ults are up for the most part.
Done, QSS is done. They're ready to fight.
Yeah, they are. No ult for Untara at the moment. Taken by Africa Freaks. Untara goes in. CJ, though, not really finding the angle to make a fight out of this.
They don't have teleport and Utara, so they couldn't go for a flank. Poppy running straight at you certainly isn't quite the same as when she has a flanking option. So 4th Dragon means that 29:50-ish we will be seeing pre-30-minute 5th Dragon stack. CJ going to be forced to fight, but you mentioned it. They're starting to get the items that they'll take that invitation.
Yeah, they're going to get a turret off of this too, it looks like.
A lot of turret damage. Have to take it up now.
Okay, deciding not to do it. Ixu's going to trade one, or take one rather, the tier 2.
She still has teleport, so what he's able to do, pushing with the Lissandra.
Yeah, they're pushing that TP advantage, which is pretty good. But Sky is 4-1-1 now on that Victor. Kramer 1-0-1, so meh, but he's getting really, really strong.
That's right. 20 powers on, looks like the blade, I would imagine. I guess there's an outside chance of it being the Mercurial Scimitar as well, I guess, is an option, given it builds out of the Vamp Scepter and the QSS now. But yeah, 20 hit 3-4 items. The fact that some of your core items are quite cheap and the utility has really get going as Blue Ezreal. This team is very practiced in playing around as well. Okay, there's no Lulu to really give him mobility to the nth degree, but Ezreal doesn't need too much invitation to really bounce around a team fight and impact it.
Yeah.
CJ is clearing out these double pinks. For some reason that rush was double pinked.
Just because it makes them take even longer to clear it.
We'll have to see how different a game this is, where Africa still has their outer turret up because Mickey didn't play that suicidal play around the base gate, we'd have to say, of CJ.
Oh, Sky needs to take that Lantern to safety. Teleport coming in for Ixu. Are they going to be able to get anything out of this?
Nope.
Doesn't look that way.
That position on mid, though. Only Poppy is in position to stop. Doesn't have really any wave clear. CJ have to come out of position to relieve pressure, and this must be a forced fight from Anarchy.
Yeah, they've got the ward in that brush.
Poppy's completely separated. She's the goalkeeper, remember. There's a lot of squishy members on CJ, so they need Poppy to rotate in around if they're even hoping for a 5v5 fight.
Right. I think CJ feels a little bit more confident about fighting now. Won the last one handily. Shabraz just checking. Wow, Snowflower is so fast on those shields.
Back to wave clear. Okay, back in position. Poppy split push, and now they have the teleport advantage.
You know, the big thing, too, is that if Freaka Freaks could get that 5th Dragon, so the fact that CJ wasn't able to take that one really hurts.
Yep, it's a must contest every 6 minutes from 29:50 onwards, so it's going to be difficult, honestly. The strength of Dragon stacking when it was introduced is that it forces those fights so regularly. As finally, the Krug gets bored.
Grump.
The Gromp gets bored.
Come on, man. Don't you know the difference between your Grumps and your Krugs?
No, apparently not. I gotta take it on the chin.
Figure it out.
I got it wrong. Rift Herald, Rift Harold, Rift Scuttler.
Rift something.
Summoner's Rift.
Yeah. Well, we talked about Rift Herald not making any sense for the name of that monster. It's not really heralding anything.
I mean, in a couple of different ways, Rift Herald doesn't really make much sense, but waiting for CJ. I guess CJ's waiting for 5th Dragon, which is kind of ominous, really. One mistake, if he ever gets some pink wards. Crucially, Africa doesn't have a lot of exclusive vision around the 5th Dragon, and actually, a lot of control coming over onto this Baron this time.
Okay. Yeah, CJ sees it right away, though.
Well,
where's the response? I think Africa might have this one. Yeah, they do. And they should be able to disengage. Yeah, TP canceled by Untara.
Really nice decisive play from Africa. This is what they could do in fits and spurts last year as Anarchy. They do it here. That was a sort of situation where CJ would have been gun shy at pulling the trigger, just like they were last game.
Well, they're ready
Africa instantly take it, and they'll still have the buff when 5th Dragon spawns.
Yeah, it'll be pretty soon. Maybe about a minute or so away.
Minute 20. I think it's about 29:40-ish. So I was trying to watch it pretty closely because, as you guys can see, we do not have the timers right now.
Yeah.
Should be 6.3 next week, so a bit of a shake-up.
Yeah, I mean, CJ is just like destined to lose this game, though. You know, they can only win matches 2-1. So we already knew the way this one was going to go.
Yeah, but you can't put too much faith in those stats, though. That's like saying that SKT's done because it's an even year.
Nope, I think we've got a big enough sample size. We've got, what, 5 matches now? So, yeah, easily big enough.
We've got years of SKT failing in even years.
Oh.
About 2 months, about 2 weeks of 2012 and 2014.
Gromp did not want to die.
Gromp in general has been That Gromp, I gotta say,
Yeah.
Red Side Gromp has been on a terror.
Goodbye, Gromp. You fought well.
Will be missed. Well, CJ Ness needs to fight in about a minute. Kramer's got 3 items. There's a fight that CJ wins. It's just when they don't have any map pressure, when they don't have any pinks, how do they actually engineer this fight?
Yeah, they don't have any vision near Dragon, so they'd have to kind of come in blind.
Well,
funny enough, the fact that Africa seems to be prioritizing on getting ready for this 5th Dragon so hard means they haven't really done a lot with this Baron buff, too.
but Africa have so many different options.
Now they're thinking about it.
I mean, just take into account the fact that CJ need to fight at this dragon, and Untara doesn't have teleport. That's another problem they have. Has to start walking down now. Lissandra's going to get at least inhibitor turret damage.
Uh-oh. Gotta be careful.
I mean, those blue trinkets, they're going to run out. They're going to have to start face checking.
Or lantern checking.
Ixu should teleport soon. He knows that CJ have to fight, so...
Well, he's going to try to do as much damage to that top turret. In fact, he's
Baron buff.
going to be able to get it.
Well,
Yeah, he's got it.
CJ
All right,
needs to
Dragon's
do
up.
something.
Yeah, the Dragon has to be the priority, even over that inhibitor. Getting a little bit lower. Is Afrika going to grab it? Thinking about it, TP coming in right now. Whoa, goodbye, Elise. Right on top of Bubbling, though. Ixu in the back lines forces Untaro away. Madlife drops the box, but the damage is coming in. So much for Afrika Freaks. Dragon's still alive, but Afrika doesn't need it to win this team fight. They may not even need that 5th Dragon to close out this game.
They're still riding the Baron buff for about another 15 seconds. They've broken the base in one spot. They can probably finish it. Look at those death timers, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Should be game, and Africa,
Well,
big step up from game 1.
what do you do? I mean, if you're CJ, you have to fight around that Dragon. Really no choice. Lyra's just getting the Dragon anyway. I don't know why they're not just ending the game.
Lyra's a troll. That's what we're learning from this.
I guess he just really wants that. There we go. Okay, 5th Dragon
Yeah.
necessary.
Look,
Yeah.
when you can finish the game on fire, if NBA Jam told you anything,
He's
this
on
is what
fire.
you do.
That's true. It's a good point, Papa Smithy. It's the NBA Jam finish. They want to be on fire, and there it is. We're all tied up 1-1. Afrika Freaks take game 2.
Africa, their control of Dragon from very early in the game set the tone. CJ, they love the delay style with Ezreal, but when you're talking about a pre-30-minute 5th Dragon that you're only just about in the kind of realm of contesting,
Yeah.
the law of averages says you're probably going to lose. As you mentioned, the stats suggested we were going to a game 3, and it all came together. We're going to go to a game 3.
Yep, I knew it. Never doubt the Doa prophecies, man.
Doa prophecy.
The Doa Sea Scrolls. I don't know. I haven't been writing on any scrolls, and I haven't been near the sea lately, but I'll take this one.
We saw a sea change from CJ game 1. That was back to the same old CJ.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is CJ, you know, they kind of got ahead in that first game because of a weird Rift Herald fight, so you have to wonder, when Game 3 rolls around, you know, who's going to have the edge? Right now, it's looking like Afrika, but anything can happen in this best of 3, I think.
We've definitely seen that. It's been a bizarre one, a bit of a head-scratcher. CJ, back to old CJ this game, so gonna have to wait for the draft to see if they can change any of those problems for game 3.
Yeah, that's right. So when we come back, an epic final game between CJ Entis and the Afrika Freaks. We'll see you then.
Profit on the street. Now she's stronger than you know. A heart of steel starts to grow. All his life he's being told he'll be nothing when he's old. All the kicks and all the blows, he won't ever let it show. Now she's stronger than you know. A heart of steel starts to grow. When you've been fighting for it all your life, you've been struggling to make things right. That's all superhuman stuff. When you've been fighting for it all your life,
We are back on Champion Spring. Ixu with the MVP in game number 2 on that Lissandra. Made a lot of plays. 80% kill contribution. Not too bad for a top laner.
This teleport play right at the start kind of set the tone for the game. It was a really nice teleport roam. There was no way for CJ to respond fast enough just because Mickey was the first one to the engage. Good play from Africa, and honestly, very clean game from them.
Yeah, I mean, they seized the dragon control early on, and that was really the key to victory in that having all those dragons kind of forced CJ into a lot of positions they didn't want to be in.
CJ were trying to freeze lanes when they were just under the threat of 5th dragon so early, and then push had to come to shove eventually, and this final collective fight where just honestly CJ just had the pressure dictated to them in every single way. And
wow, that was really nice. Flash W into self ult.
Yep.
Oh, he had a lot of really good plays. That was a great Lissandra game.
Good to see Ixu now following up Untara's impressive performance on Fiora with his own carry performance on Lissandra.
Yeah, so we've had 2 fairly one-sided games. CJ took longer to close out, but they did have that big, 10K plus gold lead at one point. Africa looking very decisive in their win in game number 2. So game 3, we come into this maybe pretty even, although I do want to give a little bit of an edge to Africa just because of how kind of weird that game 1 was in the early game.
I mean, the points that won CJ the game were definitely bizarre, as you mentioned, their early lead into a Rift Herald contest. So you give the slight lead over to Africa, but the team that was winning at the start has gone on to win these games. Okay, it took CJ longer, but they never looked in doubt in losing that game 1, despite the fact that they were gun-shy on making it happen. So we're going to have to look to the early rotations and see if Mad Life can really light up the Rift once more, because he needs to set the tone for CJ Enters.
Yeah. And keep in mind, CJ, if they win a game, so far that means they win the series. So we could see another 2-1 victory from CJ.
Past history would suggest CJ's got it in the bag.
That's right.
Well,
picks and bans time.
See what we see in terms of contested champions. Wow, just going straight out with a Z ban.
Yeah, I didn't want Mickey to have the luxury of last picking that Z, I suppose. Not a bad idea.
And that's a good point I was going to bring up, is this time Africa's finishing the series on the red side. They actually gave Ixu the counter pick last time they were on the red side. Yeah. I think it's time to give Mickey the trump card, though, just to end the series.
That's generally been the idea. And probably the better way to play.
Do Africa have the luxury of 2 support bans? They've tried to do that on the blue side. Now on the red side, they've banned away the Bard.
Yeah, Untara's Poppy play last game was not too great either, so I think the Fiora ban is really important against CJ right now.
I think he'll still go to it. I don't know if it'll be a first pick, but I expect Poppy to be contested with Fiora off the board. Definitely one of the stronger top laners to be considered. We saw Gangplank go through picks and bans last game.
I'm just wondering if that Alistar ban is going to be the last one for Africa.
Leaves up Lulu, which would be a good choice for CJ.
Of course, yeah, they'd probably first pick it.
You ban one of those champions, the Lulu or the Alistar, or you ban neither and try and just pull off a red side heist of strong champions.
I mean, Africa's doing a good job of setting themselves up for a Callista pick, too.
Callista Alistar would be insane if they could pick up both those champions on the red side, but I imagine CJ will be considering things. Okay, so the Alistar is banned. They stick with the 2 support bans. The first time Callista's been available is game 3 of this series. Been a strong contested pick. It's another champion Kramer can certainly play. It means that you're going to have so much more lane pressure. You don't have to opt into waiting out that tier timer.
Yeah, he lost Ezreal. And he lost on Ezreal last game, so there's no reason to stick to that. And they will grab that Callista away from Songyun, which is probably the best idea.
There's some insane picks available. Corki, Gangplank, Lulu, all available at this stage.
Yeah.
On the red side, you can steal away the Thresh. Snowflower, okay, he's not Mad Life in terms of reputation on Thresh, but Thresh is his strongest champion, so it is a suggestion that you could look to steal that away.
I actually think you're right. I think Corki Thresh is a great choice for Africa because that forced Mad Life to play a champion that he's not played yet this season. So far, all of Mad Life's games have been Bard, Alistar, Thresh. So, yeah, I think totally. Take the Corki, take the Thresh.
And Thresh has, obviously, great laning phase with Callista, not just in the disengage terms, but also as a ranged auto attack to proc the W damage. So, even though this is not necessarily going to be a completed bottom lane, we could definitely see Mickey return to the mid lane Corki. Denying the Thresh, just given the texture of this series, makes a lot of sense to me.
I think Mad Life probably won't have too much trouble going for the Braum or something like that.
It's interesting. Bard, Alistar, Thresh, all off the board. Is it going to be the Braum that we just saw Snowflower pilot very well in game 2?
Probably, yeah.
Traditionally, this has been his pick.
Yep.
We're not going to see Mad Life on range supports, Janna, Nami. This is not what the team needs. The team plays around Mad Life. The team ganks his lane. He needs a playmaking champion. And looks like he's going to be relegated to Braum, who still, as we saw last game, can be game-changing.
Yeah. Graves once again for bubbling. That'll be his third game in a row with the champion. Game 1 looked okay. Last game, not so much. See how he does in game 3.
Will they give Ixu a counter pick, or will they just lock in the Lucian here and basically confirm that it's going to be a Corki mid? I don't know the answer to that. From an Africa perspective, Lucian makes the most sense. It's a good laning matchup against the Kalista Lucian Thresh, very powerful as a duo, but it would relegate Corki to mid lane duty, so maybe it's time for some more ambiguity. Ixu just had a wonderful performance on Lissandra. It's still a flex pick. Why not go for it?
Yeah, I think it's great to grab that Lissandra for Ixu, especially after how last game went. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, you leave the mid pick for last, potentially. You can flex to Corki and grab that Elise once again for Lyra.
I actually really like Elise into Graves. I think early especially, you hit that cocoon, you do have kill pressure onto Graves. Of course, Graves very easily itemizes into more Malmortius and start brawling with Elise in the late game, but if you go the damage build, because it was, we didn't talk about it much, but it was the Runic Echo into Rylai's from Lyra. Do a lot of work, so it was a good performance by him. I like the lock-ins. It's looking very, very strong from an Africa perspective and very reminiscent of their Game 2 comp.
Yeah. What do you think about a top Trundle here? We're not going to see it, but like, what do you think about it?
It's a difficult matchup into Lissandra early, but it's decent. Yeah. He has wave clear. He does itemize very well into Catalyst and things like the Spectre's Cowl. And considering the Gnar, Huntara's champion pool will kind of be the question mark here. Is that if you think about what he's played before, it's going to be Nautilus or Maokai, right? That's what he's been playing.
Right.
With something like Fiora off the board.
Lulu for Sky, not too surprising. They will take the Gnar, though.
Risky. Gnar can make big plays, but there's a lot of CC to potentially stop him when he tries to hop into the back line.
Wow, MF would be a really interesting choice. With the plays that Ixu was making last game, though, maybe they could make that bullet time work.
I'm going to be a skeptic of the MF pick until it's locked in. I feel like she's lost so much of her power. She used to be auto-win in lane with the E. Now it's not really a consideration. I think Lucian is the champion that was screaming out for in the previous rounds. Probably still going to be the lock-in.
I mean, since 6.2 started, we haven't seen a single misfortune. She just doesn't get picked anymore. She's just dead.
Well, the thing about misfortune was
dead.
She won lane, and then she was massive in team fights. Now she goes even or loses lane, and can still theoretically be massive in team fights, but you so have an uphill battle in getting those items that it's kind of shifted away from it being a popular pick to not really much much at all. And actually, Ezreal, okay, so it's surprising to see them go for such a defensive carry, just because you usually want Ezreal to navigate away from high CC or high engage comps, and CJ's got Gnar and not much else when it comes to engage.
Yeah.
There's some safety to the pick though. Good siege obviously with Corki Ezreal, but picking Ezreal into Braum also feels like the Lucian was kind of screaming out to be picked, and a bit surprised.
I feel like it's huge that they were able to get Mad Life off of his 3 playmaking supports. It's much harder to initiate well with Braum. So I think CJ may struggle a bit.
Well, there is a Kalista to help him out, so maybe we're going to see the offensive use of the Fate's Call into Glacial Fissure. There is... It feels a bit more telegraphed, right? It's not Thresh, it's not Alistair when it comes to potential outplays. The flank isn't really as respectable as well, so you're right. When it comes to support threat, it's definitely lower than we'd expect from Mad Life.
Very true. So that's our roster locked in for our final game of CJ Entus versus Africa Freaks. Winner of this match makes a big step, I would say, to potentially becoming a playoff team. Both of these teams really on the edge. You know, are they going to be a bottom team? Are they going to be one of the top teams? Now is when you start winning.
Team fighting versus Siege. They've definitely got 2 identities. Let's see if the Siege can get ahead, otherwise late game. CJ look fine.
Yeah, Africa's done such a great job controlling Dragon. We'll see if they can do it for the 3rd game in a row. Time to get in the game.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands.
All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for our final game between CJ Entus and the Africa Freaks. A best of 3. It's been an interesting best of 3.
Definitely been an intriguing one. We've seen lots of crazy things, like CJ Entus piloting a big lead in the early game, taking their time, but eventually closing it out. And Africa, more the expected game too, where they were about 3,000 gold ahead at 15, but the Dragon control really was the highlight from an Africa perspective and won them the game.
Yeah.
So now we're all square in a game 3 where we have 2 clear identities. A lot of poke, not a lot of team fight from Africa. A good team fight, but not actually the best engage from CJ. So if CJ find a way to this game actually get that stranglehold over Dragon and keep competitive, I think they're comfortable in the late game. But if Africa can blow it open, like consistently teams have done against CJ, I think they're a good shot to win the series.
Yeah. Well, the big thing in my mind, the big strategic advantage I'm thinking of right now, Papa Smithy, is that Sky is playing Dragon Trainer Lulu. So, by merit of that, they should have Dragon control. I mean, it's what this Lulu has been kind of trained to do. Train dragons.
You're right. It's official.
Kill dragons. That you
CJ.
train, so they don't fight back as much when you're killing them.
Well,
That's dark, isn't it?
yeah. Some of the things in the Rift, I mean, some of those Alistair skins as well are just
Right. Well, we've
bit
had
offside,
conversations.
so let's see.
Mad Life just going to hit the Krug with a chair.
I love that skin.
It is pretty great.
Mexican wrestling references. Definitely in my wheelhouse.
You are a big wrestling fan, aren't you?
That's true. Lapsed to some degree, but I still follow.
Have you ever dressed up like a Mexican wrestler?
No.
I can see it.
I need a luchador mask now that I think about it.
I can see you with the Luchador Brahm cosplay. Oh, we need to make this happen now, don't we?
Well, I mean, you guys did the big cosplay, so I think it's on me to do the next one.
Yeah, that's true.
And Achilles when he gets here?
Yeah, now it's your guys. It's your turn.
All right.
Passing the cosplay torch. No more.
Just-
The
just-
age of two Shens is over.
Just what I wanted. You're casting the casting mantle, but also the cosplay mantle over to us.
Yeah, well, you get the cosplay mantle for now anyway.
Hooray. Your costumes are very elaborate, so we need to start the planning soon.
They were, yeah. Those took a while to get organized.
And your moves, documented forever.
Oh, yes. They were cool moves.
Moves like Shen, not like Jagger, to be clear.
We got moves like Shen. That song would have been
Speaking
so
of
much
moves-
better. Yeah, a little bit of an early gank attempt coming in from Lyra. Snowfire is going to bring him in. Mad Life actually in a lot of trouble here. Flashes away. It's got the shield. They're chasing. Mad Life so low. Ignite used.
Here comes
Trying to turn it
Bubbling.
around. Yeah, Bubbling all over Snowflower now, and that's going to be first blood over to CJ. Africa Freaks going for that early aggressive gank, and CJ responding well.
Jungle pathing
Oops.
actually very impressive from Bubbling to be there. Wow,
Yeah.
that was just happened to be, or piloted himself to be on the right spot at the right time. Very nice jungle sense from Bubbling, gets them a big lead. Suddenly, lane pressure from Africa is going to be minimal. Maybe not, maybe even more than that. Looking for a steal. Lyra's in the brush. They don't know he's there.
Maybe he can walk up and smite the ground.
Sun is so low
Yeah, he can.
in terms of mana, but he gets the buff. But
It's not worth contesting if you're CJ.
still, nice moves from CJ. First
Yeah.
blood goes over to Kramer, of all people.
Yeah, it's perfect too. Getting that little bit of extra gold
Oh,
and the Bubbling. Come on, you had smite. What? Why? Is there a reason I missed why he didn't smite that?
Because there's
Thought it
nothing
was
to-
gonna.
Honestly, there's not much to fight over there, and he wants to save the smite for an objective that actually gives him a cool buff. So,
Would he not just want the gold though? That's a lot of gold in that Roof Scuttler.
oh boy,
Well,
well,
gank attempt coming in onto Sky.
literally
This is-
everyone is here.
Operation Kill Sky
Ezreal's on
has
the map, guys.
been aborted.
Literally only Ezreal showing from
Yeah.
Africa. Don't need too much of a mini-map sense to know that things were bad potentially in the mid lane.
Yeah, Utara getting a little bit of CS, unless he misses it.
I'm watching. Oh, he missed that one.
Yeah,
He got that one though.
2 out of 3, not bad.
Let's watch Untara CS. Oh, he missed that one too. Untara, please.
It's just so distracting when Lysandra's making those sounds.
The just tilt them strategy. Usually it's Cassiopeia top, but this time
Just annoy them.
it's Lysandra.
Cassiopeia top,
That's what famously tilted certain team.
I suppose.
Who needs Cassiopeia top? Never forget.
I was there. Saw it with my own eyes.
Did it tilt you, Doa?
No, not really. I was fine. I was entertained.
Well, this is how this matchup goes. Usually think of Lulu as the quintessential lane bully, but Corki does it better. So, struggling a little bit in lane. About 10 CS behind and losing a bit of chip damage on the turret, but nothing to worry about if you're Sky.
Right.
CJ found the success in bot before, but that was more to do with Africa going all in than necessarily their ability to gank.
It does seem like Bubbling's paying a lot more attention to bot lane right now, isn't he?
Wait.
CJ really doesn't want that dragon to get away from them again.
Also, let's just go on a simpler level. Wait, Bubbling's ganking for Mad Life is what's happening here.
Yeah. It's a good idea, too.
He's never one to pay attention to any other lane.
Nice wards.
CJ play around the bot lane, they play around Mad Life, and to some degree Kramer.
Yeah. Ah. Oh, thank you.
The missed chair.
Hey man, those point-blank skill shots are tough. Oh, that Gromp. That Gromp has been so hard to kill for everybody today. What's the
Releashing
deal?
all day, every day.
It's a slippery frog, that Gromp. There we go.
Die.
Bubbling finally gets it.
Frog gets death.
It doesn't actually die, though. It just turns into a smaller frog.
That's fair. It's Mario style.
Yeah, that's true. You don't actually die with that first hit. You just become a smaller version of yourself.
Not much to speak about in the top lane, and obviously wave clear wards in the mid lane. Bottom lane, I think Lyra kind of has to go all in for there to be any real gank pressure from CJ. So honestly,
Right.
it should be pretty quiet laning phase, which obviously we're used to. The lack of lane swap, something new, but low kill laning phases have been the norm for a long time in Champions.
Oh, yeah. You know, speaking of Mario,
Uh-huh.
Papa Smithy, you told me something kind of disturbing earlier before
Oh,
the
boy.
cast.
We're getting into this, are
You
you?
told me that you thought Super Mario Bros. 2 was better than Super Mario Bros. 3.
I'm willing to have that. I'm willing to
And-
die on that particular fight.
Super Mario Bros. 2 wasn't even a true Super Mario Bros. Game, though.
But think about how many famous, iconic Mario characters debuted in Super Mario Bros. 2.
None of them?
Shy
'Cause
Guys?
Toad and Peach were in the first
Shy
one?
Guys were in a lot of the enemies, more so than necessarily the heroes.
I'm not too worried about
You got
that.
to play as Luigi, that was pretty cool.
He plays Luigi in the first one, too?
Yeah, but he doesn't jump super high. That was introduced in Super Mario Bros. 2.
Oh.
The floaty jump.
I suppose.
You got to play as Peach, that wasn't as exciting, but...
Africa Freaks gets that first dragon, too, so CJ not able to control it. Oh, Ixu taking a lot of damage. He's got a slash, though. He'll be fine. Doesn't even need to use it.
He had ult. That would have been it would have been just ulting the Nara and walking away, or he could just glacier path away. So
Yeah.
low risk in general. This is nice to see from Bubbling. Look at this, more counter jungling.
And he's doing it in a smart way. Like, we've seen Bubbling just die a lot in the enemy jungle this season. We've made jokes, you know, that he's like ambition, but he dies twice as much, right? But today, I'd say he's been making pretty good decisions overall.
And just to clarify what you're saying, not so much. It's in a smart way, but that's
wait
good
a second.
smart timing.
Do I see a fight over the Rift Herald
Uh-oh.
coming? Bubbling's a bit low. Mickey coming in with the package, and Africa Freaks, they're going to win this one. Sky on the run. Nice hook
baby.
by Snowflower. And that is why Snowflower is good on that thresh. He can make the
Another
plays.
cataclysmic fight over the Rift Herald. This time goes to Africa.
2 fights over the Rift Herald in one series. I can't believe it.
It will live in infamy this series as
I mean, it's really not about the Rift Herald, though, right? It's because Bubbling is already really low. They can get the collapse on the Sky.
it was really nice.
It's a good hook.
from Snowflower.
Yeah.
We forget, you know, I made the point during Champs Night. This is his best champion. Okay, he's not Mad Life, but he's always looked super impressive on the Thresh, and they pick up the 2 kills. They're also going to get the Rift Herald. Nice play from Africa once again.
Yeah. And they're going to give the buff over to Mickey, actually, to keep chipping down that mid turret a little bit better. Good idea. I mean, Mickey, Africa's whole game plan seems to be around that early dragon, and getting that mid lane turret is a good way to keep those rolling.
Not something that we've seen much just because the buff doesn't increase the tankiness of the minions, only increases their attack speed. But given that he's AoEing down waves, this early in the game, Lulu doesn't have instant clear of the waves, so should actually see it come down in this wave or the next, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that attack speed add up to some decent chip damage.
Oh, wow. So Sky actually tried to use the Q for trading, so the minion's going to do even extra damage, but doesn't feel like he can get in range for autos. Keeps going down, but yeah, any free time that Mickey gets with this turret or Trinity Force is completed, very short time until mid lane turret goes down once again. And remember, it was down early for CJ in game 2 as well.
It's just safer chipping, you know. I mean, it's a way to do damage as if you were auto-attacking normally, only you don't really need to be there. The minions can just attack quicker.
I mean, the most obvious demonstration of chip, this is not chip, this is just all in with
Oh, yeah. He's
Sky
got that
leaving,
one.
but the best demonstration was Victor, played by Faker last season, where he would always be getting in those auto attacks, and at the start it doesn't look like much, but 13 minutes in, you take that turret, you start roaming, You can put so much map pressure out. And one of the reasons they were so free to take dragons in game 2 is because Africa pushed down the mid turret early, got a second turret fairly early as well, and there just wasn't that natural vision to be able to just come and contest if you were CJ Entus around the dragon.
I suppose usually the main problem is that the mid laner just doesn't have the luxury of going up and getting the Rift Herald buff. You know, you're just not able to stray that far away from mid lane. But when you're getting into these weird fighting situations like Africa is, you have a chance to hand it off to Mickey for once. Pretty nice.
Well, not done pushing. A lot of people down bottom. Teleports up for both top laners. We might see 5v5 action, but Mickey just going for a walk. He doesn't have Trinity Force yet, so he's not a turret destroyer, but he has a lot of freedom to leave lane because he can just push in the minions so much more deep than the Lulu's able to do.
Yeah, he's already got that mid lane turret down, so it's pretty casual farming now for Mickey from here on out, it seems like. And if they can get that bottom turret, Dragon is all but theirs until much later in the game.
So what would you rank as your top 3 Mario games of all time? In order.
In order from 1 through 3.
Oh, 3 through 1, 1 through 3, whatever.
Number
you like.
1 has to be Super Mario 64.
Okay.
Number 2 would be Super Mario World.
Okay.
And number 3 would be Super Mario Bros. 3. I think that's a great top 3.
I mean, the only one I have in common with you there is World. I'd have World as 1. 2, I'd probably have, think about it, maybe Galaxy.
Galaxy, really? Wow.
And then I'd say maybe Mario Brothers 2 at number 3.
Okay.
Look,
Very different list.
I definitely have stars in my eyes with Mario Brothers 2. I really did love that game as a kid.
Wait, so 64 isn't even in your
No.
top 3?
No.
What is wrong with you?
Look, it piloted a genre, but I don't really want to go back and play it.
It was a industry-changing platform.
I do not disagree. Doesn't mean I want to go back and play it.
Yeah, I do. I love that game.
But man, any introduction to go back and play Super Mario Brothers World, Super Mario World, wonderful game.
Yeah, definitely. Agree with you there. That's a good game. Well, not a lot is going to be happening until the next dragon. I'm no analyst, but I know enough about this patch.
I mean, you don't need to be an analyst. You sit here every time, though. You see these
Oh, yeah.
games. You know how they go. They don't change too much.
It's true.
Except Rift Herald fights. That's a new one.
Yeah. I'm not complaining. I like it. I just don't think it's something we're going to see a whole lot. I mean, again, it's not about the Rift Herald. It's just about the positioning of your opponents, and if you see a fight you can take advantage of, it's more just like catching someone in the river and they happen to be engaged with the Rift Herald at the
Look,
time.
it is actually a preview for something that will happen in the future. There is no doubt that at some point Rift Herald will be an objective worth competing over. Just at the moment, given its strength or lack of, it's just not an objective we expect fights around. That will change eventually, but it's just a surprise given 6.2, 6.3 Rift Herald stats.
It'd be nice. Might be time for a dive and bot. No, Bubbling is there to defend CJ, so they should be okay.
I mean, this is just the map pressure that Africa have, is that Corki instant clears away if he leaves lane, and everyone kind of has to play on the defensive. So it should lead to CS advantages, it should lead to pressure advantages, and it makes it very hard to compete for this dragon, because Lulu's going to have to skip past waves of CS if they want to compete, and it looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, CJ has a wave in the dragon pit, so they know this is going on. Is there anything they can do to contest it? Doesn't even look like they're going to try.
They don't have an Ezreal to even try to
whoops.
steal.
Oh, wah, wah.
What is up with leashing
How
today?
did that happen? Yeah, I mean, we've seen some issues with leashing on both teams today. It's been weird. I guess they're going to get the pink ward.
It's important also to communicate that this dragon control is atypical. We talked about how CJ, if they had dragon control and got to the late game because they're low initiation, they'd kind of have the game in the bag. So on a simple level, okay, Afrika's getting dragons. But one of the reasons why it's so surprising is that they have an Ezreal bottom lane who's still powering up against Kalista, one of the strongest laning champions.
Right.
You don't often have the space to get unanswered dragons when you're against a Kalista lane, but because Corki took that mid lane turret so early, Lulu's so far defensively trying to clear waves that they're getting unanswered dragons that you could just never expect given the comp. So Africa's certainly going better than expected in the first 15 minutes. 1,000 gold lead certainly smaller than game 2, but again, more for the norm for CJ Entus.
Yeah.
Being behind by about that 1,050
Ping's
gold.
coming down onto Africa. That was probably not what Ixu intended to do there. I mean, they got the flash out of Untara, but did he even hit him with the ult?
No, he's ulted himself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he was trying to catch Untara with the ultimate. That was
don't
just
think you
probably
can-
a straight up misclick.
I don't
you know?
think you can misclick the enemy and click yourself. That's
I don't know. I mean,
That's just an Alt R situation where you self-cast it and you're like, wait,
Right.
crap.
I guess he thought Untara was close enough, but
Well, if it was off-screen, maybe you could have gotten away with it. We caught it there, Xu.
I think so. I mean, there are pings going down. Clearly they wanted a game, but they'll have to settle for the Rift Herald instead.
And no one wants it. Everyone walked away from it.
That's true. Nobody wants to make because like, I guess
whatever.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Oh boy, here you go.
Oh yeah, on to Songyun. There's a Fate's Call. Songyun getting very low. Arcane shifts away, gets stunned, gets killed. There's a kill for CJ. Another one over to Kramer. He's got both of them in this game so far.
And we talked about the offensive use of the Fate's Call. That was really nice. They
That
knew
was
that
great.
Thresh wasn't there.
Yeah.
Picked up the kill as deserved. Play the Rune King. Everything goes down. They pick up the kill, but crucially no objective to really turn it into, although they might try and posture around mid lane. If they can get the answering mid lane turret, it'd be really good. Or really big for CJ Antis.
Doesn't look like they're going to try. I mean, Sky's already
so healthy as well.
moving up. Yeah, it's got a lot of hit points. Wow, CJ only used the Ignite there, too. They got both of Songyun summoners and only had to use Ignite in response. That was not bad at all.
Punishing Africa for leaving the Ezreal. Usually Ezreal's one of the safest champions. One of the reasons why we see so much blue Ezreal is that your support can roam and he can just stick around the turret. He's got the ult to kind of push the wave if he needs to. He's got safe farming from over 1200 range.
Yeah, Kalista Braum to have so much CC between the two ultimates, between the passive from Braum, between the slow that Kalista has. Tara on the run. The TP's going to come in. Sky's trying to make a play here. Ixu has to E back behind him. There's the ult onto Sky. Ult onto Mickey. Wild Growth used onto Sky, but here comes Lyra. Dodges a cocoon, but can't dodge a phosphorus bomb, and Mickey picks up a kill there.
Really good target selection from Africa. They go for the Lulu. They didn't use any ults till they saw the teleport, and they said, focus down Lulu. She's the squisher of the two.
Yep.
Good choice means that they pick up the kill. They're going to probably get the top lane turret. It's going to be a trade, but of course, the kill separates and the gold goes over to Africa.
I didn't see if Mickey actually flashed the Gnar ult there. I'll have to see a replay on that maybe, but he might have.
Yeah, I wasn't tracking it either, but
He used his flash, and I think he might have been able to do that.
he definitely needed to flash to get those auto attacks and the phosphorus bomb off anyway, but
Yeah.
could have been a big outplay that we missed. Get the turrets. Things looking good for Africa. No doubt about it, but Kramer did pick up that kill and is 2-0, so he's the only one with kill credits on his team, but he's exactly the person that he'd want. Just
Yeah.
watching CJ and Water Brush, just sitting back. Ezreal's has struggled this series. That's been a real story. It's been the struggles with Ezreal. I believe both teams that have played Ezreal have lost Game 1 and Game 2.
Yep, pretty much.
Well, there's a gank rush if there ever was one.
Yeah, they're trying. But
Remember, Songyun did not respect the brush, and that's why he died to Fate's Call. That's kind of the point I didn't get to make, was that Songyun shouldn't have died there, because there was no reason for him to walk up to the brush. It was just too aggressive, got caught out when he was all on his lonesome when Snowflower was roaming, so small individual mistake. Otherwise, very, very clean game from Africa. Oh boy.
Yeah, Kramer a little bit trapped underneath this turret. There's a nice cocoon from Lyra going in. He may not even need much help. True Shot Barrage comes through. Kramer dodging around, and he's going to actually pick one up. Wow, what a play from Kramer.
It's really
Not
nice
killed,
from
but
Kramer.
he turned it into a trade.
But Lyra just didn't seem interested in changing aggro, just took the turret shots the whole time. Snowflower, Songyun, Corki, all around on very healthy life totals, but a trade kill's more than he deserved, honestly.
I think he kind of underestimated what Kramer was going to be able to do, but that was a pretty epic play from Kramer to turn that into a trade.
And this is going to be more than a trade. Look at how much turret damage he gained. This was a full health turret. Okay, they don't take it down. But Mickey went on the roam, wasn't involved in the kill, didn't even get an assist. Gonna pick up a turret, but
The problem is that the next dragon's going to be up pretty soon, and CJ is once again not in the best position to contest that.
just don't have any lane pressure. The moment they lost that mid lane turret, that's just, we keep coming back to it, but Sky has spent his whole laning phase basically next to the destroyed ruins of his outer turret, just wave clearing and kiting backwards, now picking up the blue buff, so they just never had the pressure around mid to have their jungler sneak in and put defensive wards. They've been cleared out. The pinks have stuck from Africa, although they've been cleared just now. It's going to be the third dragon buff. CJ needs to mount a contest, but there's a lot of things to talk about. Can they get the wards down? Can Untara really develop the Gnar bar to really get the big Gnar initiate? There's a lot of ifs, so it's going to take execution from CJ to force a fight now. Third dragon spawns.
They're going to have to try it. I mean, they cannot let Afrika Freaks get that big dragon edge again. Here comes CJ just walking right in. Flash out from Mad Life. They get the knock up on the Snowflower, immediately turning onto the dragon, immediately having to back off as well. And the teleport coming in really late for Intara, actually. Already about halfway down on that Narbar. CJ is going to try another engage here. See if they can make it work. Dragon low, and CJ doesn't get it. Lyra comes in for the smite at the last moment. Mad Life thrown in with the face call. Nice three-man knockup. CJ looking for a bit of revenge. They get 2 kills already, and this is the kind of fight that CJ wanted. Nearly an ace, and man, are the Afrika Freaks lucky that Lyra got that dragon.
The Fates Core initiate was massive, and Kramer free hitting on the group knockup. He's got the items. Remember, he picked up that kill on Ezreal, played the Ruin King Hurricane.
Whoa, are they going?
Completely wrecked Africa, and they're going for Baron.
They are. Very early dragon, or a Baron rather, 21 minutes. Low health on CJ, but they can take it down pretty fast, and they've got that Callista as well. Here comes Lyra. He's got smite again.
Oh, boy.
I don't know. He'd have to be quite the hero. Yeah, Untara's going to zone him out. Smart thing to do just in case. Baron is going to go down, so CJ gets Baron on all 5 members. What a turnaround. Whoa! Nice block from Mad Life. That was close.
Dives off the top rope, this Mad Life. Really nice play from CJ. Honestly, it looked like it was going to go wide because at this point, it's actually Mininar. The Narbars run out, but wait for the Fates call. That's the big winner. Africa group up and triple carry knock up into Hurricane auto attacks. Goodbye, enemy team. Kramer free hits. He's the one with all the gold. And all those squishy members on Africa, we talked about it. There's no tank on this team. It's even a DPS Elise. They all die instantly.
Yep, Kramer blew up Ixu with the Rend, and now it looks like they're going to get that mid turret too.
This is a situation where Lyra should really have gone Cinderhulk Elise. He's got no tank line. Okay, Lissandra can sometimes function as a tank line, but in the certain situations that doesn't come to be. Just like Mininar is different.
Well, certainly not before the Zonias too.
Exactly, not before the Zonias. Didn't self-ult in that fight. Really nice play from CJ, and they get the maximum out of it as well.
Yeah.
Dragon didn't pick up the Dragon, but the Baron, of course, at this stage, so much bigger. The question is, though, really struggled to pull the trigger in game 1. Africa still picked up that 3rd Dragon. So let's see what their Baron power play is like, because they need to make something to get some map pressure, because it's been a game of little to no map pressure for CJ. Africa's been dictating to them. Now they have this big advantage. What can they do with it?
Looks like they're going to go for the bottom lane tier 2. Ping's motioning CJ over through the enemy jungle. Kramer pushing up. Doesn't have a ton of vision here. He can't really go any farther than this unless CJ moves in a little bit farther to the jungle. There's Lyra, Mad Life a little bit on his own. Could get collapsed on. Kramer there too. This looks a little bit iffy for CJ. We'll see what they can do. Cocoon misses. Kramer a little bit low already though. Fate's Call used. They're going to pull him to safety. They're going to go in onto Lyra. Here comes Ixu though. Could be a big ultimate. Gets knocked up though. Ixu doesn't get anything out of that Lissandra ultimate. CJ turns it around. They're going to win another team fight handily. Double kill. Make it a triple for Kramer. And this is a CJ team fighting that we know wins games.
It's not even a team fight, though. It was a 4v5, and they crushed Africa. They thought they could take advantage. They thought they could burst down Kramer. They didn't respect the QSS, and he killed everyone.
Wow, that was an impressive turnaround.
Well, Kramer put the carry pants on.
He did, yeah.
So that stat you've got about CJ winning if they pick up wins,
I know, right?
Pretty good.
Strange. Well, they're certainly in position to make yet another 2-1 victory a reality here.
That was literally a 4v5. Okay, Africa kind of delayed their engage. It wasn't 5 men focusing on one target. The big issue was they didn't respect QSS. Ixu used the ult, had it instantly QSS by Kramer. Of course, Sky throws on the Whimsy, the Wild Growth, and the damage. There's just no way for this team with no tank to not die instantly to Mercurial Scimitar, play the Ruin King, Hurricane Callista.
Yeah.
Really
very impressive stuff from CJ. That's the kind of team fighting that, CJ is really known for. The legacy continues, right?
This is why Kramer looks good on the blue Ezreal if he somehow gets to late game. You don't need late game on Callista, you just need a couple of items. And this guy, we talked so much about Ghost and BDD coming into the lineup. I think BDD is still someone who will level this team up, but Kramer seems to be doing just fine at the AD role.
Yeah, if he can get farmed, if he can, power up in the early game without dying too much, he's a good late game carry. One wonders, what BDD is going to do for their early game, though. I think that's a big question.
Well, he'll certainly be the early game the mid laner that they need. And if they have
Oh,
an
right,
early game
mid
mid
lane.
laner, then you're
Yeah.
going to have Kramer more likely to get into the late game rather than Sky, who's certainly had games where he's been kind of run over in mid. Honestly, he was run over this game, but Kramer spared his blushes and won a couple of team fights. And from there, CJ in a commanding position.
Sure. Well, they got a decent amount out of that Baron. Got the inhibitor. Put some hurt onto the tier 2.
It's just, honestly, if they get knocked off Africa, Kramer runs at them and they just have no counterplay. They don't have any tanks. They have CC that can be instantly QSS. They have no way to deal with Kramer, who must be insanely ahead. Okay, it's 50 CS, but 8-1-3. The gold lead over Sangyun must be night and day, and Sangyun has to scale anyway.
Right. All right, it's Dragon time. Should be pretty soon. CJ's ready for this one, though, and taking away that 4th Dragon from the Africa Freaks would really kind of be the nail in the coffin, the final nail in the coffin here.
GA actually really quickly pushed up by Antara. They just want to win this next fight. That's what they feel like they can do. They feel like if they win a fight, they can go on to finish the game. As you mentioned, Dragon should be spawning soon. I think if they can pick up an uncontested Dragon, hope's kind of out the window for Africa.
Yeah.
But they're just in no position to steal. Graves even just running interference. It's
Yeah.
going to be free Dragon, and then the time is suddenly moving up to around 40 minutes. It doesn't look like this game's going to go 40 minutes, or at least competitive-wise, after CJ easily pick up their first Dragon.
Yeah. That is a huge relief for CJ to get that Dragon, to get those stats, of course, from that first Dragon buff, and more importantly, to kind of break this chain of Dragon domination that the Africa Freaks have had all series long. And Kramer certainly ready to team fight. I like it though. I'm glad they went back to a pretty simple team fighting composition, focusing on what they're best at.
The big story is they got Kalista, right? Kalista was the first pick. They've completely justified it. We wondered, okay, Bard is gone, Alistair is gone, Thresh is taken away. Can they still get the initiate? And although Braum as a champion can't initiate like those champions with Fate's Call, that's kind of the ultimate equalizer. They've made excellent use of the Fate's Call offensively, whether it was in lane, picking off Sangyun, or team fights as we saw the multi-man knockups. Africa groups up for them with their squishy comp and get punished, as they should be.
Yeah. I just noticed Graves' ability shoots out what looks like an entire unfired bullet along with it. It bounces off the ground and then explodes. It's still like in the shell.
It's like a canister that if it hits a wall, instantly explodes back.
It looks like a bullet though. It's not like a canister shape. It's like a bullet shape. So maybe Graves' gun has issues where one of the bullets just kind of comes out without actually firing.
We already know that Graves' gun has issues. He's only got 2 barrels and he shoots 3 bullets.
That's true. It's a bit odd. Fragmentation bullets, perhaps.
I don't ask questions about Graves. He intimidates me with his mustache.
Yep. Not a cigar anymore.
On the Chinese client's still there. LPL
Well,
only gets the cigar. Except at Worlds.
I suppose it's true.
Alright,
Tar with the split push. He's got the teleport, and here we go. Baron time. And Africa not really in a position to stop this, so CJ just continuing to dominate this game.
This is excellent. This is exactly what Africa did last game. They're being assertive. This is the situation where CJ was just running around.
Whoa.
They're going to jump over, stop the smite, Central even coming.
The Wombo combo. Braum ult into the Gnar ult. CJ looking for another team fight. Corki packages his way to safety, but Lyra stuck and taken out.
And credit CJ. This is something they couldn't do in game 1. They are decisive in this game. They've had the team fight wins. Now they have that situation where do we split push? Do we go for the Baron? They start the Baron. They have the Kalista secure. Finally, that made them secure enough. They pick up a kill on the backside. Excellent play from CJ Entis.
Yeah, they really look comfortable with this composition, with this position in the game, and why shouldn't they? They're 10,000 gold ahead. Easy inhibitor turret, and an easy inhibitor for CJ. And now the inhibitor destruction begins. They already took out the bottom inhibitor turret a little while ago.
They have nothing to worry about. They're so far ahead. Doesn't even matter that they have low health bars and a couple.
Shot barrage. A couple low health members of CJ, but Intar with another ult. And another stun. Whoa, Sky gets taken out almost immediately. Yeah, CJ may have overstayed their welcome. I was going to say, can they turn it around? Bubbling and Kramer trying to make a difference in this team fight, but yeah, it's a little bit too much. CJ stuck around, tried to kill that inhibitor. A lot of members low health, and They gave up a lot of Baron buffs there.
See, the genius was, when I was watching the fight, I'm like, these guys are low, but it's fine. They're ahead in gold, and they have a Lulu. The genius of Africa, everything up from Sky. Because of the target selection, they just couldn't turn it around. They never had used everything on the Lulu. She dies with her ultimate, her flash, and the wild growth for the reinitiate. Even though Kramer was primed to go back in, he just needed a frontliner to soak some damage and slow people up. He wasn't granted that. Good play from Africa. Twice this game, their focus has been on point, and this time it staves off what looked like a guaranteed defeat for Africa Freaks.
Well, yeah, not a hard decision for Africa to go in on that one, where Lulu's out in the front and Ram and Nar only have like half health.
That's the mistake already. You just said it in your first sentence, where Lulu's out in the front. If we've learned anything about Lulu comps, the person you want to shield, the person you want to put the wild growth on should be in the front, whether it's a Fiora, whether it's the Cogmore in 2015. In this game, Kramer's got the QSS. He should certainly be out front. So Ixu found his target, deleted it, and that was the reason that Africa could win the fight.
That's still a big lead for CJ Entis, but I mean, we're seeing it's still not exactly the most methodical ending to these games. Just like in game one, they just couldn't seem to finish it.
So that was indecision,
smoothly.
though. You have to say at least they've been decisive this game, so already they deserve credit for correcting one of their issues. Sure, they overstayed, but baby steps. Baby steps for this new lineup that still hasn't hit its final form. It'll get there. And look, this is a team that we expected to be a true cellar dweller, just like EM Fire, overachieving. But this will be their third series win, which it's about 3 series more than I expected for the first round robin.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to bring them up to 3-3 overall, which is certainly a position where you can make the playoffs from.
3-3 with 4 rookies in Mad Life. I mean, you take that if you're CJ Entis.
Yeah, well, you really can't underestimate what Mad Life's done for this team this season. He's really put these guys on his back and carried them.
Apologies to Kramer. I think he needs more. I think he honestly is starting to draw more and more credit. This guy is legitimately good and has been very, very impressive, specifically in Game 3 and then his Blue Ezreal performances in the past.
Sure. Well, they've still got the Baron buff onto Kramer, although, no, it's gone now. Never mind.
Still, though, 2 inhibitors, of course, down, so Super Minion's pushing.
And Tara coming in from the side, too. This is the push from CJ. Mad Life blocking some damage. Lyra duking it out with Intara. They get the inhibitor turret.
Mad Life actually blocked the True Shot Barrage. It's still on cooldown now, so they were able to take them in. This will be a 3rd inhibitor.
Yeah, they're looking for another engage. Ixu not quite finding it, though.
Sky's smart with his positioning. Do a Soraka impression. Stand behind your carry, and your carry's Kramer, but he's not in position at all.
Oh, here we go. Coming in right now. A self-ult for Ixu. CJ backs off. Now goes back in with that Fate's Call. A really measured team fight as Mad Life makes out with just barely any health. There's a first kill coming in for Kramer. There's another one. Ixu with the Zonias. He's not going to last too long. There's a triple now for Kramer. And Songyun and Snowflower don't look like they want to have anything to do with the rest of this game. Kramer wants it, though. He wants that Penta. I think he's just going to get killed, though. Oh, he's so lucky he got out.
QSS?
I guess so.
GA?
GA, yeah.
Now he's
Guys. All right. Kramer just really wanted to die there. Kind of silly, but they're going to get the Nexus in the end, and the prophecy is fulfilled. CJ gets the 2-1 victory over Africa Freaks. GG.
A lot of mirror fact about that game to Game 1. It felt like it, but this time CJ Entis so much more decisive. Loved the Baron call. Was exactly the right time. Okay, couple of small execution errors, but they correct those this time. Kallista's out the front. We're seeing the damage graph here. Kallista did more than 2.5 times the next person in terms of damage, and that's exactly how it should be. Once you pick up those lazy triple kills and double kills in the early game, and you got a Lulu on your team, Kallista in the front, Kallista mowing everyone down, CJ enters victory, and it's pretty crazy to say they're 3-3, 6 games in, with the lineup they have.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be interesting to see where they go from here. I mean, they still clearly have a lot of issues. I would still call them very much a middle-of-the-pack team, but maybe they could barely make the playoffs. Africa, though, I don't think there's unless something changes pretty drastically, it doesn't look like there's a lot of future for these guys this season.
Let's look back to Champion Summer. What would you describe CJ Entis as anything other than a team that's got some veterans? They're about the middle of the pack. They might be able to get into playoffs. Now they change all their members, and we can still basically label them similarly. That's an overachievement given how many variables they change. It's literally their old support and 4 new players.
I've got 2 words for you, Papa Smithy.
What's those?
It's Mad Life.
Is that? Yeah, that's 2 words. You got it.
Yep.
And Mad Life's been great. Kramer's the MVP for this game, you'd have to think. But otherwise, impressive performance from CJ, and GG to them.
Yep. Pretty much.
Africa can look to game 2. That was a good performance from them, but
Yeah, they took control early on. Controlled the Dragons well. In the end, though, 1-5 on the season for the Africa Freaks.
didn't respect that QSS. Got blown up a couple too many times by Kramer.
Yeah.
That was all she wrote.
Yeah, in the end, the team fight was just better for CJ. When we come back, the Telecom War, SKT versus KT. Don't miss it. We'll be back right after this.
All the life she has seen, oh, the meaner side of me. They took away the prophet's dream for a prophet on the street. Now she's stronger than you know. Her heart still starts to grow. All his life he's been told, you know all things and all her goals. He won't ever let it show. She's stronger than you know. Her heart still starts to grow. You've been fighting for it all your life. You've been struggling to make things right. That's how a superhero learns to fly. You've been fighting for it all your life. You've been working every day and night. That's how a superhero learns to fly.
Coming up next, SK Telecom T1, KT Rolster, Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016, Round 1.
새해에도 여러분과 함께합니다. 안녕하세요. 위클리 LCK 당근입니다. 롤챔스 짜투리 타임에 저희가 방송이 되는데요. 2, 3분 정말 짧게 방송이 돼요. 근데 이게 사실은 일주일 4번 경기가 아니라 4일마다 매일 나가거든요. 근데 그래봐야 2, 3분 아닙니까? 그거 못 참고 댓글로 악플이 달려있어요, 지금. 대본 다 외우겠다. 말도 안 되는 소리 하지 마, 구라치. 아이고, 죄송합니다. 거짓말 하지 마. 너 와서 이거 못 외우잖아. 여러분, 그런 악플 달지 마세요. 거짓말 치지 마세요. 뭘 외워요. 자꾸 보면 좀 정도 들고 그러는 거지. 네, 여러분 혹시 지난번에 롤챔스 오프닝을 만들고 쭉 집에서 휴식하고 계시던 PD님 기억하십니까? 그 PD님이 저의 이 발언에 발끈을 해서 저희 오프닝을 만들어 주셨습니다. 경사예요, 경사. 네, 제가 월급돈이라도 올려주니까 또 이렇게 돌아오는 게 있습니다. 근데 뭐 폰카요 이렇게 막 찍어주셨는데 어떻게 나오는지 저도 못 봤거든요. 지금 바로 위클리 LCK 오프닝 공개합니다.
Welcome to your life. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world.
지난 CJ와 롱주의 대결에서 다시 한번 버그 리포트가 발생을 하고 말았습니다. 그것도 절묘하게 이제 마지막 승부를 가는 한타가 벌어지려고 하는데 딱 버그 리포트가 발생을 했어요. 이렇게 열린 결말로 끝나면 너무 아쉽지 않습니까? 하지만 여러분 걱정하지 마세요. 위클리 LCK 어떤 프로그램입니까? 화면은 사라졌지만 제가 음성은 남아있기 때문에 잃어버린 23초의 그 상황 저희가 단독 입수 공개합니다.
그거. 천천히 하면 돼요, 천천히.
오케이, 나이스!
이겨.
미드.
끝났어.
죄송합니다, 여러분.
끝났어.
뭔데?
예, 형님들.
와, 앨리스 정말 르블랑한테 풀 빠진 거 아주 좋았어. 점프! 나이스!
야!
지난번 익수 선수의 안 기모띠에 이어서 또다시 MVP 인터뷰 존에 파란이 일어났습니다. 대놓고 조은정 아나운서에게 작업을 걸었어요. 그 용기는 가상하나 자세히 보시면 손을 벌벌 떨고 있습니다. 마음은 굉장히 여린 친구예요. 자, 페이커 선수에 이어서 이번엔 플라이 선수의 마음까지 훔친 조은정 아나운서. 과연 그녀의 매력은 대체 무엇인지 저도 기회가 되면 인터뷰해보고 싶습니다. 진짜요. 피디님 진짜라고요.
가실 거예요?
네.
나 없어요.
끝났나요?
진짜 가야 돼요. 인터뷰.
누굴요? 뭐?
네, 안녕하세요. 조은정입니다. 원래 이 자리는 경기를 빛낸 MVP들과 하는 자리인데요. 오늘은 좀 특별한 분을 모셨습니다. 요즘 위클리 LCK로 주가 급상승인 OGN의 새로운 대세 당군님 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
와, 당군님 요즘 OGN을 점점 잠식하고 있는 소감이 어떤가요?
근데 메인 프로그램들이 아니고
네.
다들 뭐 제가 저렴한 값에 출연하고 있는 거라서 그렇게 뭐 잠시까지는 아니고 뭐 클템 따라가려면 멀었죠.
늘 거침없는 비판으로 그 위클리 LCK에서 롤챔스를 비판해 주시는데 혹시 인터뷰를 좀 비판할 거리가 있나요?
본인이 워낙 아름다우셔서 그 옆에 하는 선수들보다는 조은정 아나운서가 포커스가 가는 면이 없잖아 있어요.
영혼이
사실은
하나도 안 느껴져요.
그러니까 어머님을 탓하세요. 본인이 이렇게 아름다운 거를. 뭐 어떡하겠습니까? 그건 말고는 워낙 진행을 잘하셔서 딱히 뭐 드릴 말씀은 없네요.
시청자분들께 한마디 해주시죠.
많이 좀 봐주시고 댓글에 악플이라도 좋으니까 사실 악플 단다고 제가 뭐 고소하거나 그러지 않거든요.
네.
보지도 않지만 아무튼 댓글 좀 많이 달아주시길 바라겠습니다.
앞으로도 롤챔스를 향한 날카로운 비판 부탁드리겠습니다. 여러분 위클리 LCK 많이 사랑해주세요. 조은정이었습니다. 고맙습니다.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the the world.
Welcome back to OGN Champions Spring, and Kramer getting the MVP. Game number 3 between CJ and Africa. That is a pretty high gold per minute, isn't it? And 100% kill contribution. Wow.
100% kill participation. Usually
Dude.
we're looking at Mad Life for numbers like that, but this time it's Kramer, and just like the Rocks Tigers, it seems like the CJ Entus players are stealing votes off each other. Only Kramer and Mad Life have picked up MVP points, I believe, so far this season for CJ.
Yep. Sharing is caring.
And this was the big turning point where they got the 3-man cluster onto, look at those members though, Corky, Ezreal, and Lissandra. The 3 main damage dealers knocked up. The snowball from there was real for CJ Enders, but this time, so much more decisive.
Yeah. This was just a great gank on to Songyun from Mad Life and Thresh. They had all the CC exactly where it needed to be. And
the
again,
story, right?
This one looked a little bit dangerous for CJ, but they were able to come together really well. The coordination was great.
So out of context, it looks dangerous. The big thing there was that Kramer had just bought QSS. Lissandra got into the back line, didn't know about the QSS, instantly QSS, Wild Growth in the right position. Team fight win for CJ. So just not respecting that item pickup as they got it. And this was the end where Callista scripts around, gets plenty of kills, eventually died, I believe, but otherwise,
Yeah, he
clean
eventually
win.
wandered into the fountain and
As you do.
gave a kill away.
Looking for that penta.
Yep. Not going to find it, but we will. What we will find, though, is our MVP interview. George will be translating for us today. Go ahead.
All right, hello Champions fans, this is George. So today's matchup between CJ and Africa, CJ won 2-1. And today's MVPs are Mad Life and Kramer. All right, round of applause for CJ and the MVP. First of all, it'll be Mad Life. All right, it is your MVP again. How do you feel? First game, I knew I was going to get the first MVP because I went roaming very well on the mid lane. But second game, I didn't play as well as I played in the first game. In between your New Year's holiday season, it is your hairstyle change. Is there a reason? After I went to holiday, our team members were having a haircut, so I felt like getting a haircut as well. And the hairdresser actually cut my hair too deep, so I kind of didn't like it. But I think all of your fans are liking your new hairstyle. I know Africa's head coach was your former head coach. How do you feel? Did you see him before the game? No, I didn't have enough time, so I didn't get to see him. Did your head coach say something to you before the game? Our head coach doesn't give me too much pressure, so he didn't say much before the game. On the first set, with your Thresh, you initiated a lot. And then there was a point where you saved Bubbling with your Lantern. What did Bubbling say? First of all, Bubbling is often in that situation. So he just says nice. And then team members just say something to him after those situations. It's kind of scary. I know during the first in the early season you guys had a really hard time, but it seems like your team is playing very well. How do you feel about that? I guess we have been practicing a lot. I think we have more of a vision in the future, so feels like we're gonna win in the future too. Please say something to Ambition.
서로 약간
We
팀의 정신적 그런 느낌을
we're like
역할인데
a position to lead the team as mentally.
오랜만에 그러니까 블레이즈 이후로
So after Blaze, it's the first match against him.
졌으면 좋겠어요.
So hopefully we have a very good match against. I have a very good match against him.
시청하신 것 같은데요. 여러분 메라 선수에게 큰 박수.
All right, round of applause for Mad Life.
자 이제 크레이머 선수.
Next to be Kramer.
안녕하세요. 와 오늘 또 고티오가 받았어요.
I know bottom duo also carried again today. How do you feel? First, I felt like we were gonna lose, but I'm really happy because I won. I said I wanted the pentakill because I wanted to also get MVP for the first game as well, but I didn't get it.
근데 킬 관여율도 지금 첫 세트 100%고.
I know you got 100% kill contribution. Why did you feel like you guys gonna lose? Because it felt like Africa was playing very well in the early game.
근데 오늘 경기 전에
Before the game,
아프리카 선수들이랑 부스 안에서 또 인사를 나누더라고요.
you said hi to the Africa team members before the game. Are you guys close? Yes, we're pretty close. I don't want to go too deep, but we're pretty close, so I just wanted to go say hi.
잘못할 사정이 많은 건가요?
Why do you have so much secret? Why is there? He said he doesn't know too much about his own life.
모르니까 제가 다시 잡아오겠습니다. 상대팀 아프리카가 그 락스도 그렇고 지네오도 그렇고
Rocks
한
and,
번씩 세트전을 한 적이 있잖아요. 그래서 경기 분석을 좀 많이 했을 것 같은데.
I know you guys probably prepared a lot before playing Africa or Rocks Tigers. What was your main point before you played against them? I really didn't think about it. I just played. I just thought we should just play hard. That's the only thing I thought of before playing the game.
잘 넣으면 되니까 한타 할 때마다
Every team fight.
것 같아요. 어떻게 가능했다고 생각하나요?
Why was it why was the reason why you were able to give a lot of damage? Because our supporter, who is Mad Life, is a very good supporter, so
승리할 때마다
I was able to get a lot of damage.
고듀오가 받고 있잖아요.
I know.
이대로라면 롤챔스 최강 고듀오 서열에
It feels like you guys are getting the bottom duo are getting a lot of MVPs together. Do you guys feel like you guys are gonna be the best bottom duo this season? I really don't know. I know our supporter is the best, but I'm not the best AD carry yet.
이라고 하니까 굉장히 민망했는데 마지막으로 메라 선수에게
All right. Lastly, please say something to Mad Life. If we play like this, I'll be really satisfied.
여러분 크레이머 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
All right, that was it for Kramer as well. Congratulations for the CJ bottom duo, Mad Life and Kramer. Take it away, guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, George. And so there it is. The CJ bot lane duo victorious 2-1 over the Africa Freaks. Wasn't always the cleanest match, but a win is a win, and CJ Entis will move to 3-3 on the season.
Again, really good performance for this budding lineup before they even get all their members on the field. Big story though, 6 wins for CJ on the year. There's 3 match wins, but 6 games overall.
Right.
All MVPs to the bot lane. You have to expect that as the season goes on, more and more attention, more counter ganks, more planning around keeping those guys behind, because if they have to trust those other laners, it's going to be a struggle for CJ.
Yeah, it's been a bit tough. We'll have to see how the season progresses for them. But now we have to progress to our second best of 3, and this is going to be a good one. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I look forward to it every season. It's SK Telecom versus KT Rolster, the Telecom War, the greatest rivalry in Korean esports, if not all of esports, dare I say. And there is, of course, SK Telecom T1, your reigning world championship team, and a team that's struggled a little bit. They are coming into this one as the 4th place team in Champion Spring.
Yeah, their reputation obviously precedes them, but it's been, on a few different ways, a poor season for them. I feel like their drafting's kind of been hit or miss. Definitely their strategy in-game's been hit or miss. There's no real standouts. Only Bang has been completely outstanding, highest KDA in the league. He's been trying to pick up the pieces, but it just feels like SKT haven't gelled as a 5-man unit. And I'm not willing to point to this man Duke as the reason. I feel there are bigger problems. Duke has done his role. Duke's made some mistakes, but SKT, they just haven't got it all together on the Rift yet in 2016.
Yeah, for the most part, it's looked a little bit lackadaisical. It hasn't looked like the serious kind of play we saw from these guys at Worlds. And they're going to need to be as serious as they possibly can be because their opponents were slowly panning over to, oh, there they are, KT Rolster. These guys are currently sitting at number 3 behind the Rocks Tigers and Jin Air. 4-1 match records right now for KT, 4-2 for SK Telecom. Big cheer for these guys from the audience. And SKT, they've been looking aggressive. Fast games, dominating performances. We'll see if they can put that together against SKT today.
And KT have really been decreasing their overall game time. You'll remember in week 1 it was always about Victor, Lucian, and then Fiora outscale in the top lane.
Yeah.
But they've been picking up the pace. Score has played an amazing Graves. Score has been the big story. He's kind of really changed his style. The meta has opened up with 80 carries in the jungle, and out with the Gragas, in with the Graves, and the results have been pretty explosive. Fly in the mid lane also. You mentioned Nagne's in the audience. Fly has looked impressive. I didn't like his Lissandra, but especially on those wave clear mages, Lux, of course, one of his favorites. He's looked really good, and the crazy thing is that KT, I think, you'd have to say, even you as a big SKT fan, come in favorites today.
Yeah, I gotta admit it. I think KT Rolster's looking a little bit strong overall, but like we said many times before, just when you think SK Telecom is kind of out of the mix, they prove that they can still be the best team in the world.
SKT played one more series, 4-2 versus the 4-1 from KT. KT will go into second if they can win this match, and again with one less game played. Of course, they can't get ahead of the Rocks Tigers. This is the results for SKT, and you see a lot of wins, but the big story is the losses. The loss to EM Fire. A lot of those wins against Spenu and EM Fire, obviously pretty gimme series as for the world champions, weren't that convincing. Okay, they beat Spenu fairly convincingly, but it hasn't been the reign of terror that KT, outside that Rocks Tigers, but look at that. They've dropped 2 games, and they were only to the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, both of these teams have lost to the Rocks Tigers. SK Telecom match was a bit weird because in that third game they decided to play blank, which obviously is not something you want to do if you want to win.
Look at this graph. The blue graph is so tilted to Bang. 9.1 KDA. The second highest KDA, I believe, is Kuro at around 8, and Arrow just behind him at 7.9. So it's been all about Bang. And the weird thing is the Faker's champion pool, right? This guy's been playing mid lane gangplank, doing fine, but not dominating like Faker does. We're looking at the damage distribution, and yep, 80 carry focus for sure on the side of SK Telecom.
Yeah, I mean, quite a bit coming out of the mid lane. Of course, for Faker, he does have the highest damage per minute in the tournament right now.
But you see the difference between Bengi and Score, right? 6% difference in the junglers.
Very different kinds of junglers, right? Bengi is certainly not what you would call aggressive, whereas Score has been really loving the Kindred, Graves, the aggressive jungle meta. Kindred, of course, still unavailable today.
And we have to...
I don't know what Someday is doing here, but he's got like a little flower thing sticking out of his head.
Maybe that's just in preparation for Valentine's Day tomorrow.
It's going to blossom into a beautiful rose, which he will then pluck and give to his lady love.
Wow, that's very elaborate for...
That's the only thing you can assume from him saving it for Valentine's Day.
There's Faker on your screen. And let's return to what you were talking about. The fact that SKT, again, have been pretty liberal with using the likes of Blank and Scout over the course of the games. You know, I was doing stats for Bengi in particular, and I was remarking that, okay, he's actually only dropped a couple of games this season. I think it's just the 2. He's actually still undefeated on Elise. Both these junglers 4-0 on Elise. 4-0 on Elise, so there's going to be a lot of contested picks. There's still a lot of undefeated champions. SKT can still put together a lineup of Fiora, Elise, Corki, Kalista, Thresh that they're undefeated on in the course of 2016. So it does feel like the weight of expectation has outweighed what SKT's actually put together. But as you mentioned, it's all the waiting until SKT pull the finger out and become the world champion squad we know they can be.
Right. Question is, will they be able to put together a world championship performance,
Will there be a third game? And if there is, who will be playing in it from SKT?
Yeah, will they just randomly play blank and be like, we didn't want to win anyway? I'm still salty about that, man.
You sound tilted.
They robbed us of what could have been the greatest best of 3 in Champions. We'll see if today equals as we go into picks and bans for game number 1 between SK Telecom and KT Rolster.
This is the fun part. I mean, the game will be good too, but the picks and bans are an interesting one just because there's so many undefeated champions. There's so many must bans. Someday, 4-0 Fiora, 3-0 Poppy. Will both those champions be banned out by SKT? The Zillion ban comes off from the start. KT have definitely been the best team of champions to pilot the Poppy the Poppy and Zillion duo that's been doing a lot of work around the world. And jungle bans start. Okay, what will the jungle pool look like after these bans? Because already Rek'Sai and Italy off the board.
Yeah, I think you can hurt Bengi a lot easier than you can hurt Score right now as far as jungle bans go. And they're doing that. There goes Elise, too. So
the 4-0 Elise and the 3-1 7.7 KDA Rek'Sai off the board. Are we going to see everyone's favorite jungle Graves, the Bengi Graves?
Maybe. I mean, they're really making it so that SK Telecom might have to first pick that Graves, which could give KT a lot of power picks. There's the Rise ban.
You know, the biggest unknowns, the biggest roles where you compare talent and you think, okay, one player outweighs the other, it's probably between mid lane and jungle. And the mid lane, Faker's got the pedigree, Faker's got the potential, he's had a decent season. Fires, we didn't know what to expect with his reintroduction to Korea, he's been good. But you give the edge to Faker overall. In the jungle, Score's been outstanding. He was outstanding at Worlds, he was outstanding in the previous meta. He's moved to this one even more impressively.
Yeah.
So how can Score impact it now that there is so much focus to the jungle? They've left open Kalista though, and if we know one thing, okay, not professionally undefeated on Kalista anymore, but pretty close to that for Bang.
Yeah, certainly not a champion that you want to let him have, but again, you'd have to imagine this Graves is going to be picked by KT for Score, and so what does that leave Bengi with? Maybe Lee Sin, I guess?
KT are on the red side. Will we see a last pick for top? That was their MO in the early weeks. It was all about the last pick Fiora. Or will we see the last pick for mid? We have seen Fly pick up the Zillion with the last pick. What type of KT will we see? Because if we think about what comps these guys have been best at, SKT, just think back to their first game of the season against TJ Enters. Mid lane Corki, high pressure comps. SKT look best at. KT is they started off without scale, but they have moved towards the pressure comps in recent games. Speaking of pressure, Faker locks in Corki. Faker is 2-0, 24 KDA on Corki. They're getting a lot of pressure champions, although this has kind of been the SKT story. They're not about ambiguity. It felt like patch 6.2. In fact, ever since Eva was doing so well around IEM and Kesper Cup was all about flex picks. SKT, nope, very clear what they're picking on the blue side.
Yeah, leaving their jungle and support picks for last. A little bit odd there.
They're picking for power, or what they perceive as power on this patch. It's been SKT's way. They've been punished for it. They've won with it. KT are a really good team. Can they see through this draft and come up with something? I mean, it's looking like last pick Fiora, isn't it?
Yeah.
The moment the Victor's locked in, you're like, okay, well, we're getting the Fiora top.
Yeah, but will we see the Kog'Maw? No, I think the Lucian's a bit better.
This was 2015. Arrow was loving the Kog'Maw. Had a very high win rate on it in summer.
Yeah.
We'll see the Kog'Maw eventually.
No.
Fly has been threatening the Ziggs for a long time.
Well, there are, arguably buffs coming for him in 6.3, so I feel like it's inevitable. But it will be the Victor this game. Victor and Lucian.
Well, it's screaming top lane Fiora, but it could be Poppy as well. They don't have the Zillion synergy, but also undefeated on Poppy, 3-0, 15.5 KDA for someday. Looking at what SKT is going to do to round out the drop. Will we see the return to Bengi Lee Sin?
I don't really know what else they would take. I mean, Nunu, I suppose, but nope, it will be the Lee Sin.
Certainly not the Evelyn. That was one that looked a bit putrid for Bengi in that loss to Jinan. We're waiting to see what KT want to do with their last pick. They know it's against Gangplank. Are we going to see something different, or are we going to go with type? Fiora would be the accepted pick.
Yeah, I think Fiora seems pretty reasonable here.
But you can go for earlier power spikes. Olaf does well if there's no ganks. I mean, he can definitely be snowballed down on, but he does have a strong early laning phase against the Gangplank. There's lots of different options they can go in terms of top lane. Someday has a massive champion pool of carry champions that do well against the Gangplank. If it is Olaf, it means they're going for the earlier game. Poppy also may not dominate Gangplank, but certainly has the earlier power spikes in terms of impacting both the lane and also team fights. So KT have been moving away from outscale late game, and they're going to keep with this earlier power spike Poppy, but still a very strong draft, mostly focused around jungle. Score is really the one here. He's got CC in every lane. He is a wonderful Graves player, undefeated professionally, at least in the jungle on that champion. The jungle matchup, I think, is the story here. Bengi Lee Sin versus Score's Graves.
Yeah. Now, you never really know when Bengi's going to come back and have, like, an amazing Lee Sin game. He's done it before, but lately it just seems like he's been struggling, and, we do see Bengi struggle when the meta kind of shifts away from his kind of champions. Duke up in top lane with that Gangplank, too, is going to be a bit interesting. A little bit of scaling there. SK Telecom, the interesting thing about this team, too, is that they do tend to be one of the teams that's the most far behind in terms of gold at 15.
It's a crazy thing to think about
It
SKT.
is.
They always ran the early game, but actually 8th in gold difference at 15.
Yeah.
Do you know who they're behind? They're behind EM Fire at gold difference at 15. A weaker early game for SK Telecom T1 than EM Fire.
Well, it all depends on how you finish, I suppose. So, SK Telecom looking to finish strong yet again here in game number 1 versus KT Rolster. But, man, it's been a while since we've seen a match between these two teams that I think is going to be as close as we're going to see today, though. It's going to be a good one. SK Telecom, maybe with their first chance to lose to KT since like 2014. Let's get in the game and see if KT can pull it off.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while
All right, welcome to yet another chapter in the Telecom War. KT Rolster taking on SK Telecom T1. Traditionally in League of Legends, SK Telecom has certainly had the upper hand in this matchup. But we move into a best of 3 today where KT is higher up in the standings. They look arguably tighter. They finish games quicker, so it's going to be a test for SKT.
During the Lunar New Year break, Score gave an interview where he really talked a lot about this telecom war and just the mental toll that losing to SKT so many times in his career has taken on him. Now it's all about Score. He's the one that has the favored jungler in Graves in this situation. The draft was all about holding Bengi away from his trademark control junglers. He's eventually forced off to an off-meta pick for Bengi, at least, in the Lee Sin. Lee Sin actually has a really good win rate in Champions. It's about 6-1. It's one of the highest win rate low-pick champions. But Bengi is one of those players whose mechanics kind of wildly fluctuate. Sometimes he's hitting every Elise cocoon and looking wonderful. Sometimes Bengi's mechanics get away from him. So Score's got a good matchup. Score's got CC in the lanes. Score talked about the frustration. Let's see what he can make of this game.
Yeah, well, Score's really seen it all, hasn't he? I mean, he's the only one on this KT team that was actually there. And there's that little steal with the blue sentinel that we were seeing earlier. Looks like Score's going to grab one too. A lot of harassment on this blue buff, actually.
Trying to stop the jungle follow, or at least delay it. Smite hasn't been used, though. Wow, nice reset from Wolf.
Yeah, manages to get the blue buff to reset, and he's still harassing. This is getting pretty bad for KT.
Thunderlords.
Someday taking a lot of damage, too. Flay cooldown's coming soon. They're fighting it right in the pit, though, so.
Well,
there's the Flay. There we go. Finally got it.
Chani looked to be doing the same, given his lower health bar, but off screen, and Wolf's not done.
Not yet. Wow, still harassing with these Wolves. Now he's done. Okay, so going back to what I was saying, Score is the only one in this KT team right now that was actually there in that epic best of 5 at the 2013 Summer Finals here in Korea, where SK Telecom pulled off a 3-game reverse sweep to take the series and really kind of cemented which one of these organizations was the top dog in Korea. And ever since then, KT just hasn't really been able to get an edge in the matchup too much.
On a very similar night to this, a wet night in Seoul was when that famous reverse sweep came through. It's been raining.
Not quite as cold.
Yeah, not quite as cold. We're also indoors, which helps.
That is nice, yeah. It's not to get rained on.
Yeah, but will the parade versus KT be rained on? As you mentioned, they have that really long streak. It's been, League of Legends has not been the esport of choice for the Telecom Wars from a KT perspective. They've always been the bridesmaid most of the time.
Well, they won summer season back in 2014, but that was really about it for KT. A couple international events, but in Korea it's been all SK Telecom and on the world stage too for the most part.
So SKT, I guess both teams, but I would say extra investment from Wolf in trying to stop the jungle follow, so we might see a slight difference in terms of timers. The one thing it means is that Graves actually fallen behind in CS over Lee Sin, but it's not a big factor. Anything they can do to hold back and Score, and specifically Graves, as early game impact is good from the perspective of SKT. Score moving quite freely. Going to be just standard turret swapping as far as we can see, but actually KT are the first ones to pick up that turret.
Yep, SK Telecom will get theirs a little bit later, and they won't be able to quite deny as much of the wave, it looks like, too. So, we'll see what ends up happening here, but I think a good amount of CC going to go over to Arrow.
Orky definitely has the early laning advantage over Victor, just has the advantage in auto attacks, has the AoE clear that does more damage, pre-Hexcore upgrade from Victor, so a bit of a CS advantage, and the chip damage to the turret behind Wolf.
Oh, hook onto Arrow. Wolf just being annoying. Going in for the play, though. Duke wants to make a play. There's Bang. They get the flash from Arrow, so there's a summoner used. Wolf did use his Ignite, just in case. Here comes Score to make sure SKT can't pull any more shenanigans.
SKT didn't send
Shenanigans.
Gangplank top. Maybe they were worried about Graves just coming around and ganking with no turret behind him. So Poppy's getting free farm. And as a result, they pull off that sneaky brush gank, get the flash out of Arrow, but no more. Now he'll teleport top.
Look at that. Bang with that 100% win rate on Kalista right now. Pretty epic KDA, too, with that 17.6.
Important to note, that's Champions, of course. He did lose in the Casper Cup.
Yep. Yep, but still unbeaten in this tournament anyway.
Indeed. For now, mid lane's been isolated. Fly just really wants that first shot. Or whenever he can pick up the Hex Score upgrade, for now going to be struggling a little bit. The lane swap has definitely curtailed Graves' influence. As Bengi's,
Right.
if anything, has been on the front foot.
Yeah, well, when we see Bengi play Lee Sin, we usually see him take a little bit more of an aggressive route than he normally does in the jungle. Here comes Bang. Bang and
Oh,
Wolf
man.
coming up. Yeah, Chani's there too. So, and they know they're there, so I don't think we're going to see any big crazy dive.
Yeah, 3 men in a turret, stronger than a 4-man stack this early. 3 men in a turret sounds like a sequel to 3 men in a baby.
That's right. It's going to be the next big hit sitcom, right?
Tom Selleck's available, probably.
Was he in 3 Men and a Baby or
I
2
believe-
Men and a Baby? I don't even know.
I believe so.
I have no idea anything about that sitcom. Not watching.
80s, Doa.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
I was watching He-Man in the 80s, not sitcoms.
You were probably making the right call.
Play on to Someday. Someday with the W. Duke coming in with a little bit more damage. What is it with fighting over the Rift Herald today?
Okay, it's a Rift Herald contest, but not a Rift Herald fight just
Yeah,
yet.
it's a little bit of a fight. A little bit of a brawl. Not enough of one for my taste, but I think the thing is people just realize that you can, generally catch the other team with a little bit less health and a little bit less cooldowns, maybe if you are quick about fighting it.
It's worth noting that we're not seeing the mirror turret takes both outer turrets in top lane and bot lane go out very early in the game. So it was a situation where actually both teams had more than 3 members on the same side of the map. So it was not going to be a free Rift Herald. So KT just had the members in the area to just contest it for little to no cost. No free Rift Heralds for SKT.
Sure.
So let's see what the results are here. I mean, Gangplank's got a little bit of CS extra, but not much to speak about. Corky's just used his stronger ranged auto attack to get a slight lead, but you can see it. Gold is even, turrets are even, but Score's influence and the playmaking of Graves hasn't happened in the early game. Now it's going to be level 6 impact, and Bengi's on point. You kind of give Lee Sin the playmaking advantage, if not the burst advantage, compared to Graves.
When you said level 6 impact, I'm like, no, he hasn't been on SKT for a long time, man.
It's true.
Different impact, though, I suppose.
Doing just fine over in energy and LCS.
Yeah, we'll see how much of an impact Duke has. Probably not for a little while on this GP, though. And Faker, for once, not being super, super aggressive in the mid lane. Everything that we're seeing here, really, I feel like SK Telecom is approaching this one pretty seriously.
I think in general, SKT have been on the ball. They were very incentivized to get the lane swap, stop Graves or stop Score from having a field day, making aggressive moves. I mean, how many times this season has Bengi died at his blue buff to an enemy jungler, whether it was Kindred, from Bubbling's Kindred, or other junglers just coming and contesting him? The lane swap, the one thing that it's always done is it hides your jungler, because the jungler's always with a laner, he's always with his team, so there's no potential for you to get caught out in the jungle. There's a reason why 6 months ago we were seeing, he's trying to get hooks, only level 3.
Yeah, gonna take a bit of damage anyway.
6 months ago we were seeing the likes of Sejuani in lane swaps because, okay, Sejuani dies to enemy jungler coming in her face, but otherwise can be hidden in a lane swap. So the lane swap has hidden Bengi for the first 8 minutes, but now you can see Score's smelling for some counter jungling.
Yeah, he's been so aggressive on these 80 junglers. I love watching it. Here comes Bengi, though.
Oh, boy.
Where's my wolves? No wolves! Just a ward. Oh, that's way worse than wolves, man.
That's true.
Well, he's going to get the pink ward at least.
Can't see
What
Bengi
are we going to see?
getting too frisky. Poppy's really, really deep. Just pushing a big minion wave. Duke's going to try and freeze it. We'll see if Someday can make some map impact. Will it be Harold the Herald?
It's going to be Rift Herald. And that will probably go over to Score, I would imagine, just give him that little bit of extra mobility.
Well, they kind of need 2 men to contest, and it's far better for Duke to freeze a minion wave as gameplay than it is to contest the Rift Herald.
Oh,
so.
yeah. Let's be honest, nobody really cares about the Rift Herald right now.
I mean, we literally just saw a series where the Rift Herald was contested multiple times.
Yeah, but again, that wasn't because of the Rift Herald. That was just because it was like catching somebody in River.
That's fair.
You see 2 people with low health, and you're like, they have low health. We have full health. We could go and kill them. Oh, the Rift Herald happens to be there.
It's true. Well, SKT have had control of this blue side jungle for the majority of the game. Try and snowball that into their first dragon, but Graves comes in quickly with... Wow, he's actually already got the Warrior enchant, and he also has the Rift Herald buff. This is a buffed up Graves.
Oh, yeah.
So suddenly, Dragon looks a more scarier prospect.
Yeah, it's a very passive game, though, from both teams, which is probably not too shocking.
Late game team fights. If we do get to an even late game team fighting phase, it's going to be incredible to track. Because you look down SKT's lineup, unbelievable damage. Every member of their lineup, barring to some degree Bengi and of course Wolf, does massive damage.
Yep. Speaking of a little bit of damage, Arrow tries for something with the culling, but it doesn't really hit anybody.
KT do plenty of damage themselves. It's the only difference between the 2 teams that KT have 2 tanks and SKT have none.
Yeah.
Alistair, of course, a situational tank, but Poppy is certainly going to get in the back. And if Poppy can occupy Bang and Faker, there's definitely a late game that KT can win fights in.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was wondering if KT was going to keep pushing that bottom lane, because if they were able to kind of bull rush the bottom turret down, that would really give them nice dragon leverage, wouldn't it?
Would do. They've had it pushed up consistently. They've got the good deep wards. It's just they knew Graves on the same side of the map. Graves was freshly shopped with the Rift Herald. They couldn't opt into it. Usually we're seeing Rift Herald and the instant answer of the dragon, but by the time they postured towards it, recall already came through. Score was there, so no ability to take that objective for free, and it delays any dragon stacking for SKT.
Yeah.
So this turret health, okay. Faker hasn't had too much time. Good shopping times from Fly as far as we can tell, just from that turret health. He's gotten 2 hex core upgrades, so now the mid lane is certainly going to stall. And when it comes to plays around the mid lane, Fly doesn't have cleanse, so if Wolf can sneak in, and of course Bengi with the kick, anyone gets behind this Victor, that'd be massive for SKT if they could time a chance roam into mid with Faker finishes Trinity Force, get that out of mid lane turret. I feel like mid lane turret holds so much weight given how similar these 2 comps are.
Yeah, it seems that way, but I think we've got a while before we're going to see any action.
That's true. Let's
Said
calm down.
Doa sadly.
Okay, let's get back in our chairs, calm down a little bit.
I was already in my chair.
Really?
I don't know why you're standing up, man.
That's what Riotcasters do. We stand up.
Do you?
Sometimes.
Do you have tiny little monitors that you can't see if you're more than 2 feet away?
I did partake in the standing sometimes. Oh, Sunday's low.
Action time someday. Ulting. Oh, nice dodge from Bengi getting to that ward. Oh, that was beautiful. Bengi, you beast. You deserve the first blood.
Well, that sets the tone, doesn't it?
Bengi unleashed.
Someday looks frustrated, but that was all Bengi. Really nice mechanics. First to dodge the Poppy ultimate and then to hit the Q resonating strike.
Oh.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Now, they have pushed up aggressively, but they don't have enough warding. Faker's coming to create a lot of pressure. They're not going to get this turret as an answer. Gangplank gets some free time. They're, at minimum, going to get turret damage in the top or draw out the teleport from Someday.
All right, Faker with a little bit of action on the fly. Gets out of the gravity field. There's the exhaust. Faker over the wall. The no-look rocket for the 1v1. SKT. Hey, guess what, Papa Smithy? These guys won Worlds last year.
And they got some of these powerful picks. We mentioned it, 24 KDA and 2-0 on the mid lane Corki. The big story there is look at the bot side river. Double pinks in the area meant that there was a missing call from Fly, but he had no idea when Faker would be back in lane. Super aggressive rift in, flash over that W. Nice play from Faker, and it's the Faker we expect. It's not Faker Gangplank, this is Faker Corki.
That's right. This is aggressive Faker. I love it. And SK Telecom has an angle onto that dragon now. And they're going to take that first dragon. No opposition coming in from KT Rolster.
Score has been the one neutralized by SKT. And KT must have thought they were neutralizing the enemy jungler. Send out all those bans, get that advantageous matchup, force Bengi on a champion who's been very reticent to play, at least in the recent past. But Bengi's mechanics were on point, and so far, Score just hasn't been able to get any impact on this game.
I mean, it's like I said earlier in this game. You know, Bengi can have these very good mechanical games on Lee Sin. We've seen it before. He's got it in him. He just usually doesn't want to do it. Or can't do it. I don't know.
The issue here is that
It's weird.
Poppy is free farming, but because she keeps pushing the lane into Gangplank, Gangplank's actually winning in CS, and in general, is getting very, very low pressure free farm, now at 109 CS, same as the AD carry. Poppy trading farm with a Gangplank is never something you want to do, because in the late game, sure, Poppy's going to be tankier, but Gangplank, so much space control with his barrels and his ultimate. Troubling times for KT.
Yeah, Duke's already got his Trinity Force.
Fast.
Pretty
too.
good, yeah, very fast, in a pretty good spot. And Faker's just been able to do a surprising amount of damage by himself with this mid lane turret against Fly's Victor.
KT are losing in the pink ward battle. I mean, the pink wards are so important on this patch, but the big story has been consistent double pinks on both sides of the river for SKT. It's what led Faker to get that kill on Fly, and in general, if you can get pink wards on both sides of mid lane, you just have so much control. The enemy mid lane is so constricted to farming under their turret. So Corki, with the natural pushing advantage in the early levels, before the Hex core upgrades come, and now a kill, just has so much more map pressure than Victor.
I think SKT's approaching this really intelligently. You know, they knew that Faker was going to be under pressure, and they knew that Score was going to be probably looking for Bengi in the enemy jungle. So put the pinks down, keep your mid lane safe, and then Bengi has the ability to pay that much more attention to where Score is and kind of try to mirror him and not get caught.
The lane assignments in general are really working out for SKT. They're able to get Gangplank free farm. Felt like KT would have been more incentivized to get both turrets down bot and top, so that it was just a different style of game when the game gets more narrowly focused around mid lane. Just the fact that Duke has been free to freeze the lane multiple times, push it in when he wants to.
He's got a big CS lead.
Gangplank top should never have wave control. He should be dictated to by the enemy jungler, by the enemy top laner, always on the back foot. But no, as you mentioned, he's cultivated a 30 CS lead as top lane Gangplank against Graves Poppy. A lot of kill pressure from those two on paper.
Yep. Yeah, and we're seeing, once again, when you can, you give that Rift Herald buff to the mid lane, and that's going to help Faker knock down that turret even quicker, that little bit of attack speed boost on the minions.
Just saw Mickey
Helps
do
you
this
chip.
in the previous series.
Yep. Oh, actually, maybe they'll just kind of let the minions do it for him. Nope, never mind. Victor wave clear.
Such as Victor.
Yeah.
Score has farmed up. There's definitely a farming aspect to Jungle Graves. You have higher cost core items than you do on Bengi's Lee Sin, but again, just no impact around fights, no skirmishes, no picks. Hachani's been mostly left to lane duty rather than the many Alicers we've seen roam around the map and really impact. Mid lane has been a stall fest, as we expect, but this is the big story. Free farm for Gangplank, and Poppy doing just fine, but not dictating the lane at all.
Yeah, 30 CS lead for Duke.
Remember, Fiora was available. Some days Fiora, right next to Smeb, is the best Fiora in the world, but they went for Poppy for more of an early game impact.
Oh, here comes Faker, using the package to get over the wall, trying to make a play on the Score, but he's going to be in trouble now. Gravity Lapse, or Gravity Field, doesn't really do much to him. Chaos Storm nearly kills him, though. Wow, there's the engage. Wolf goes in, drops a box. Kind of disjointed from SKT, but they still get the kill on the Fly in the end anyway. Oh, there goes Wolf, and now Bang in a lot of trouble. KT turning this around with that. I give up. Bangy's going to die. Or is he? Yep, there's a turret. Double kill for Someday, and KT Rolster turning that one around at the cost of a turret, but I think they're fine. They can probably equalize the turrets right now anyway.
You saw a demonstration of why KT went for the Poppy, though, was able to come in, get those kills on the outside. Duke had teleport up, didn't even respond, realized there was just no ward and no impact. Of course, Gangplank teleporting in, no time to put down those barrels, won't be able to do too much. There's a lot of backside damage. Wow, there's one.
Wow, Faker comes in, gets a kill on Chani, gets a double kill. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Faker.
And it evens up what was looking like a big skirmish win for KT. Remember, Duke this whole time pushed down a turret and piled on the CS. Looked like the play from Someday would make him pay for it.
Yeah.
But Faker spares SKT's blushes.
Duke needs to be careful up in that top
Someday
lane.
was out of mana, so it was actually pretty calculated from Duke. They get the turret as well. He's not done.
There's the exhaust. Fly has to flash away. Faker's just decided that he's going to carry this game, and 2 kills, a turret.
He's
He's like, nice team fight, guys. I don't need a team to fight, though.
It's been too long since we've seen Faker go off like that. But remember, game 1 of the season was on this court. He did similar work. Faker's so aggressive. Remember, he got picked, didn't die though, with a heal from Bang on the backside to won them the fight. This is where Gangplank doesn't teleport in, Poppy does, and it looks like, okay, KT have got this. It was a nice pick from Bengi to get the kick. They take out Fly, but Sunday's teleport. Poppy's early teleport plays are massive. It was a good flash aggressively from Arrow. They picked up the kills, but the big story was that Faker almost died, went back to lane, didn't even have, remember, the home guards, but found the package, came back in, got there, just didn't respect the fact that Corki can get back to lane so fast, and the double kill on the backside and then the turret means that all in all, SKT win that little skirmish.
Yeah, a little bit of a gold lead too, 3,000, not too bad. Duking someday. Well, duking it out doesn't seem like the right term, but I suppose it'll work here. Duke in trouble, though. Has to drop that ultimate, slows him down. Someday following, there's the flash. Poppy's looking scary. Here comes the rest of KT. Faker all over score, though. Faker trying to prevent the jungler to come in. We may see a trade. Faker actually saves Duke by all the pressure onto score. Now turning on to Someday. It's Faker. It's the Faker Show. Welcome to the Faker Show.
Turns out it was renewed for another season, though. I thought 2015 was the last episode of the Faker Show, but he's turning on again, and they're not done.
This is insane. Faker single-handedly saving his top laner, getting himself a kill in a 1v2. He's 4-0-0 now. Picks up the Essence Reaver on that Corki, and he's ready for more.
Just haven't seen a lot of this Faker. This guy's potential has always been through the roof. His ceiling is higher than any other player in the world, but he's been playing champions like Gangplank. The team in general has been facing those lower opposition and kind of playing to their opposition. Now they're in a big match, and suddenly Faker turns it on. He's playing with his own basketball. He's running the game. This is the Faker we know and love.
That's the thing, is every time SK Telecom loses in a silly way, I say to myself, I look at this, I'm like, this isn't really SK Telecom. They're just not really taking this one too seriously, and everyone's like, I don't know. And then you have series like this. Then you have SK Telecom play like this. I think if SK Telecom wants to be the best team in the world, they can be the best team in the world. And we've got a few more games to play here, or at least one more game to play here tonight. But SK Telecom suddenly looking like that World Championship team again.
I mean, the only thing you can say is the top 2 teams in the world in 2015 were the Rox Tigers and SKT. Then, of course, the Coup Tigers. The Rox Tigers have got a lot better. We don't have much of a read on SKT. The only thing you can say for sure is that when we finally see a best of 3, a best of 5, with this main roster from SKT playing, the fireworks will be amazing.
Yeah. Suddenly, Bengi is good. Suddenly, Faker becomes like a god again. And KT Rolster reeling in a way we didn't think we'd see in this series.
Again, first game of the season, Faker on Corki, making massive plays with the package in mid lane, spawning many a nice joke, a yarn. Gets back on the Corki, and this has been the one consistent champion where Faker has been able to take over games in 2016.
Yeah, 2 dragons already for SK Telecom. Really, pretty much everything firmly in their control at the moment.
Secret Agent Gangplank, 0, 0, and 3. 003, I guess I should say. But 60 CS-ish up. Obviously going to have that Gangplank passive on his Q working in his favor. It's going to be a big gold lead in top. Not looking good anywhere for KT, and that combo doesn't help.
You will not take the lantern. Bengi says, I'm going to take the lantern anyway. And they may take this tier 2 turret. Need to be careful.
Double AD, so have decent siege.
Yeah.
Not great, because Callisto, of course, not the strongest at sieging with their range. But
See, this is really Team Ghost from SK Telecom. They've got Thresh, Callista, Ghost Gangplank. And you may ask them, well, what about the other 2 members of your team? Where did the other 2 ghosts come from? And SKT will tell you, we're going to make them out of the other team.
hey, if you told me, oh.
Okay, here we go, engage from Achani. That's Faker getting instantly blown up. Great pick from KT Rolster.
Really nice
not out yet.
They're still brawling.
Yeah, Duke going after Someday. Bengi throws his Q and he does connect, but I don't think they want to engage that when they know the rest of the KT team is right in that jungle.
Game's not over yet. It's a big lead
No.
for SKT. They do have good scaling, but again, lack of a true tank. Those late game team fights are going to be hard to navigate.
Well, if you catch Faker, if you catch one of these carries, it can really turn the game around in a big way. And
well, let me tell you, Poppy, Alistair, excellent at getting catches. I love this duo just because if either of them hit their combo, if either of them get their knockups, it's 2.5 seconds of flying. It's 2.5 seconds for Graves, for Victor, for Lucian to just burst you down. So there's certainly plenty of team fight catch and pick available for KT. This could stem the bleeding, because it's certainly been a 20 minutes to remember for SKT.
Bengi, what are you doing, buddy? Gotta get out of there. There's the Lantern. He's fine. But, yeah, SK Telecom not out of the woods yet.
Two
KT
levels.
Rolster still a strong team.
2-level advantage for the Duke over Poppy. So Duke's kind of had his free reign in that lane. His left lane, almost none. Remember, it's been Someday has been teleporting to get these engages in. Oh boy!
Wow, look at that. Duke going in on a Someday gets the one-on-one kill under the turret, and it is not very often that you see Someday die in a 1v1.
Yeah, solo kill from Duke. Alistair was there, didn't actually get an involvement whatsoever. The thing about Poppy is, it's a decent lane. You can definitely set up a kill for your allies, but solo kill potential's never there for Poppy. And clearly, when you have free time to put together Trinity Force, Infinity Edge at a really fast clip, solo kill potential is there for Duke.
Yeah. Faker going deep and taking the enemy wolves on blue side too, so SK Telecom really getting a lot of vision control over the map right now. Still pretty dominant. Faker using the package just to get to that red buff a little bit quicker. I don't think they're going to be able to steal this one, though. Maybe a rocket might help. They lose the ward. All right. Faker's going to go for it.
Don't get it. Has to be smited by Graves, but of course it is an 80 carry, so decent recipient, if not the ideal one, when it comes to the red buff. At the same time, Bengi gets free time to steal away the enemy blue, so this is the pressure game that SKT was so well known for. No free buffs when SKT's ahead in the mid game, and that trend continues.
Yeah. And it's really the mid game where SKT has always kind of come alive. You know, again, they are one of the, what was it, I believe 8th right now in terms of gold at 15. They have quite the deficit in most games, but after that 15-minute mark, that's where things kind of really turn around for SKT.
It's just a surreal stat, though. I think it's just one of those statistical anomalies that, again, something to do with the schedule, something to do with just how SKT have been playing, because it just hasn't been SKT-like, right? If you remove the name of SKT, if you remove the player names, you wouldn't know that was SKT on the field more often than not. And it's worth noting that sometimes it wasn't, sometimes it was blank, sometimes it was Scout. We haven't necessarily seen this core, this starting lineup, that many times on the Rift in 2016.
That's true. They have been giving Blank a pretty decent amount of time, and unfortunately for SKT, he hasn't really shown up yet. But when they want to win, they've got the roster to do it with.
Game's on in the back, but 6,000 gold, and again, so much damage. The thing we talk about is those tanks. Someday's certainly pretty damn tanky. He doesn't have a lot of health, but the armor's certainly there.
Duke's just calmly recalling.
Well, Someday really doesn't want to tussle with him. Even with Thornmail Iceborne Gauntlet. Needs a bit of health to back it all up. Only the Balmy Cinder and a Ruby Crystal for now. The question is, if SKT can't break the base, if SKT can't blow the game open, does Poppy outscale the triple AD SKT?
Well, at some point that Thornmail is going to be a little bit scary for SK Telecom to deal with, I suppose.
We're talking 500 armor Poppy in about 10 minutes time.
Yeah. Question is, will the game last that long? SK Telecom already going for their 3rd dragon.
No contest, as expected from KT. They have no way to get in and fight at this present point.
Yep, that's right. And now it's going to be all about Baron for SK Telecom. They've got all the outer turrets pushed in. They had vision. They did lose it, actually, in the top jungle, so they may want to work on getting that back, I suppose.
Bringing back Gangplank up. The thing about Gangplank is that very strong at taking Baron, because you start the Baron, you put down the defensive barrels, and people have to walk over the ult and the barrels, so you get so zoned when you're trying to contest. But even if KT try to bait Baron, you throw down that ult, it's such a big AoE. The magic damage shred comes through from the Baron, which amplifies the already high base damage from the Cannon Barrage. Right. Baron is going to be the story of this game, and I just don't see how KT can navigate it unless they get one hell of a pick. Well, doesn't look like a lot of fun someday.
I like that Bengi's using the Pool Party Lee Sin skin. You know, we're looking forward to summer. I'm done with winter, man. I'm ready for some warmer weather. It's getting there, but spring is on the way.
I think KT had managed to do... Oh, here we go.
Oh, Faker caught again. Flashes, double flash right away from score. Turn around. There's the exhaust. And no follow-up for SK Telecom, and you got to watch out for that. I mean, if there's going to be a way for KT back into this game, it's going to be catching people like Faker. Faker's all too happy to oblige sometimes.
Small thing KT could do was push up pink wards. You'll notice they actually already had 3 pink wards in their Dragon. They pushed another one further up. Now they have one on Baron. This is a really decisive Baron call. Gangplank's already teleporting.
Yeah, Gangplank does not have his ultimate either, too. Just used it. And so SK Telecom's going to have a hard time contesting this one. Bengi looking to steal, lurking around the backside. They know he's there. Might come in. Hachani over the wall. Bengi might be able to pick up a kill out of this. Nope. Goes over to KT. Fly gets caught. There's one for SK Telecom. Hachani lives, actually. Bengi goes down. No, he doesn't. Got him in the end. Arrow looking for another one. Looking to escape. He's going to make it. So 2 kills for 2, but Baron does go over to KT because of Faker being caught, and yeah, he just can't let that happen.
This is just
Faker.
a complete catch. Faker completely disregards, and this is a guy that plays with such swagger that sometimes you have to pay the penalty for the confidence game that Faker plays.
Yeah.
KT had managed to push forward pink wards. They finally had the confidence to actually fish for a pick. Got one, and that time Corki, longer death timer because we're at 30 minutes. Also didn't have the package when he respawned, so couldn't get back for the cleanup. And a big, heavy penalty. Although they trade evenly in that 2-for-2 fight afterwards, the Baron is a big prize. And we were just talking about how in the world can KT ever get a Baron? A free pick onto the Corki, and apparently it's possible.
Well, if there's one thing Faker has been also consistent with, despite all the amazing plays and lane dominance, it's been getting caught. You know, he is someone who, like you said, plays a little bit overly aggressively fairly often, and if you're a team like KT, you can certainly take advantage of it.
They always say that geniuses are on the precipice of madness and just being brilliant, and Faker, that's how he plays League, and more often than not he's not punished for it, but that time KT was in the right spot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's got to be careful.
This does change the texture of the game. They were bleeding gold left, right, and center, KT. Suddenly, only just over 3,000 gold, close to 4,000. Suddenly, Poppy has so many armor items that SKT misplay a fight. If Poppy can just take the time of both Faker and Bang, even though some of these members are half an item down, KT does have a team fight they can win, especially with Baron buff.
Yeah. You know, that said, KT not really able to use that Baron buff yet to push down any of these waves.
Well, they do find it a very important use of the Baron buff. They find time to breathe, because they were being choked out of the game. It was the trademark SKT, take your blue buff, take your red buff off spawn, no camps to pick up. At least the Baron buff buys them that time to breathe they so desperately needed. Because if the game just continued on the track it was on, SKT would have won. It's just a question of when.
Yeah. Thought they were maybe going to try to push that tier 2 at bot, but doesn't look like it. Duke doesn't have teleport to get there in the case of a team fight. Yeah, he's got his ult, but he's still a little bit dangerous to go in without him.
Need to get core items onto their carries. Arrow finishing Infinity Edge. Void Staff coming on to Fly. You have to note, we talked about the squishy lineup. It's only Bengi in terms of a tank from SKT. It's about some items like the Sterix Gauge. And look, it's actually quite a tanky Callista build from Bang. This is what Stitch was doing earlier in the season. Just means that you can fight in the front lines and not have to worry about being instantly burst by the likes of Graves.
It's probably a good idea. KT certainly has a ton of bursts between the Graves, the Victor, the Lucian.
I mean, Victor, you know, normally we just talk about the wave there, right? We're just pigeonholed on level 7, suddenly no one can push a turret. But when everyone's squishy, he does a lot of burst damage too.
Yeah. Definitely does.
3 dragons in the pocket. The 4th dragon might be a big story here, because although 4th dragon stats aren't anything to cry about, it's literally the game being on a 6-minute timer consistently. So denying the 6th dragon and picking up those, the 4th dragon, and picking up those 6% stats will be a big thing for KT, as looking down, it seems like the Baron buffs have worn out.
Yeah, KT in a better position to fight this one too. Excuse me.
It's okay.
See if they can. Thank you.
Just waiting for some action. Looks like it's going to happen around Dragon. Chani.
Yeah, Chani getting a little bit caught here. They get the ult right away. Bengi dodging around. Can he get to the lantern? He's having issues. Gets taken out. Whoops. Gangplank ult used. This isn't exactly how you go about securing a dragon if you're SK Telecom.
Target selection there. Blowing so much on the Alistair. Rookie mistake from SKT. Don't expect them to make mistakes like that.
They wanted to get the ult out, I suppose, but then they just couldn't get Bengi back to the lantern, and Wolf caught too. Someday comes in. Who's going to do the damage? Bang on the side. Wolf gets the box down. Squares the flash away, but a double kill already in there for Fly. Wolf on the run. He's going to have a hard time surviving unless he recalls right now, which he will, but all of this amounts to Dragon number 1 for KT Rolster, and No Dragon 4 for SKT.
I'm shaking my head. SKT's playing like they have a front line. Literally the only person with any semblance of tankiness is dead. And they all go in aggressively. You need to be positioned so perfectly to get the most out of the gangplank barrels, to navigate the fact that the front line from KT is insane. And instead SKT completely disregard their opponent and pay this heavier price.
Yeah, really kind of a sloppy closeout where they had a nice lead and they're going to pay for it with an inhibitor. Game's not over yet, but it's certainly swung back into KT Rolster's favor.
KT have not had a gold lead since very, very early in this game, if ever. But in a couple of different ways. First by Faker, and now just watching this fight. Remember, this is Bengi going for the pick. And you can understand, as you mentioned, getting the ult out of Alistar, suddenly they can't contest the Dragon. But let's watch here closely. Just where the Lantern was positioned, the wards coming down. It looked like there was no way, as far as we could see, for him to pick up the Lantern. But it was the next fight that I think was much more unforgivable from SKT.
Well, really smart of KT to drop a pink ward right down on that Lantern, because, you know, I'm sure the idea was to get the ult out of Achani and then get out, but in the end they just got Bengi picked.
I forget how the interaction works. I was told that Riot had changed it so you weren't able to ward block that, but maybe the pink, maybe it was just one of those attack move situations where you're attacking the pink instead of the Lantern, but the result was clear to see.
Can you attack move the Lantern? I don't think so. I think if you try to right click the Lantern, you're going to end up doing damage to the pink ward with your auto attack.
It could also have been that the Lantern was a little bit shallow and it was difficult to click on. Again, I'm not 100% clear on the interaction, but the end result,
it worked either way.
Yeah. And suddenly, you look at Poppy, nobody's killing the Poppy.
SKT's still with a gold lead, but not really one that matters.
It's a Randuin's Omen, Sunfire, Iceborne Gauntlet, Thornmail, and remember, he has armor scaling and magic resist scaling on his W. That is a disruptive Poppy if there ever was one.
Yeah. It's going to be really hard to take him out. SK Telecom with a little bit of armor penetration on Bang. But it's still going to be hard. This is a close game, though, but we knew this series was going to be close.
It didn't look it early in this game. Porky was just running around, killing everyone. Fake was having a big game, but him getting caught was a start.
Speaking of getting caught, Bang takes a lot of damage from that culling, and I mean, it's just been after about 25 minutes, SK Telecom has made a lot of little mistakes individually, and it's ended up costing them most of their lead.
Lots of easy gold for KT to pick up. There's still actually an outer turret in bottom to be taken out from a KT perspective, so should finally see the gold lead move towards KT. Is Someday unkillable to the Gangplank is the question I still don't 100% know the answer to. The answer is probably yes.
Kind of looking that way.
There goes the turret. Still a very slim 700 gold lead for SKT.
Chani gets hooked. Score is right there, though.
I'll do that one a second time. No rinse and repeat from SKT.
Yeah, the gold lead doesn't really matter at this point. It's so close on both sides. Everyone's kind of got the items they were looking for. SK Telecom thinking about fighting over this Baron.
Just waiting to see. It's so tense here. That time is going to be super long. We're 37 minutes in. We're waiting to see the teleport. Remember, Someday does have his home guards.
And Someday waiting to TP in. They've got plenty of wards for him to choose from, too.
As you mentioned, they have one right over there towards the left of the outer turret where it would have been. Will they get it cleared? It's important they do.
They do. Just barely, yeah.
They pinged out the other wards, so now teleport play looks less likely, but of course they have the super minions, so no real pressure for them to go for anything crazy just yet, KT.
KT's now taking SK Telecom's jungle.
It's one of those situations where Someday has another Chain Vest. I mean, the only item I think that's left that builds out a Chain Vest is Guardian Angel. Man, this Poppy.
Yep.
And again, her job is just occupy the time of Faker and Bang if possible. If not, trivialize one of them completely from the fight. Knock one of them back with your ultimate or knock it up for some burst. Poppy can build pure armor, although Faker, Porky probably does about 70% magic damage. At this point, when you have 516 armor on Poppy, not afraid of too much.
Wow, yeah.
Insane.
It'd take a lot for this Poppy to die.
40% armor penetration. Of course, Gangplank, one of the few champions that still have total armor penetrations. Obviously a lot of value in those E's, but 40% of 516 still leaves a lot of armor for Poppy.
Yeah, it does. All right, SKT just looking to get a little bit more vision around Baron right now.
So Gameplank's unique as a champion. He's a top laner, but when he teleports in, he has to teleport in early. He can impact from far, but he needs setup time to put down his barrels. So for now, he seems to just be on split push duty. If SKT want to start this Baron, they do need to commit to the teleport first, because Poppy is explosive the moment she shows up with teleport.
Right. It's close. I really have no idea who's going to take this one. Someday, though, be able to protect that tier 2 turret.
Look at how big that slowing field is. Of course, Iceborne Gauntlet's AoE field scales with armor, so now it's insanely large with 500 armor Poppy.
Yep. Just makes it easier for Someday to stay on top of everybody.
Yeah, more weight clear as well when he's in those off-lane situations. So Someday's starting to walk up. Banshee Veil on Lee Sin.
They try to make a pick onto Hachani. This is getting tense right here. Hachani looking for the flank as well.
Worth noting, QSS on Bang does nothing against Poppy, and Corki has no QSS, so Banshee Veil the only thing that can really even temper Poppy's day, so see how it goes.
Wow, SKT, they get a free 4th dragon, but they may give up the Baron for this. Can they get there in time to stop it?
Remember, this is risky. The Gangplank ult will do a lot of work here.
This is very risky for KT Rolster. They're pulling off. Thought maybe they could sneak it, but LCK Telecom gets that dragon Someday waiting to TP in. SKT, though, they're going to rush that mid lane.
They're going to get this turret. There's no way for KT to react. Poppy will get there, but can't do anything.
Wow.
Free turret, really nice move from SKT.
Yeah, is SKT going to get away? Here comes Hachani with the engage. Flayed away, knocked away, actually. Bang on a good angle here to do damage. Nice damage on the Graves here. Faker barely gets out with his life for the moment anyway. SK Telecom on the disengage. They don't need to fight this. Lantern goes out for some armor. Duke gets caught, gets killed by Fly. One goes down on each side. KT in a good position now to go for this Baron.
Really big play from Hachani. It was a flash headbutt pulverize, provides max range to get that kill onto Duke, but Score does not. Score's the one who's dead, so they can't go for the Baron with no smite. They're going to push forward through mid and try to, at minimum, re-get this inhibitor turret. And with that teleport being used, they should, at minimum, get this inhibitor once again.
Yeah, we'll see. No Duke. That's going to hurt SK Telecom a lot. Yeah, that doesn't look like they can defend this inhibitor. They're going to try. I think he lands a Q, but there's no one really to kick. Had a really good kick against Hachani in that last team fight. That saved the big engage, but wow, are they actually going to save this inhibitor? They are. Hook doesn't land on anyone.
Still 20 seconds for Duke to respawn.
Yeah.
No way for Graves to join us faster.
Good hold. They're going to go in onto Someday. That's a tanky target to choose. Wolf in a little trouble, pulled in with the Fate's Call. Hachani low, they get the kill. Faker does it, and they save their inhibitor. Wow, what a hold to not have their Gangplank there.
A lot of respect coming through on Bengi. He was the only one that could have reinitiated, but still had the kick available, so they back away. Insane that they keep the inhibitor up. Picking that kill on the backside means that map control will go over to SKT. And suddenly KT have been halted after so much momentum in the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was a pretty unbelievable hold for SK Telecom.
Chain Vest sold, actually going to be the null magic mantle, starting to respect the magic damage from Faker.
I suppose. It is significant. SKT might go for this Baron. They can do it really fast.
Somebody doesn't have teleport. This is a really big mistake from KT.
No kidding. Well, I mean, they're going for the inhibitor. It looks like they'll get that. Faker, though, may take it on to Someday. There's a GPL coming down. Someday taking a lot of damage. There's the exhaust. Faker saves the inhibitor and gets the kill. Disaster for KT Rolster. They lose the Baron. They lose Someday for 60 seconds, and they don't get the inhibitor.
They went all in on the Metal Gear Solid style back door, and it just doesn't pay off. Faker taking exhaust comes across as a masterstroke in that particular instance. And now SKT with Baron buff are going to push up, and you have to think, break the base.
Yeah, it's looking good for SKT for the moment anyway. We'll see what happens. 35 seconds or so until Someday comes back again.
Baron buff minions.
SK Telecom.
To clear.
They're going to grab Hachani. He's got his ult. Whoa, his Faker does so much damage right now. Oh, man. Again, remember, SK Telecom, no big front line.
20
so
seconds
to be careful. Yeah.
Gangplank split pushes the bot turret. Again, not a big factor. They want to keep this up, but they're not going to be able to.
Are they going to push in here? Someday back in 10. They got to be really careful. They're going to get the inhibitor. What a comeback from SKT. comebacks after comebacks, but I mean, this series is delivering so far, man. Both of these teams playing pretty well, just little mistakes separating the winners from the losers here.
And a rotate, it's a big Baron power play for SKT. KT went all in on the back door, couldn't pick up the turret that was so low, now losing so much of their base. Can they even hold this inner top turret in top?
Well, Someday's back, so it may be a little bit easier now. Someday's still extremely tanky.
Okay, but a turret, being DPS now down to 50%. Still see this Baroned up cannon minion, pushing strongly.
You know, the big story here too is that Faker's got his Banshee's Veil, so that makes him a lot safer. And keeping Faker safe is really the key to handling that engage from Poppy.
Just following the note about items. We've had a lot of talk about Last Whisper. Definitely has been an item that's not been built much. Bang picked it up early, actually.
Oh, TP, Duke coming in.
Defensive TP.
I guess so. All right. Turret getting ever lower. Bengi in the base. A safeguard back to safety. There goes the turret. I said, there goes the turret. There goes the turret. Okay. Got it that time.
Just keep staying low. There's 5 men alive, but Hachani's super chunked out.
Someday trying to flank. He's going to go after Bengi. SK Telecom needs to back away. A little bit awkward. Someday on his own. They pull him in with the Fate's Call. Bengi flashes back in. No, he doesn't flash, actually. Gets caught, though. Nearly gets killed. Hachani, though, in the back lines. He gets low. Bang, nearly taken out with that collateral damage. Poppy completes the kill. SKT on the run now. Someday low. There goes Faker. KT finds the fight. Cannon minion denied. Get out of there.
Keep their inhibitor alive, but both turrets down. 2 people dead for 60 seconds. But what can KT do with the time? They need to, at minimum, get this inhibitor. They failed to. Backdoor just a couple of minutes ago. Such a titanic fight. This was all started by Hachani headbutting Bang back into the team. This was after Someday was already scrapping, and everyone skipped forward to kill Bang. Finally, the flash heroic charge was enough. Someday doing so much work. He falls low, but this is 550 armor. Poppy doing a lot of work. So
great play by Someday.
And they finally break that push, and they're going to look to get this inhibitor, and with 30 seconds on both 80 carries, they're going to get that at minimum.
Yeah, they should certainly do that. So inhibitors are going to be down in both mid lanes, it looks like, or in the mid lane for both teams anyway. Yeah, it should be an easy inhibitor kill. SK Telecom doesn't really want to fight this.
Oh boy.
Oh, KT pushing even farther. Bang back in 5 seconds. A little bit longer for Faker. They're going to go in. They're going to force the fight. Score a little bit low. Needs to be careful. Duke looking for an opportunity. Gets knocked up. That's a lot of damage coming in from Fly. Has to be careful. That's right. Wolf, Bang back in the fight yet again. There's the Fate's Call. Bengi caught. Here comes Faker trying to make a play. Score goes down. Faker able to help GP get one. Someday taken out. And SK Telecom with the ace. They're going to take game number 1. KT pushing it just a little bit too far. And that is going to cost them the game.
For sure, Doa. KT felt like they couldn't let it go. They thought they would be bled out because they lost their top lane inhibitor turret, so they went all in. They had a 9-second window after they pushed the inhibitor to get a pick. But no pick was forthcoming. Faker comes in with the home guards, and SKT win the first game.
Wow, they're going to actually just clear this other inhibitor.
They've got so much time.
I mean, they can wait till the minion wave shows up, too. Again, still nobody really that tanky on SK Telecom. Hachani up in 15, but the game's going to be over by then. And wow, what a first game to this series. Back and forth. Good play from both sides, but in the end, the World Championship team takes it. SK Telecom 1-0 so far. GG.
The Telecom Wars always deliver. Doesn't matter that we're just in the first half of spring season. A titanic game between SKT and KT comes right down to the wire. KT, they just went for the win. They were like, okay, we're either going to win it now or we're going to lose due to our turrets being down. Nice hold by SKT a couple of times, won them the game. Man, I can't wait for game 2.
Well, this is exactly what we wanted to see out of this. I mean, the margins so small, determining the winner of the loser of this game.
We're watching the replay.
Bengi had a great kick in the end there. Man, Bengi was so good on that Lee Sin.
So what happened is he kicked Score while he was tanking double Nexus turrets. Score basically died for free after any more damage. He entered the final Titanic fight at about 400 health.
Yeah.
Score, he was the one that we kind of hyped up as being the decider. Didn't have a great game.
That's right. Faker just grabbing the package, coming in and dealing the damage too. And you got to wonder what game 2 is going to be like. It could really go either way. We could easily see 3 games out of this one. You know what, Papa Smithy? I would not complain about that one bit.
We welcome it. That game 1 was hype. Can't wait for the next one.
That's right. SK Telecom getting the 1-0 so far in this best of 3. And someday,
Still waiting for that beautiful flower to bloom.
he's going to have to hope it blooms into an extra infinity edge or something next game. Who knows? SKT with the lead. KT Rolster looking to come back, looking to tie things up. They absolutely can do it. But man, when Faker plays like he did, when Bengi comes alive on Lee Sin like he did in that game, you wonder how anyone can beat this SK Telecom team.
You need to watch that Bengi kick in replay. It was insane. The knock-up literally won on that fight. Score tanked it forever. Died first, and so did KT Rolster.
That's right. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with SK Telecom versus KT Rolster Game 2 here on OGN Champion Spring right after this.
They took away the prophet's dream for profit on the street. Now she's stronger than
welcome back to an epic best of 3 here on Champion Spring, and Duke gets the MVP for game number 1. And SK Telecom's win over KT Rolster. I mean, he had a good game. He got the solo kill against Someday, but I think you and I are both in agreement, Papa Smithy, that we thought the MVP should go to someone else.
Yeah, a bit perplexing that they went with Duke. Look, Duke farmed much better than expected given the matchup. Also got the solo kill on Sunday, which...
Look at that, though. Look at that. This is a Bengi highlight reel.
I mean, I voted for Bengi. That's all I
Me
can
too.
say, Noah.
We
But,
both did, Papa Smithy.
Well, somebody else let us down, is all that can be said. I don't know how this is a Duke highlight.
I know,
but
this is
okay.
a...
really nice ultimate there,
He
Duke.
dropped his ult. That works. I mean, I suppose it did help.
So this is the big play. We're going
This
to
was a
finally
good
see a replay. Watch score. He's tanking double turrets. The kick actually knocks him up from the backside. Man, Bengi did so good on Lee Sin. The fact that he was target banned and then won with his Lee Sin, where it was mechanically sound,
Yeah.
if that's not MVP worthy, I don't know what is.
It is. I think, in my mind, this is one of the most egregious MVP errors we've seen.
Look at that flash Q. What a skill shot.
Yeah, dude, he totally killed Arrow, but I really think Bengi was my MVP. He was your MVP too. We need to start keeping track of our OGN English caster MVPs.
Well,
usually we're on the same page as OGN, but in this particular case, I think Bengi got robbed. Bengi was robbed.
and KT, I'm not willing to say they were robbed. I think, honestly, they kind of went full Rambo at the last second. Remember, they had just taken the inhibitor in mid after getting a couple of picks. All they had was an exposed inhibitor in top, and they had already matched the inhibitors down in mid.
Yeah,
but
they could have just backed off.
You can see they very clearly were calling, this is our only time.
I mean, I think they were worried that...
there was things to be worried about, but was the game desperate enough to risk it all on basically a Nexus dive?
Well, if you think about it, SK Telecom had 4 Dragons at the time, too. KT was worried that if they had to fight around the 5th, they would have lost there, too. So it wasn't necessarily the wrong play to make, but it ended up being just a game-losing play after all.
It wouldn't be a KT versus SKT series if we're not left with a lot of what-ifs.
Yeah, I mean, it's small. Either way, it was very close, as I would imagine Game 2 will be as we move into picks and bans between SK Telecom and KT Rolster, the Rise ban. First to come out from KT.
The best thing about when 2 top teams face each other is that the picks and bans, so the bans will shape the game, but they can't dictate it because there's so many strong champions. Look at Faker picking up the Corki in, I believe it was second rotation and completely going off essentially the early game. He definitely did get picked in the mid game, but that was just some laziness on his part.
Faker had so many good plays on that Corki. He got caught a couple times too. It wasn't a perfect game for Faker by any stretch, but man, he had some pretty intense outplays there.
Well,
just a Corki ban, yeah.
Corki respect ban. Probably won't see a gameplay ban this game. It is potential for that, at least on the blue side.
Italy, okay. So not quite targeting Bengi quite as hard this game.
I wonder if Someday is left ruining that he didn't play Fiora last game, where Duke would certainly have had his influence curtailed, and any attempts of having any side lane push, the lanes would have had to be so much more shallow because in a long lane, Fiora will chase down the gangplank and kill him more often than not. But the Poppy almost made it work. The teleport plays were definitely far more on point from Someday than, of course, Duke could ever hope to put together with the gangplank. Alistair's the final ban on blue. What is KT angling for, if not a first pick Alistair?
I think they want to first pick Kalista.
Certainly that possibility. Arrow is 3-0, 6 KDA on Kalista, so both players came in 3-0. Of course, Bang extends that to 4-0 with his win in the previous game.
But Kalista, yeah, still undefeated in champions on that
12-0.
champion.
12-0. So
pretty good.
You're right. I think you've got the sneaky suspicion of the Kalista.
They're going to give it to him, too.
Fiora ban on red side. You might think, okay, but Fiora's traditionally been a red side pick for KT, but you could definitely see KT just drafting Fiora and saying, Duke, what you got to deal with this? You know, will you just go to your Tom Kench? And Tom Kench has actually been a pick that SKT struggled to win with, so you're on the ball. They want the first pick Kalista, and they get it.
I think Duke looked just fine on Gangplank. I guess it could be a top Lulu. Faker's Lulu is also very good.
Faker is a wondrous Lulu, and guess what has been another comp that has served SKT so well? Lulu Lucian. And
we could take both right here.
Lucian's a good matchup into the Kalista. They're not pressured to pick the Lucian. Of course, we will not see that from KT unless Someday's been watching a lot of EU LCS and wants to pull out the top lane Lucian.
True enough. I think taking the Thresh is smart here. I mean, you get the good support pick for Wolf and grabbing that Lulu, which is the flex pick, so not really giving a whole lot away.
Taking one of the strongest roaming supports as well. Alistair off the board, now Thresh there to relieve pressure from Bengi or make Fly's life hell in the mid lane, as we've seen from Mad Life many a time.
Yeah. Clearly a very different approach to this game from KT Rolster. Let's see what ends up being. I suppose the Braum pick is what a lot of people have been defaulting to.
Score really needs to get it going. Honestly, was pretty poor in the previous game. We're not going to level that completely at him, but just was largely ineffective on a champion that previously he had looked unkillable and just so strong on. Actually had no deaths in his first 2 games as Graves, and of course those were both victories, but last game a far cry from those.
Well, if you remember how SK Telecom played into score as Graves, it was really smart. You know, they kept those 2 pink wards around the mid lane to keep Faker safe, and that let Bengi focus on not getting destroyed by score.
And even previous to then, the lane swap hiding the jungle matchup, ensuring there was never a chance for Graves to just slip over and kill Bengi in his jungle. And Gangplank's going to be taken on blue, heavily expected to be someday returning to that top lane gameplay.
Well, it'd be cool to see a Jhin, but I don't think we will.
It's probably going to be Lucian or Tristana. Those are the 2 picks that make sense into Kalista and fit in the wheelhouse. Lucian, of course,
Lucian Elise.
Heavily expected. Bang has been outstanding on Lucian. 4-2. Sorry, not 4-2. He's 2-1 this season, but a 17 KDA, even including a loss on Lucian.
Opting for the Elise over the Rek'Sai. Who's Bengi? Looking for a little bit more pick potential, I suppose.
Well, you know why you pick the Elise, though? It's because you want to dive that Gangplank and kill him in lane. They're expecting a top lane Gangplank. Top lane Gangplank and set into any Elise top lane duo is going to be difficult times for Someday to navigate.
Yeah.
Could still be a mid lane Gangplank, but we haven't seen much mid lane Gangplank this season, and again, seems to be more a Someday champion.
SKT's got so much flexibility with their last pick, too.
Well, they've got a top or mid laner. All they've guaranteed is AD carry, jungle, and support, so waiting to see what they draft in the last round. Risky to pick up the Lulu. So the Lux, you're definitely heavily expecting a mid lane Lulu if you do pick up that Lux. We've seen the threatening of the Azir a lot this season, but we haven't actually seen the pick locked in.
I think it'd be pretty surprising to see Azir. Ahri would be interesting.
Well, it's a blind pick.
Yeah.
They don't know what to expect. Probably, you know, if you have to give a slight advantage, you're expecting the Lulu mid.
I think Lux is good.
Well, that's what they're betting on. They're betting on Lulu mid with this Lux pick. And what is Faker going to lock in, theoretically?
Go for Zed.
Zed would be not bad, though. Honestly, Zed is very strong in a split push against Gangplank.
Yep.
Double 80 carries to take out. Of course, Zed can be played around. He can be ganked, but Faker Zed would be something else.
It's Faker. I really want to see Zed here, actually.
You're really hyping me up now, because it does make a lot of sense into the comp they're facing.
It does. Yeah, I was thinking that when they were hovering over the Lux. I'm like, if they go with Lux, they could actually... SKT could actually run Zed into this. Oh, the Quinn would be interesting, too.
Still not clear where that Quinn is going. Quinn would be a strong laning matchup into Gangplank, especially early.
I like the top Quinn, actually.
It could be a mid-Quinn. Faker's played it this season as well.
He has, but doesn't it make a little bit more sense in top lane?
I think it does. I think you need to match wave clear to some degree against this Lux. If you just go for a Quinn who has decent wave clear but kind of has to get in auto-attack range, auto-attack down, those melee minions especially can get away from you. So heavily expecting this to be top lane Quinn.
Yep. Well, the fact that they swapped it over to Bengi for the swap up to top. They've got until 20 seconds to change it, but yeah, I think this win's going top.
And this is Quinn on a good team, which means it's going to be all about the split push. It's going to be all about SKT focusing on picks, and this is going to be trying to destroy Someday before he's a factor. Quinn at least can really punish Gangplank if he tries to farm under turrets. So Someday's going to have to be on his toes, and you'd have to think Score is going to have to be parked in his corner if this Gangplank's going to make it through the laning phase.
Yeah.
Big job for KT. Get that lane swap, because if not, I worry for this Someday in the laning phase.
It's such an emotionally crushing game for KT as well, to lose game one like they did, to come so close, still not be able to pull it off, despite the little opportunities that SK Telecom gave them here and there. So you got to wonder about KT's mental state going into this one. Hopefully they can hold it together.
Got that steadying influence in Hachani, a veteran on the lineup.
And he hasn't been checking bushes with his face that much this season, so good for him.
This is what it's all about, though. A big match feel here for the last match of the week. Could be our last game, but who's to say?
Yeah, well, I hope we get 3 games. We'll see. KT can certainly pull it off. Let's see if they can tie things up here in Game 2. Time to get in the game.
Mother Nature, everybody wants to lose.
Faker's been having a lot of trouble with his jacket. Keeps needing to adjust it. Needs to fit a little bit better. So, KT Rolster versus SK Telecom. Game number 2. SK Telecom in the lead by 1 game. A close game. And we could still see this go to the full 3 games. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Faker on that Lulu.
One of the greatest rivalries in the history of League of Legends.
History of esports, man.
History of esports, for sure. On display once again. Ooh, little harass advantage for Fly. Did hit his first E in this laning phase. It's going to be a lot of wave clear in mid. Lux definitely does have the slight disadvantage in the early levels, but then of course has such an immense range that this is a much less punishing mid lane matchup than we expected. And it's SKT looking to Duke to justify that last pick on the red side, rather than Faker, who's usually the beneficiary of the counter pick.
Yeah. Well, it looked to me like SK Telecom's draft was really clever. They really gave themselves a lot of options, a lot of ways to deal with what KT was picking in, and KT in the end had to kind of like shrug and say, well, I guess we're going to play Lux.
Well, let's talk about the lanes on paper. Quinn definitely has a field day with Gangplank, range versus melee, and just the fact that she's always been a bully of those melee champions. I really do like Elise into Graves. I feel like Elise is all in before Graves gets a more Malmortius or something later. Means that she really can be aggressive around the Graves. Lulu has the advantage in wave clear early, and Lucian's a lane counter to Callista, so all across the map, SKT's usually the one picking themselves into a hole, just picking their lanes blindly and dealing with the consequences. This time, they have the favorable laning matchups, so the only equalizer is the man we talked about in Game 1. It's score on the Graves. Game 1 got away from him. We're looking for a big performance from the Graves to start snowballing some of these KT lanes, because if they go the way they do on paper, it's going to be tricky times for KT.
Yeah. No lane swap for either team. Going to get standard lanes out of this. And doesn't seem like KT would really want that, would they?
No, it means that KT are going to have to deal with Gangplank likely getting dived, but let's recall Game 1. Graves was kind of forced into a jungle follow situation. We didn't get to see Score have his big early game pressure like he has had in previous games.
Wow, look at that.
That's the matchup.
Oh.
It's just painful, painful times for Someday.
Yeah.
Basically, they're saying Someday, don't die, and Score, justify this lack of lane swap with that extra pressure, with the fact that you're off the map for longer, and make the plays your team so desperately needs.
Yeah.
Well, this is the dive that anyone could tell was coming.
Yeah, Someday already on the way out. He's going to drop that ward.
World's most obvious dive.
Yeah. He knows it's coming.
He knows there's a ward there as well. Even though he hasn't seen it with his sense, he knows that it's coming, and that's why he's calling up Score.
Yeah. There's a recall. Okay. Opting not to go through with it.
Again, that would have been a big shake of the head if somehow Someday was dived, when everything about Jungle Party, you don't need to be an expert pather like Bengi to know that's where you go at this time of the game. So they back away. Someday gets a bit more farm. And again, all eyes on Graves. What can he make happen? Because he's the only one that can dictate losing lanes for KT.
Yeah. SK Telecom did such a good job of handling Score's Graves last game.
With a lane swap, to be clear.
Yes.
The lane swap was the big factor. They have not got the lane swap here. They're going to just say, okay, we're going to get the favorable matchup in top. We're going to accept that. And we're just going to play smartly around the Graves. But it gives the freedom from Score to expect the unexpected.
Pretty much. Both junglers down on the bottom side now. There's a hook on to Arrow. A little bit of harassment coming in. Johnny blocking some of that damage, but Arrow's going to have to use a biscuit probably. Yep, that's his last one. No biscuits for Bang either, I suppose.
Nice trade. Going over to Lucian.
Oh, dueling in the mid lane. Fly's going to take that one early on. Yeah, Faker needs to be careful there.
Minions and Thunderlord proc, that was definitely too aggressive from Faker. You do have lane ascendancy as Lulu in the early levels, so you can see what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
One of those situations where you feel pressured to have that 10 CS advantage, that 15 CS advantage, and sometimes open yourself up to those unfavorable trades if you're the Lulu.
Pretty massive lead already for Duke up in this top lane, which is not something you really would be too surprised about. Here comes Score.
Well, this is what didn't happen in game 1.
Yeah.
Score doing his best Peanut impression and trying to contest Bengi at every objective.
Yep, not going to be able to do too much at the Raptors, though. Here comes Wolf. All right, gank time in mid lane.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they know Score may be a little bit out of position. Denied.
So the lane swap was one reason you didn't see such roams. The other reason you see it this game is that SKT, they look over to that summoner spell choice from Fly, and it's not heal, it's not cleanse, it's teleport. So only the Flash as a defensive summoner means just that much more juicy of a mid lane gank target from an SKT perspective.
Right. Yeah, bottom lane pretty even between Bang and Wolf, and Arrow and Hachani over on the KT side.
Just excited to see later in the game SKT's creative pathing for multiple members to die of this Lux. Because Lux, very famously, doesn't deal with gap closes very well. And when you've got Duke powering through with the ultimate, where you've got Elise, Cocoon, and of course no cleanse on the side of Lux, or Wolf making their way, I expect to see multiple different people rotating through mid once this game opens up a little bit to try and keep Fly's Lux down. It's been one of his best champions this season.
Yeah, definitely. They're just pushing the lane now. Faker, though, not going to need to use his teleport to get back.
Nope.
Might lose a couple CS, though.
We are seeing the Frost Queen's claim from both mid laners. Identical buys down to the pink ward.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've seen some mid laners move over to other items on 6.2. Morella Nomicon did receive a buff, so it's more attractive an option, but Frost Queens makes so much sense on Lux, because the thing about Lux, and one of the reasons why she was never picked in the past, was if you miss one skill shot, you just lose so much of your damage up. It's all about layering your Q, E, and ultimate.
Yeah, you also lose the ability to live during a gank if you miss that. So it's really about staying safe.
But then on the offensive side, you start off with a targeted slow from the Spooky Ghost. Suddenly, hitting those other skill shots is much easier.
Uh-oh, Score coming in for lane gank. They see him now. They've got that ward down. Bengi close, but not close enough to help.
Score saw the ward die.
Yeah, he should be aware. Sees the debris.
Just trying to give a bit of lane pressure. That's why he's backing in Vision.
Yep. Someday actually not doing too bad, honestly, in this matchup. He's behind by a bit, but it could be worse.
A 20 CS disadvantage without dying is basically gold standard for Someday in the other levels.
Yeah, well, in this matchup for sure. Yeah, and Bengi really hasn't put that much pressure on the top lane, honestly.
He went for a level 3 gank, but it's predictable, well called by KT, and since then, yeah, just been farming mostly, Bengi. Culling's used, level 6 pinged, but doesn't look like Arrow wants to go for an all-in.
Oh, here comes Bengi now, but they see him with the ward. Bengi knows about the ward, of course, had that little Raptor buff. Oh, wow, GPL used. Wolf slowed down by the passive. Teleport coming in, though, for SKT. Canceled on both sides. Faker was going to come down. Fly was going to follow, but they decided to stay in lane.
Probably smart. With the exhaust coming down, there just wasn't the rend kill potential from Arrow. I like the engage just because we saw the culling be used. Bang had about 100 mana, maybe 80 mana left, so wasn't going to be doing too much in any sort of skirmish, but the result was just a trade of heals between the AD carries. Oh, no. Wolf uses exhaust, so one summoner advantage for KT.
Yep. Oh, Duke. Still harassing Someday. Quite a bit.
This is
Where's Bengi when you need him?
Well, this is also where you just back away, pop your ultimate, and zone Someday alone.
Yep.
SKT sending many, many members around the top side. They know that Someday's going to be back. He doesn't quite have his teleport up, but probably will be up by the time the turret comes down. They want to dive Someday if he just teleports back to lanes. That's why it's smart of Score to come, hold the lane.
Yeah, good wards by KT, though, so there's really no way for SKT to come in without being seen. They've really done a good job. Whoa! I was going to say, in keeping Someday safe. Meanwhile, Wolf's not staying so safe. His first blood goes over to Hachani. Bengi on the run, too. I think that was just a really nice catch by Fly.
Yeah, that was just Wolf base checking a lot of damage. No other way to put it. We didn't see the build up. What really baited Wolf into that area, but punished extremely. First blood over to awkwardly Hachani, though. Not even an ignite tick, just time the damage. Unfortunately, I know you're all about the
He deserved it.
bloodthirsty support kills, but getting Fly rolling would be a little bit more preferable for KT.
Yep. Hey, let's face it. If it wouldn't have been for the Braum passive, they wouldn't have killed Wolf. So I think it all goes to Hachani in my mind.
Fair enough. I can't argue with you, Doa. You present a sound, reasoned argument.
Yep. It's all based in logic, of course. Blue buff over to Faker. Not a big emphasis on Dragon this game.
I think it's shocked first. That was the reason why he wasn't in position to give the wild growth over to Wolf. He already has the Frost Queen's claims. The gold generation timing is going to be that much earlier. Wolf, nice run.
Here we go. Fly flashes right away. Nice, easy summoner take by SK Telecom.
No cleanse, no heal, no margin for errors. Have to flash early.
Yep, Bengi's zoning, and this may be a Dragon attempt by SK Telecom. There's a ward in the Dragon pit, so I don't know if you can go for it too safely. They're going to try it. Going to have to pull it out.
Cannon Barrage is up from Someday.
Yep, Fly's got his ultimate too. This is a bit bold by SK Telecom. We'll see if they decide to go for it all the way. They will. Q on to Faker. And will the Dragon get stolen away? Oh man, this just feels so risky. Yeah, they're going to give it up. They're just going to give it over to KT, it looks like. Achani coming in, scores right there. Box dropped by Wolf. GP ult goes down. Bengi with the cocoon down on to score. Hook on to score, but no damage follow-up. Bang just wasn't there. Zoned out by Arrow.
Can't fight in a choke against those ults.
KT doesn't take the Dragon, though. Nice dodge by Bang. Has to burn his flash to dodge the ult from Arrow. Fate's Call used. Dragon, though, lives through the whole thing.
Just about, though. Just about.
Yeah, Faker's going to get some good damage on mid lane turrets, so I think in the end this is going to work out a little bit better for SKT.
One of the small times you can bring up the fact that Frost Queen's claim passive does actually affect structures. So you push a little bit faster on a control mage or utility mage like Lulu.
True.
Extra 15 magic damage, I believe it is, on those autos. Gold's nice too.
Comes in handy.
But KT, the big thing they have, right, is they have the Cannon Barrage, they have the Lux, which is so strong in a narrow corridor, like when you're kiting back to your blue buff, so smart of SKT to back away. Tried to bite off more than they can chew. But no punishment either way.
Yeah, Duke harassing Someday quite a bit, but Duke, or Someday rather, still staying pretty close in CS overall.
I mean, it's got to 30, you know, it's starting to get to the point where it's a little bit out of order, but
could be worse.
The moment that Trinity Force and a BF sword comes in, you give Gangplank any time and minion waves explode for bonus damage, so...
Yeah, and bonus gold.
Not panic stations just yet.
Yep.
Getting a bit cute staying in lane, though. That score on his side of the map, but the turret dive potential, while not immense, is certainly there.
Yeah, Bengi's not there, though. That's been the issue the entire game.
You don't even need Bengi when there's no Cannon Barrage to respect, though. So.
That's true. That's a good point. I think you're pulling a bit of a lead in the mid lane now.
Yep.
About 20 CS up, but Fly did get really chunked out in that fight. Had to back off, and Faker really took advantage of that.
With blue buff down, Fly will really struggle in this lane. The big thing for Lux is you still have 130 mana cost on your E at level 5. Yeah. You really need blue buff. Crosswind's claim is not enough to be able to control waves, so wave control on a much more economical mana budget for Lulu, so...
Yeah, and if you don't have flash, that Lux needs to be super careful.
Absolutely.
Bengi they're on, no. Rift Scuttler Bro blocks the Q. And there's the culling. Johnny blocking some of the damage there. Taking a lot, though. Faker comes in. Does he get the Glitter Lance? No, not quite. There's the ult. Hachani lives, but this could be the Dragon opportunity that SKT is looking for.
Who would have died to the auto attack, but actually was a clutch shield from Lux, over the wall to keep him alive. So close, but as you mentioned, SKT finally get that objective. They've had the lane control in multiple lanes. They picked winning matchups in all 3 lanes. They should have had Dragon earlier. So KT, the one small win for them is that they delayed the first Dragon take till 14 minutes.
Yeah, it looked a little bit shaky for Bengi right at the start of that, but Rift Scuttler came to the rescue just in time. Oh, meanwhile, Someday may need some rescuing too. Drops that GP ult, takes some damage. Duke with the kill anyway. You know, if you go far enough in lane against the Quinn at this point, this is just going to happen.
Yeah, we didn't see the genesis of that. Maybe Duke was just camping in a brush, faking a recall, but
could be.
Gets the kill he was fishing for the whole game. Another small advantage goes over to SKT. Remember, they're the ones that have the onus to take the early game with their winning lane matchups. And the Dragon, that's the start of it. The kill, that's the start of it. But it's not at 6 minutes, it's at 14 minutes. There's still something to work with KT.
It kind of blows my mind a little bit, though, when you think about how shaky SK Telecom looked in some of the earlier series in this season, and then you compare that to how they look today. Where was this SK Telecom against, like, Jin Air, you know?
On holiday.
I think they really were. I think that was it.
Well, look, they definitely took the Kesper Cup as a holiday.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think most of the teams from Champions took the Kesper Cup as a bit of a holiday.
I think all 3 teams from Worlds definitely took a holiday during the Kesper Cup.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's been surprising. Apart from, again, that very impressive win over CJ in Game 1, where we're like, okay, same old SKT, plug in Duke, it's all great. They've looked shaky, but with this starting lineup, again, 2 losses only on the season for Duke, Bengi, Faker, Bang, Wolf as this 5-man sideline that we know will be there come playoff time.
That's true.
But they're starting to show that they've got plenty to work with on the rim.
You know, if you keep in mind, too, again, I like to point back a lot to a year ago for Spring 2015, where SK Telecom had a lot of losses against teams you may not have expected them to go down to due to a lot of experimentation, a lot of roster tryouts, and, you know, it's not quite to that extent this season, but I feel like you do see a little bit of that here in 2016 as well.
Not enough for me to drop the Rocks Tigers as objectively the best team in the
Oh,
league.
yeah, I think Rocks Tigers are certainly better. SK Telecom played those first 2 games against Rocks Tigers seriously. They got beat straight up. I think Rocks Tigers are absolutely the best team in the league right now.
And even though that was a 1-on-1 game score with this lineup, it was definitely Rocks Tigers ahead for the majority of their loss and, of course, all of their victory.
Run Faker. There's a shield. Fly taking a bit of damage. Binding doesn't do the trick exactly.
When does Fly itemize into a QSS is kind of the intriguing thing for me. Needs one, but we'll find it hard to pick up, just given the need to be hitting those damage timings.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the pressure with this Lux, is that he needs to be able to put out a lot of damage on this team, it looks like, and that makes it hard to grab that defensive item.
I guess you could argue, has a Gangplank, has a Graves, so maybe... Oh.
Bengi just grabbed the blue buff.
Well...
Oopsie.
Mechanics on point, except in blue buff formation, apparently.
It's tough, man, you know, that blue buff. Tricky timings.
I mean, look at Faker's mana buff. That's actually a relevant problem. This is where KT need to just send multiple people mid.
They need to notice that. Whoa, meanwhile, Duke notices Someday looks vulnerable. There's the ult again. Duke able to just barely survive by dropping the ult, and I think we're going to see a dragon pretty soon for SK Telecom, and there's not going to be a gameplay.
That was solo queue. Duke would have gotten the kill, but the big factor was in competitive play, he had no defensive wards.
Yeah.
So wasn't able to go for the dive. Didn't have flash either, so there was like a very small chance of dying, but just because of the lack of wards, had to play more defensively than he would have liked. It means that Someday lives, but Someday has so little presence in this top lane, as you'd expect in the Quinn Gangplank matchup.
That's right. Faker's had to play it a little bit more conservatively with his spell usage here because of not getting that blue buff. Here comes Duke to the mid lane, though. Pops at Yomu's, goes in on the Fly. Fly taking some pretty serious damage. There's the flash. So they get the flash out of Lux, too.
So much damage. Of course, the mini slow that comes through with the Volt E as well is enough to force Fly to use his flash. Suddenly now Bengi revisits that lane with a turret dive, with the wild growth. Suddenly it's a kill.
Yep.
As the next gank's coming in.
Hachani dodges the hook, uses that Braum ultimate. Wolf trying to anticipate him continuing to back up. Here's the part of the game where Duke just starts to be everywhere.
And it's on KT to have the preemptive rotations because they don't have the movement speed to match SKT. They just need to be on the ball for getting to these lanes. And the winning lanes, they've done their job, they've won their lanes, and now they're trying to get the 3 out of turrets to really vindicate their pick ban.
Yeah, SK Telecom having to back off of this turret just a little bit. You know, and again, you look at score, he just has not been too effective on this Graves this game.
But to be fair, no kill involvement for Elise either.
Yep, that's true. That is true, but you don't expect it so much from Bengi. You expect it from Score, and that's the big difference. That pressure that Score constantly puts on the lanes this season with the Kindred, with the Graves, just isn't there in this series.
And the standard lanes that KT wanted to avoid on paper largely were opted into to give Score a chance to impact the map, and he hasn't.
Right. Well, they might still get a turret here. In fact, it looks like they will.
They don't have aggressive vision, but just they have such a big stack, and they've rotated their mid laner to bot. They do pick up this outer turret, so matching the only other turret down, but of course Duke having free time in top. But good lane assignment, you'd have to say, having Someday finally find a lane where he has some semblance of breathing room against the Lulu.
Yep, it's KT's first turret of the game. Duke's going to recall. After, how much damage did he get done? No damage to the tier 2 just yet. Considerably ahead in CS right now, as is Faker over Fly. And the Rift Herald decides it's over. Somebody tweeted at me that, like, the Rift Herald was the Herald because he heralds the coming of Baron? No, then he'd be called the Baron Herald. He's the Rift Herald. He's heralding the Rift, which is already here.
It's been here a
Doesn't
while.
make any sense. Yeah.
Summoner's Rift.
He's
It's
heralding
been here a while.
If he's heralding the Baron, he needs to be called the Baron Herald.
But with the removal of summoners, what are summoner spells?
I don't know. They're magic. It's all up to your imagination.
The infinite imagination granted to us by Riot Games.
That's right. Imagine harder. Well, the Dragon's up. SK Telecom going for it right now. KT Rolster around. They do have the GP ult. And how much are they going to try to contest this? It's only second Dragon. And, oh, the Dragon releashes. Achani moving in with the shield. They're worried about that GP ultimate. KT takes it. SK Telecom looking for a bit of revenge. Culling Hughes, fly pulled in. There's a GP ult. Duke coming from the side. On to Someday. Someday's going to fall fairly quickly. They get Lux already. Wow, KT on the run. Fate's call, pulls in Hachani. Bang needs to be careful here. Duke coming to save him. SKT's got 2 kills. Yeah, there comes Duke again. Arrow flashes right away. Bengi and Wolf coming from the side. Cocoon on to score as Callista falls. A double kill for Duke. And this is going to be an ace for SK Telecom. KT gets the Dragon, but SKT gets everything else.
I feel like a tennis announcer, Doa, but that's an unforced error there from KT. Why are they fighting for the second Dragon when they've got no items on their champions? They're just not in a position to fight. They're going for late game scaling, not 21-minute second Dragon fights. And the cost is multiple kills. Now it's going to be, at minimum, the outer turret in mid. Fake is going to, if he wants to, he still has some free time to hit on this inner turret as well. No, Lux is there to pick it up.
Yeah, Fly died kind of early in that fight, so he can come back and save the mid-tier too.
I mean, let's extend that. Okay, you might say, but Gangbang had his Trinity Force, it's getting started. There were some of those building block items. The key factor is that SKT is super fast. We're talking about Duke, we're talking about Whimsy from Lulu.
Let's check out that fight again.
And this is the factor. Fly doesn't have flash. There's no way he can fight a crazy skirmish in the jungle like this. Dies instantly. There's nothing a Lux without cleanse, without heal, without flash can do. Lux needs to be at the back in the open, shielding her enemies and doing damage from 1,000 range. And then it was just a shooting gallery for everyone to just use their immense mobility to clean up kills.
Yeah, Someday's just not even part of this fight. Died so early. Nice hook into the Cocoon on to score. SKT winning a team fight pretty handily. Perfect team fight there.
And Duke is massive. 60 CS up 4-0-0 on this top lane Quinn and vindicating the red side 5th pick.
Yep, still just 1 kill on the side of KT Rolster.
And it's on Hachani.
Yes, it is.
This is where the demoralization may come to impact KT. It was a close game 1, but it was kind of SKT's game to lose. KT made a nice comeback with some picks.
Yeah.
Eventually lost. This time, they're pretty far behind.
It's fighting time again. Johnny pulled in with that Fate's call. Here comes Duke from the side. Fly forced to use that flash immediately. GP ult comes down.
Analysts will always say, and myself included, Quinn is not a team fighting champion. But what we're talking about is the late game team fighting phase. What we're talking about is when there's true tanks that can kind of disrupt her or they can instantly burst her down.
Yeah.
It's not really team fighting right now. One team has their items, the other team's still scaling. It's just skirmishes, and the pick power onto an immobile champion like Lux, the proof is in the pudding. Basically, it's been Duke that's really been harassing and haranguing Fly's day. And then we should include that it's an AD carry with Lulu, so the Lulu's still there to help her in team fight sense. Still not going to be ideal, still not at 5 items a team fight champion, but for now, dictating the game almost single-handedly is Duke.
I mean, the utility is still similar to what we see from Duke's Fiora, right, or anybody's Fiora. The ability to get in the back lines and just assassinate the carries really, really fast. And so even though the Fiora was banned out by SKT this game, Duke still finds a champion that can fill, arguably the same role.
It can't fill that role without the Lulu, though, because with the Lulu, you can just go in with the Harrier Assault, and then it's a wild growth, and you're still a wild growth bot. You're still getting that knock up in the back line. The difference here with Quinn is she doesn't have the sustain, right? She doesn't have the grand challenge to be able to sustain through fights. She doesn't itemize naturally into double lifesteal items. So realistically, you get in, initiate, and then vault or flash away, and then fight like an AD carry. You're not a backliner, but you do have access to the backline.
Tell that to Duke.
Well, when you're this far ahead, you're pretty much whatever you want to be. Yeah. This is definitely the you can be whatever you want to be when you grow up, son. Duke time.
Duke decides he wants to just be someone that annihilates the other team, which is a pretty good idea if you're League Pro.
I like seeing performances like this from Duke, because it allows me to get closer and closer to using the always bet on Duke adage that I love.
I think it's always bet on SKT, man.
Well, if you've done that in the history of League of Legends and esports, you'd probably be a rich man.
Well, I haven't actually bet anything.
I like how you had to evacuate the
Real
moment
things.
I mentioned actual betting.
Yeah.
Touchy subject here.
I will always bet my
especially.
pride on SKT, though.
Well,
2014 was rough, but everything else has been fine.
small blip there.
Yeah. And even 2014 wasn't that bad. They still won the first season of Champions after Season 3 Worlds, so.
Just block out 8 months or so and you're fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's easy to do.
KT.
When you're a sports fan, selective memory is a wonderful thing.
I think it's a useful trait, actually. But KT is so far on the back foot. We don't have any pressure in any lane. Someday, sort of safe under his turret, and then again, sort of not safe. Anybody else rotates bot, someday will die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fly has no flash again, so it's almost completely useless the moment anyone shows up in lane. KT picked themselves into this hole. KT also didn't lane swap, or didn't seem to make a concerted effort to try to lane swap. It is worth noting that
It's hard to say. Maybe they thought SKT would think they'll lane swap, so they tried to call the lane swap, but then because they thought they'd call the lane swap, they didn't lane swap, but then that means nobody lane swapped. Simple.
Yes, I understand the logic of the outthinking the outthinkers outthinking, but still they could have recognized that they could have gone for a 5-man invade. They could have gone for strategies to guarantee a lane swap. Of course, they might get to lane late, but it's Quinn, right? Quinn you lane swap on. It's a fairly standard thing, especially a melee champion like Gangplank that's always going to struggle. Instead, they kind of said, okay, we'll take our beatings with this top lane matchup, and we'll make it work in other areas. And all you can say is that they haven't.
Yep.
And now they
that's
have
going to be another dragon for SKT.
Yeah, they just have no control of the map whatsoever.
Unopposed.
Now, it's not a third dragon, so at least KT did steal that dragon, but remember the heavy price of the 4 kills in the team fight afterwards.
I think they would have been a little bit happier with having SK Telecom with 3 dragons now and KT maybe with another turret or 2 remaining.
Duke has so many items.
Yes, he does. He's nearly full build already, but you don't sell the Doran's Blade for wards. No, never. Who needs that pink ward, man?
Are you ready for someday to get Flame Horizon by Duke?
I don't know if I'm ever ready to see someday get Flame Horizon, man.
Well,
I still don't quite believe it.
Well, it's getting close.
Could happen. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen someday down 100 CS on anybody.
I mean, maybe a couple of years ago.
Well, when he was a Renekton-only player, yeah, I suppose it probably happened, but not lately. Not at all in 2015.
I'd call him a Renekton bot, but of course that is a no. Lux can keep getting a blue buff. They can wave clear, but this is the problem. They're walking up there. Gangplank will have to teleport. It's already at 6,000 health.
Yeah, really sneaky. I think KT was expecting SK to... They're going to get it. Lux tries to snipe it, but SKT gets a clean Baron.
There's no way.
Uh-oh. Duke's on to score here. A lot of damage. Duke, the one-man army. Bang, meanwhile, takes down Lux. Arrow very, very low. Bang with 2 kills already. G, a bit of a nuisance, but that is about it.
Slow on the blue trinkets, yeah. The Baron was at 3,000 health.
That's a good point. I mean, SK Telecom just straight up snuck it.
Well, when you have that much damage, that's easy to do. Goodbye.
inhibitor, and SK Telecom can just pull back and play this one safe. Methodical closeout so far from SKT.
You really see the potential of Quinn when you see the best teams play it. Trace made us a believer of his Ignite top lane Quinn. Smev has it perma-banned against him, and now Duke shows you that when you have great team communication, when you move around the map and make assertive decisions, monster that is Quinn. You make KT rue the fact that they didn't really force through a lane swap, they kind of accepted their fate. That seems to have quite a harsh penalty.
I'd say so. For Duke over Someday.
Yes. That's right up there with at least it's not a perfect game in terms of backhanded compliments.
Right. Well, I just don't want to see it. Oh, maybe we're going to see a little bit of a fight here. Johnny's soaking a lot of that damage. Culling pushes away some members of KT. There goes another turret.
Yep, some turrets going down. Duke in the top and also in the bot lane with the 4-man stack.
Yep. Oh, so close. TP coming down. Faker joins back in again as they push into this bottom lane.
Yep, they got the cannon minion. No way to clear that, of course. Fly struggle to do much damage to it.
Yep.
Magic damage wave clear. Not much of a match for these bound up minions.
Not a whole lot, no. Lux not quite as useful. That turret taking a lot of damage. It's going to go down. And SK Telecom, man, what a game one was a little bit shaky. And look at that! Bang! Just lights up Fly. Goodbye. He's certainly Fly, because that was a bug zapper if I ever saw one. And SKT looks like they're ready to end it right here. They take out Kalista almost immediately. GPL goes down, but is there anything that KT can do? Faker very low, but he lives! He lives! SK Telecom not losing anyone yet. Hachani, the last man standing, and that is going to be it. A 2-0 for SK Telecom, and what a way to finish it. GG.
SK Telecom just completely throw aside KT in game two. The first game, there were their ups and downs. There was no Corki getting caught in the river this time. Faker and Co just completely DPS down. Faker back on the Lulu, one of his trademark champions. And
They
KT,
put the
wow.
They put the period on that sentence, and at the very end of that game, the final CS count between Duke and Someday was Duke 364, Someday 263. He was flame horizoned by 1 CS.
It's worth noting, you know, we always talk about the King of Spring, talking about Dade, of course.
Yeah.
Duke was the MVP of the regular season in Spring. He's had a slow time adjusting to his new role in SK Telecom and the expectations that bring. Suddenly unleashed on the map, and in both games, a true terror.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I was saying right before the final fight happened, right before the game just ended, was that SK Telecom looked, a little bit shaky early on or throughout game one, but game two was super clean, really well played. Duke has to be proud. That was a great performance on Quinn.
Big wide smiles on Duke's probably going to be the solo MVP interview for him. Fly on your screen, one of the new additions. How many KT mid laners have struggled against the wrath of Faker? Fly actually struggled against Faker quite famously in 2014 on Jin Air. Moves teams, wait a year, same story. Not much to speak about for Fly or for KT Rolster.
Yeah, and, what do we say coming into this? SK Telecom looked a little bit shaky, and they did. They lost to the Rocks Tigers. KT looking strong coming into this best of three, but the fact is, when SKT wants to be the best team in the world, they will be the best team in the world. That's exactly what we saw tonight, and it ended up being the 2-0.
But aren't you excited that the Rocks Tigers loom to question them on that?
I still think, game two was probably one of the best we've seen all season from any team, but it does still seem that just the way the Rocks Tigers play makes them maybe just a tiny, tiny bit better than SK Telecom, but I can't wait for that second series they're going to play in round 2 of Champion Spring.
Maybe we'll even see 3 games of it, though.
Maybe. Duke with the MVP, of course. It doesn't get much more dominating than that Quinn game.
Quinn given a free lane against Gangplank.
That helps.
Didn't even get the gank off at level 3. That would have meant this would have happened earlier, but suddenly Duke, 2 MVPs today, jumps up to equal second with the Rocks Tigers duo. And this is Quinn versus Gangplank on full display.
Yep, this is what happens.
picked up that first kill.
hi.
And from then on, Sunday, where's safe exactly? Because under the turret was only marginally safer than anywhere else on the map.
Have you heard about the bird?
Seems to be the word.
Bird. Bird is a word. And I'm not talking about Anivia. I'm talking about Quinn's bird. And look at this. Someday just not even a part of that fight. Yeah, he ulted, but that's about it. He got to auto Wolf twice. Okay. Good grab by Wolf, too. Keeping gameplay pretty minimized. And then, yeah, yet more death and destruction at the hands of Duke.
This was where KT really overreached to pick up an answering dragon and then fell. Just look at it. It's disgusting at this point. But this is why you're a free farm, multiple kill. Quinn, this is exactly what you should be doing.
Yep, pretty much. Double kill there for Bang, and then in the end, they were like, well, we got a kill. I guess it's time to end the game. And just look at the health totals on SKT. Talk about intricate team fighting. Faker, how did he live through that? One more auto would have done the trick. That was clean.
Insane. And
Very
also
clean.
a salvo Doa to all the other teams in the league. This basically says, as plainly as possible, SKT still here to play.
Yeah. That was some pretty beautiful stuff. And so, we are going to have our MVP interview with only Duke. It's just Duke. Game 1 MVP, questionable. I think Bengi should be up there too, but Game 2, that was definitely a well-deserved MVP.
No arguments from me, Doa. Masterful performance on Quinn. Another
right.
champion you have to think about banning.
That's right. Go ahead, George.
All right, Champions fans, George again. So today's match between KT versus SKT. SKT was able to beat KT 2-0, and today's only MVP is Duke. Round of applause for Duke. Congratulations. How do you feel? Thank you. I know it's the first, the carrier match, and I'm really happy that I won. I know SKT was used to just win KT always before, but how do you feel about that? I really didn't know, but I heard that SKT has always been the winner against KT, and I'm really happy to keep it that way. And the ban pick, when Gangplank was open, what was your feeling? How did you feel? When the opponent team doesn't take it, I thought I was gonna take it, so I just picked it. I know against Someday you had a solo kill, and did you feel like you were gonna destroy the opponent team? No, not really. I didn't feel like we were gonna, overpower against our opponent, but I felt like we were going to lead the game throughout. I guess you're very confident. Not really. I'm not really confident. I wasn't really confident, but I played pretty well, I guess. Did you expect a 2-0 win? After first set victory, I was very confident after that. On the first set, I know Faker also played very well on the first set with Corky, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people expected Faker to get the MVP. What did Faker say? He didn't say anything. I also thought Faker was going to get the MVP, so I just didn't expect I was going to get it. I guess second set, you play very well with the Quinn. Was that a strategy to pick Quinn and giving them Gangplank? Yes, I was very confident with playing Quinn. I heard you guys have been practicing very hard. Did you show Did you show it all? I have been practicing very hard even before I came to this team, but I know Rox is undefeated. So please say something. How are you going to play the rest of the first round? I know we have 2 more games to go, and hopefully we'll win both of those games. All right, congratulations for SKT and Duke. Take it away, guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, George. And yeah, I can see why Duke was pretty confident about that Quinn going into Gangplank. Makes sense.
I mean, it was gifted to him on a silver platter, Doa. You
Really
don't
was.
need to be much of an analyst to know that Gangplank will struggle in that lane. KT didn't take the necessary precautions to try and stop it down, and Feast was what was achieved by the Quinn in top. But just coming back to this first series of the day, CJ enters.
Yeah, CJ over Africa Freaks. That was an interesting series.
I think CJ in the end were deserved winners. But
Yeah, I
this
agree.
was the game that everyone was ready for, the telecom wars.
Yeah,
And this is always a story, right? Is it really a war? Is it just genocide? Because
well, I mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same, right?
I mean, I was optimistic about KT Rolster in summer finals and looked silly. I was optimistic about KT Rolster as well.
Well, you and Monty can keep rooting for KT, man. I know who's actually going to win it. SK Telecom every single time. They're going to move up to third place. KT dropping down to second. No change between CJ and Africa.
And just third because, of course, they lost to Jin Air, but
Right.
equal second in terms of game score and in terms of their win-loss record.
That's right. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where SK Telecom goes. They're continuing their march up through the rankings. Now, next week, KT Rolster versus Jin Air. That's going to be an interesting one after today. And then Samsung taking on CJ. A lot of opportunities for both of those teams, really, trying to struggle to be a playoff team.
Yeah, we didn't see Samsung at all this week, of course.
Right.
In the short week. So
Yeah, only a short
to
week.
see how the break has treated them. But then we're going to get some interesting ones, though, because SK Telecom against Longzhou Gaming. Longzhou, of course, still getting together. Will we see Fury make his debut in that game? And then EM
Maybe.
Fire against the Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, EM Fire versus Afrika Freaks. I mean, meh. It's two
That's
teams
fair.
kind of towards the bottom.
That's fair.
I'm a little bit more interested to see how EM Fire does. I want to watch the growth of that team. And then on Friday, KT Rolster versus CJ Entis. Jin Air Green Wings versus Rocks Tigers. A chance for Jin Air to prove that they deserve to be up in that second place spot. It's been going well so far, but they have had a pretty easy season up to this point.
And we finish off the week, SK Telecom against Afrika, Spenu against Samsung. But
Yeah.
that Jin Air versus Rocks Tigers game could be an interesting one. It's the last test for the Rocks Tigers, honestly, to go in undefeated in the first half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rocks Tigers have a pretty good chance of taking that one, judging on how they've played, judging that the fact that they're the only team really to beat SK Telecom at SK Telecom's best, I think, right now. But SKT looked extra good today. Well, the music is going, so that means it's the end of another week of Champions Spring here in Seoul, South Korea, guys. Thanks for watching. Doa and Papa Smithy here for you. Monty will be back next week, don't worry. And so will all the great players, all the great games. Thanks so much for watching. We really appreciate it. Hope you had a good time. We'll see you next week. The Korean cast is still talking, so I'll keep talking a little bit longer. You never quite know when they're going to stop. There we go. See ya.